You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to place me. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the slide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. for breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend. 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 Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats to me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. Some other lands, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you it go, I'm copying all them who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZs don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that.
It has been a year of competition ever since Valorant Challengers came to life. Ascend became our world champions, but teams from across the region have showed that we could still fight with the best of our abilities. Even more important, Team Secret has finally made their mark as the best Filipino team in the world. Now, the question remains, though, is if Team Secret will continue that this year, or will we have a new challenger in the champions in the international stage? And with that being said, I welcome you all to Valorant Challengers Philippines.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, cause I'm promising a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promising a threat. I ain't never really want to flex my gift, but I flex my time. Let me check my wrist. When it's just in my jeans and I ain't looking back and I'm feeling like Chris, bro. They can never slow me down, but they need to hate me. Now I'm feeling like Chris. Proud of the team, cause you know that we winning, we risen, we going, we flowing again. I might just blow my advance, I might just blow my advance, whoa. I did it all for the feeling, alive but I'm making a killing. I'm gonna break every ceiling, cause I need $1 million, but I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
welcome to the analyst desk. I'm Nomad, your host for the entire day. Alongside with me is Asarai and Dax. How you guys doing for today?
Wow, it has been a long time since I've seen Dax's face. For you, Nomad, it's the first time, so I'm good. I'm very excited about what's happening today. No, legit, because like this has been what, one of the first time I'm seeing you on the English broadcast, on the English side. You know, you're Englishing it up.
Yeah, I'm Englishing it up. How about you, Dax? How you doing?
Already heartbreaking. I start forgetting all the moments we've shared together off screen, but here we go already. I'm so excited. We're back with VCT.
We're finally back, but before we start today's matches, let's go ahead and go into the updraft presented by ROG, because we have a lot to talk about today. And one of the things that we have to talk about here is the entirety of the 2022 split. I mean, let's touch up a little bit of what happened last year. Asarai, why don't you go ahead and show us your thoughts on what happened last year?
Yeah, last year, real quick again, we just saw how a lot of the teams just kind of fought up until the very last point. We did see, of course, Team Secret just be the team that showed all of us Filipinos that there is a chance for a Southeast Asian team, a Filipino team, to get into champions. I think a lot of aspiring pro players in the Philippines as well were looking at this team to perform, and once they did, it invigorated the scene once again. Coming into 2022, it just seems like everyone just wanting to get to that next level. It's not only Team Secret right now that's vying for that top spot. It might seem that they are, but it's not the only team that's there. It's also these other teams right now that are looking to play, especially here that we have our top 8 in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we had teams who competed in the SEA region. Let's not forget Zeal Esports. We also had Galaxy Racer and Enigma Galaxy. You also had Oasis Gaming for many of the VCT Challengers. But case in point, really, Team Secret impressing even the global stage and making sure that the Philippine scene was absolutely on the map last year.
Yeah, and the entirety of that split may just happen again this year for we finally started the official circuit for 2022, and there are a lot of hopefuls, at least in the Philippines on its own, that are willing to just outshine the rest of the competition, hopefully qualify for Masters and Champions, get a lot of points up in that. But Asarai, what do you think is something that we have to look forward to as a country, as a region here in the Philippines in the VCT?
I think right now what the things that we are supposed to look forward to is that Valorant has given us a lot more content in the means of new maps as well as new agents. And the reason why I'm pointing this out is because there's a lot more older maps that were banned out that could actually get into the mix because there's such a bigger map pool. Agents as well, such as Chamber, is seeing a lot more play here, and I feel like there's a certain amount of players in the pro scene, especially in the Philippines, that has actually started going for Chamber specific comps just because it meshes well with the Filipino strat that if you don't really know what you're doing, you know, just peak aggressive, and Chamber does that super well. So we could be looking at something like this. I'm not sure how many teams that's going to be utilizing that for the playoffs. They might go for safe, what we've seen from last year, but there is that hope that there's a new kid around the block, a new trend around the block that could be happening for this first week of stage 1 VCT 2022.
So many changes though. Dry Peak City from the Chamber. That's the thing. We might maybe see some fracture. Maybe we'll see some neon. But the thing is, new year, new me, and some of these teams really looking to make sure that this is going to be a new chapter for them.
Yeah, and we'll find out the teams that have qualified for this group stages as the teams from the Philippines have fought out the entire past couple of weeks. Let's have a look at all the teams involved.
Crazy guy finds a double. He's on the sheriff on round 1. On a rain out that. Brute force is pretty much there.
Wow. That's fine.
Still, the waiting guys.
Let's get the...
there we have it. The 8 teams that are qualified, that are going to be playing in the group stages. A mix of old faces, a mix of new faces, but it's still the same old Philippine flavor here. Dax, what are you thinking about the teams here? How is it feeling, like seeing all the roster shuffles happen the past couple of weeks, past couple of months, even after the first season?
Funny thing is, there are, of course, new faces behind those teams, but the teams themselves pretty familiar to many of us, really just at the very top of the PH scene. Even a team called Looking for Org, that's still a roster we're so familiar with in their core, and it really feels like that these guys are just back at it. 2022, this time they're looking to change the pecking order, but they're still at the very tippy top of the scene, looking to fight and looking for at least more and more pathways to the region.
And Asarai, who do you think is a team that we have to look out for going into the group stages we have?
Right, you really put me on the spot there.
Of course.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, and I'll still be pretty adamant for today, for day one. I am looking at NAOS Esports, not NAOS. I've been corrected by a lot of the content creators from their side. It's NAOS, guys. As my dark horse for this entire playoff stage, I feel like this is a team that has just come into play, and they're still fighting their way, but they show a lot of promise. And I mean, all of the teams show a lot of promise, but I feel like this team in particular has what it takes to maybe get into semifinals and even grand finals.
We'll touch in a little bit more of that, because the entirety of this event, before everything else, is sponsored by Republic of Gamers. And we also would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league title in the country, together with Riot Games, for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. And our official gaming hardware partner, as mentioned, is ASUS Republic of Gamers. This event is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusements Board. With all that being said, with all the pleasantries out of the way, we gotta talk about what's at stake here. It's an entire tournament. Sure, Masters is over the horizon, Champions is the end goal here, but what is actually at stake here, Asarai?
What is at stake, I think, is just a proving, again, I think for every stage one, it's a proving ground for all of these teams. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and there's different questions per each team that needs to be answered here. And I think right now the main one is, how can they prove themselves to all the fans, to the other teams, and I guess to themselves, if they can really reach that specific goal, as you mentioned, Masters and most importantly, Champions here. Do they have what it takes to reach that next level, especially when I mentioned already, we've already proven that we do have that caliber to reach the top stage. Can these other teams follow that is now the question.
Yeah, well, I gotta say though, we have 8 in the group. It's gonna be 6 into the playoffs and 3 slots up for grabs in the region in itself. And let's not forget all that amazing prize money along the way. But beyond that, it's truly that pathway to the global scene, to champions. It's a path to pro. It's a path to deal with the best and try and beat the best. But first things first, you have to beat everyone else in your own backyard.
Yeah, and we've seen Team Secret shine out as the best last year. This year, hopefully we'll see a new face to potentially join Team Secret moving forward, and that is still going to be a long way to go. But of course, you are watching the English stream right now, but there is also a Filipino broadcast of the VCTPH that you can find out over here. So we're at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH, but on the Filipino broadcast, you can go on to the PPGL page at facebook.com/PPGLGG. We're also simultaneously live on YouTube, so you can go to youtube.com/C/PPGLGG to get your fix on the Filipino broadcast and on the English broadcast as well. Now, we gotta get the elephant out the room though. Like, our first match of the day is going to be a pleasant start, so to speak. It's Looking for Org versus NAOS. We're going to be talking about that a little bit more in depth later on, but I kind of want to get your initial thoughts before we hop into our analysis. Let's start with you, Asper.
Ooh, again, I mentioned how I do believe NAOS is a dark horse team. One of the main reasons why I believe this is they do have a great player in the form of Kevs that has formerly known as Stiletto. He's played for the previous SB Empire roster roster. Yes, that is the one that they're going to be fighting right now, which is the Looking for Org team, also known as XSB Empire with Nexi in it. He has been, I think, a amazing player with great stock. He can lead the team. He's very flexible. He can clutch. He can play duelist. He can play Sova. A lot of players can't really say that. So I really put my faith on this particular man to make things happen for the NAOS roster.
You know. The thing is, we're still previewing things, right? I kind of want to put this out there. Asura is putting his eggs already on NAOS basket. But when you look at the Looking for Org roster, the two new additions to basically the XSV Empire squad right now, you have Exotic and you have Chowdy. I feel like they're getting betrayed by you, Asura, because maybe you remember a year ago, perhaps, you were playing for a team where you were facing off against Bren Esports for the very first time. And that's the thing, guys. Chowdy and Exotic were once teammates of Asura in game, and now he's betting against them. I can already feel the sting of betrayal here.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna hurt for Chowdy and the rest. I mean, Asura, why you gotta do your former teammates that bad?
Man. Hey, I love Chowdy. He's an amazing player, but he has been inactive for months now, at least in the pro scene. Not sure about how he's been doing game-wise per se. I know there's a few players as well that are actually just coming back with other teams that aren't actually here right now in the group stage. Probably talk about that next time. But yeah, that's why I'm not really putting too much emphasis on LFO. They're a great team, but they have picked up amazing players that might not have that tournament experience that could lead them the way, which is the difference on the NAOS side. I might sound too biased now, but I have no affiliation with NAOS, by the way. But,
Look at this guy.
All right. Well, let's speaking of leading the way, of going on the way, let's have a look at how the tournament is going to be playing out for the rest of the broadcast we have for Challengers. That is the journey that all the teams took, and this is the journey that they will be taking moving forward. The 8 teams we have: Action PH, Bren Esports, Looking for Org, NAOS Esports, Oasis Gaming, South Built Esports, Team Secret, and Zeal Esports. Each of them in this group stage will be playing a double elimination format. And for the team that doesn't qualify, doesn't have enough points, will sadly go away. And the top one team from each group will be playing on the second round of fights. And this is the first day that we have. First match that we have is Looking for Org versus NAOS Esports in the best of 3, followed shortly by Zeal Esports and South Built Esports. Lastly, it's Action PH versus Bren Esports. Today is just gonna set the stage for the entirety of the day, guys.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree there. Again, we don't see Team Secret at the very start, so I'm pretty sure like a lot of people would be like frowning a little bit, but I would love to mention that the other teams right now have done a fantastic job. If you aren't watching the local tournaments that we have right now, I mean, technically this is a local tournament, but the other local tournaments that's not VCT, a lot of these teams have been participating. They've been doing extremely well and looking really good moving forward into this weekend's worth of tournaments. So it's definitely good to check this out because I feel like these are teams that could even give Team Secret a run for their money, just to kind of set the pace for those who might not have been following the scene from after Champions ended.
The thing is, I see it now. Where is Team Secret in the comments? But really, we have LFL versus NAOS, these two squads again, haves and have-nots. Zeal versus Southbuilt. You can really see teams that are considered top 2 in the PH scene vying for that position. And finally, Action PH versus Bren Esports. I feel like that's going to be such a spicy matchup at the very end. So the first day already of VCTPH, it comes in with such bangers, and it really feels like this is a great way to really reinvigorate everyone that we're back with the official circuit and we are starting and kicking off 2022 in the highest of gears.
Yeah, and hopefully looking for Org and NAOS Esports would be kicking into gear because they will be the first teams to be playing out the entirety of the circuit here in the Valorant Challengers Tour. We'll be hopping on a short break, and when we come back, we're going to start it off.
What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more.
Well, I didn't expect that intro video to come up, but we're back here on the panel desk. We're gonna start talking about the match at hand. It's LFO versus NAOS Esports, and we kind of sprinkled a little bit on top of what we're gonna be expecting from each of these teams. But what are we gonna be expecting in a few words in this matchup, in this series itself? How is it gonna play out? Let's start with you, Asarai.
Ooh, it is going to be the proving ground, I think, for both teams in different aspects, honestly. Again, for NAOS, they're a newly built team. All of their players come from, somewhat well-established previous teams, but haven't really found any success. You could argue for maybe Blast because he was part of Galaxy Racer for like a day, but his performance during that time wasn't as good. But again, that was way back in, what was it, like early 2021 or late 2020 or something like that. So there is still everything up in the air, but it is going to be, again, a proving ground for NAOS because from their previous teams, they haven't had much success. But maybe as they form this new organization, as they form this new team, that could be a change. With Kev's in the forefront.
The thing is, it's just a question of haves and haves nots right now. As Esports, completely new org. Their opponents, ex-SV Empire, looking for org right now, looking for a place to call home. So it's already that interesting dynamic, and maybe that will be a factor. Bootcamp, diff, anyone. One thing to note though, that now as Esports had that foundation as the second coming of UCFC, becoming Fallen 5, having that local and regional tournament experience. On the flip side though, we already know by this point just the usual antics of the likes of Nexi and Jaxi of looking for org. So it's no surprise they're here in the group stage, but with the new additions and of course with kind of new setup right now they're running, how will they fare against a team like NAOS who's really establishing themselves and their organization as something to watch out for?
Let's see if they'll be able to just get rid of the first day jitters here as we introduce our first teams to play in the VCTPH. It's NAOS Esports versus Looking for Org. That is the first team that we have introduced. It's Looking for Org. Now, we've had a couple of conversations here yesterday. This is the former SV Empire roster. We got Chowdy, Draximov, Exotic, Nexi, and Symbol on the table right now. Asarai, let's start with you. The past performances of before, when they were still with SV Empire, wasn't as good as they wanted to be. Sure, in a couple of tournaments they did win out 2-0s, but there have been a couple that they have lost 0-1, 0-2s, and it may just seep in here. Do you think that may be the case?
I'll just say this first though. SV Empire has been a team that always struggles, but they have shown that they have the capabilities to reach that next level. Here's the thing. Way back in 2021, right? Stage 3 Challengers 2, they were able to get into the grand finals up against I believe that was Galaxy Racer at the time. They did lose 3-1 against Galaxy Racer, but I think that was because if you remember the absorbent amount of technical issues that they had as a team. That's why they got picked up by SV Empire, because they got the support. Now they've kind of in moving around. This team has always been plagued by issues, but they have always shown to be a team that can persevere. The biggest issue right now for them isn't that they left SV Empire, I think, is because they got left by a very, very strong player that is now playing on the Bren roster, which is Hot Sauce. So how big is Chowdy's feet that he can fill the Hot Sauce shoes that was left by that particular player as he moved towards the Bren roster?
Yeah, I kind of have to say that the Looking for roster right now. One big issue they've had recently was their issues with SB Empire. Just a few internal strides here and there, but not really in the team in itself. But you mentioned it. Losing Hot Sauce part of that core does hurt, but they do add in two dynamic duelists that work really, really well together. And that's why I want to focus on them just a little bit. Exotic and Chow, the kind of the journeyman. Exotic, they were playing for Vanderback recently, and then hopping on doing other things, and now back in the pro scene. Chow, in the meantime, that Ader roster, that PCL roster, and let's not forget the roots with Asrai in himself. But watching these two guys play, they have such amazing chemistry together. And whenever you have a team of Nexi, Draxi, Symbol, and then whoever you want to add, if they fit as those duelists, they can really adjust. And for looking for org, it's just business as usual, but there is truly that experience factor that the new players need to get, especially on the biggest stage of the PH scene.
Well, we'll try to find out if the adjustments of looking for org with the roster shuffles and everything else would be a huge factor going into this matchup as they face off against their opponent. We're gonna have a look at them. It's NAOS Esports. Well, I gotta say, strength in numbers compared to looking for org. Now it's Esports. We got Kakarot, Kevs, X, Blast, Blurred, and G-Licious on the table right now. And I'm gonna start it off again with you, Asarai. You've been really talking about NAOS Esports like they're your dark horse. You also mentioned yesterday that they have a lot of potential. They're rough around the edges, but they can still show up. Care to expound on that?
Yeah, again, there's a lot of talent in this particular team. I'll move away from Kevs because it seems like I'm giving him a love letter at this point. I mean, it is nearing February 14, but I'm all right. I'm good. But anyways, aside from this particular player, you got Z, Blurred, Blast, Kakarot. Previously, they did have G and Yoshi, formerly of SE Atlas, but another player that definitely wanted to watch out here for NAOS Esports has to be Blurred as well. He played previously for GBP Esports, which is a well-known, I believe, Cebuano team. And way back then, MOTV, which was another like well-known CSGO team from way back when. But aside from that, he has proven himself to be a wonderful, wonderful jet op player. So specific on some certain maps, they could have a really strong lineup here to work around. If they have themselves Blurred playing as either the Jet, he also plays KO or Reach. It's going to be something to watch out for. And then Kevs as a Sova. This is a 1-2 punch that is going to be working a lot. They have, I feel like Blast, I mentioned a while ago, felt a little bit off center, but he might have just, had the time, the months to improve as a support player. He still does play, I believe, Sentinel right now with Killjoy and Cypher as his main bases. But that's something to definitely watch out for here for NAOS.
Yeah, well, as Asra is trying to book his ticket to the NAOS bootcamp by his speeches here, the big roster of NAOS is both a bit of a blessing and a curse. And like I mentioned it, they've had some great strides recently as at USCFC Fallen 5 roster over the months past, post VCT 2021, winning a few tournaments here and there as well and getting some good placements. But for me, I think the biggest concern for NAOS right now is who are they really as a team? Because I look at their match history, and the thing is, they're so flexible. So many of their players can play so many different things. So what gives? What are they actually going to be doing here in VCT this time? Who's going to be playing that duelist? Who's playing that initiator? I'm looking at Kakarot and Kevs, who's going to be playing that Sova right now. Will G play? Will Blast play? I've heard from G that he's going to be available right now compared to the qualifiers. So NAOS, yes, we'll be at that full strength. But what truly is the strongest configuration of NAOS Esports? What is the answer to this Rubik's Cube that is called NAOS? Well, we're going to find that answer very, very soon because it truly is up to them to put their best foot forward in all of these dance steps that they can take.
yep, we'll see them tango in the next couple of maps that we will be having, because the map veto, I believe, is ready, and we'll be finding out what the playing field is like for these two teams. Now, if we're going to be talking about SV Empire here, they pick a lot of Ascent, a lot of Icebox, a lot of Haven, and speaking of which, Haven is what we're going to be seeing, and Ascent as well. Ascent is going to be the last map. Bind will be picked by NAOS Esports, and Haven is going to be where we will start off. Is this something that you guys are expecting to be picked up, Azurai?
I think all of these maps are just like, it's there because it's what we play the most as Filipino players. Bind probably going to be the biggest factor here. I feel like it's going to be the tour de force for I'd probably say LFO. I think LFO has had a lot of experience here. I believe that was when they were SV Empire way back in 2021. This is where we saw EJ, when he was still with the organization, do so well, help his team to greater heights. Haven and Ascent, I think it's just a toss-up. Either team can be just really good at this, but Bind, I feel like, is going to be that switch up of who gets to win the map, if ever.
I'm gonna flip this card. I'm actually gonna say that for LFO, having that Haven for map 1, let's not forget the history of SV Empire. Come on, that was a team that could beat even a team like Team Secret on Haven in itself, and they're really one of the best forces at it, especially when you have Nexi and Draxi knowing around that map. Not only at Ascent, that classic map, it really brings back those roots, but on the flip side, I feel like also Bind, that might be the map where NAOS can show their stuff. Double Initiator might be a possibility even, and from what I've seen from them, they can really dominate with a Breach Sova setup there.
Well, all of you put down your analysis there, but we gotta put in our predictions here. Let's start off with me, then Azurai, then Dax. I'm gonna go with LFO for this matchup. What about you guys?
I mean, at this point, if I don't say NAOS, right, it's gonna be weird. I'm gonna say NAOS, and I'm gonna say 2-1.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna say LFO 2-1. I think the map draft, having that first and third map pick, really helping them get their foundation back, especially with their newer players in tow.
All right, well, that's the prediction. We'll see if Azurai would change his mind later on, but they're predicting a 2-1 here, and we just have to watch the story unfold if that is going to be the case. Because, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, our first series of the day, NAOS Esports versus Looking Forward.
And it's time, ladies and gentlemen! Welcome back here in the Valorant Challengers Tour 2022, mga kaibigan. Sobrang na-miss ko kayo. We are your guys for today. My name is Zeal. Alongside with me is Ray right here. And today is a very, very, very special day to all of our viewers out there. Kasi day 1 na tayo. And syempre, eto na ang simula ng pasabog ng Pilipinas, mga kaibigan. At sinabi ko na ngayon na tayo ang magcha-champion sa buong mundo. Icebet, Ray, kamusta?
Gusto ko yung minamanifest mo kagad. Napakadaming energy dahil unang araw pa lang. Pero yung mga matchups natin, parang finals na kagad, pang playoffs na kagad, kahit group stages pa lang tayo. At nakaka-excite. Itong mga teams natin, sobrang grabe yung hype ng panel at ngayon ay kakas natin sila Bill. Nakaka-excite para sa side ng LFO together with NAOS.
And ayun nga, para talaga nakita natin kanina, like what you've said, grabe yung hype ng panel. Isipin mo, panel pa lang, sobrang hype na. Paano pa kaya pag kami? And syempre, on behalf yung isang caster, yung Taylor, sino ba yun? Mamaya makikita niyo yun. Ang hater ko no?
Nagpapahinga muna siya.
No. Hayaan niyo siya na mamahinga lang siya, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na, mga kaibigan, ang ating drafting phase. Ladies and gentlemen, nakikita natin ngayon. Parang isipin mo no? Kasi yung normal na drafting phase, I mean, pabayaan na natin yon. Dito tayo sa bago, syempre. Parang magkikita sila sa lahat sa gitna, mga kaibigan. Kitang-kita naman natin tong graphics na to. And it's just LFO, ladies and gentlemen. Tatlo dito is from SV Empire. And syempre, NAOS. which is actually former UCFC. So sa totoo lang, Rere, nakita ko yung matchups lahat eh. Ito yung time, ito yung moment na mahirap talaga sabihin kung sinong mananalo. Mahirap mag-predict kasi everyone na kasali dito is talagang sobrang lakas.
Alam mo, gusto ko yung point mo, Bill, na sobrang ngayon, it's everybody's game once again. Last year, we have yung Team Skit and Madrid, pero ngayon, looking at this one, I think ang dami talagang new doors na ma-open, lalo-lalo sa mga teams na to. They've grown so much ever since after ng mismo Stage 3, and throughout the months na nakita natin, especially sa January na maraming kaliwat ka ng Valorant tournaments, nakita mo kung sino talaga ang merong of course, that shielded sword, ready to fight, of course, against other teams. Pero ngayon talaga na magtatisok sila sa pinakaunang mapa natin, ang classic one, kung saan kapag mga SEA teams, sobrang lakas nila. Dito na nga tayo sa Haven, nakita na nga tayo ng mga KO lineup. So, dito natin makikita yung improved agent selection nila at paano ba yung magiging call nila again with a double initiator as what we've seen na usually breach talagang together with Sova or Sky and Sova. Pero this time around, it's KO all along.
Well, syempre, ano ito eh, parang new year, new me. Every year talaga nagbabago yung mga meta I mean, sa lahat talaga na nangyayari dito mga kaibigan is syempre nagbabago-bago talaga ang meta. So tingnan natin kung ano na ba ang meta ng 2022 na lang talaga. So it's gonna be Sova and syempre ang KO like what you've said, double initiator. And usually ang nilalagay talaga na dito is Sky. Pero pwede nating sabihin na if ever you're gonna pick on what's gonna be a really great initiator dito kay KO or Sky, I'd probably pick KO. Pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan, ito na ang game number 1! Sino ang mananalo dito mga kaibigan? Pareho pumapasok na yung mga players natin dito sa BNLFO, just finding that perfect angle, find the perfect position para mapatay dito yung mga players dito ng NAOS mga kaibigan. Pareho nga lang, it's just that shocker with Zeal, Jackson mo agad-agad. Chowdy with a top position, let's see, pero yun nga lang, Kakarot with a huge 2K, but Exotic andito lang sa may gong, waiting patiently, 1v3 situation, ayaw mo na maklatch mo. Oh, look at that! Na-barbecue! Yung dalawang players ng NAOS mga kaibigan. Exotic! What a huge kill! Ba't yun nga na si Jalisha? Would take down Exotic! Na-barbecue! Natuhog! Yung dalawang players ng NAOS, Ray!
Alam mo yung talagang kitang-kita mo yung improvement kagad ng team na to.
Ayun.
Oy!
Hindi ko alam kung narinig ata si Ray Ray, pero feeling ko narinig si Ray Ray.
Okay na ba? Okay na ba ako? Parang di ko alam kung naririnig ba ako o hindi. Ayun. Eto na nga guys.
Ray Ray, lumabas ka sa CR! Pero ito mga kaibigan, tignan natin ngayon. Round number 2. Pero ito mga kaibigan, medyo may inayos lang kami ng konti para lang syempre makita nyo yung mga solid na matches dito. And once again, this is day number 1 of the VCT and sobrang tagal nating inantay ito. Itong moment na to. A big shoutout sa mga nanonood ngayon because without you guys, this event won't be possible. Sobrang salamat sa suporta sa lahat ng teams. And parang namamaalam na ako eh. No? parang last day na eh. No?
Seb, dito na ako.
Hindi pa naman last day ito.
High quality na pass. Ayan, nag-technical pass talaga yan para sa akin. Salamat. Eto na. Okay na, tayo. We're back. Okay then, 1-0 na nga. Mabilisan pero itong mga team sabi siguro, okay, kalma tayo. Pero ito na nga yung merong magic eh. About that the double initiator. You have that knife ni KO. Pagpasok mo kagad, pwede ka makakapag-burst through. Pero tingnan natin on the next round itself. Makaka-e-code kaya ng LFO or still, NAOS will still claim that second round. Abangan natin to dahil si Jalisha talagang inaabangan na din sila dito sa may garage.
Garage it is, pero yun nga alam mo kung sabi, isa ibang place naman siguro pupunta yung mga players dito ng LFO. But Symbol with a huge kill onto that Sheriff. Headshot, it is one tap to the head. Astra na lang wala dito sa players ng NAOS, which is apparently ang pinaka-importante na agent for me because syempre, alam mo, kailangan talaga natin smoke dito. Bird! all the way from Japan will take down Draximov. Wala na yung dalawang ASA players natin, which is a really great thing. At least dito sila makakapag-smoke dito para makapasok pa din sila dito. Pero sila mahirapan dito. It's really up to them kung paano playing out dito with the 2K. Pero yun nga lang, si if ever makakuha pa siya, pati nga symbol denying that entry for the players of LFO.
Linis-linis Ville para sa side ng NAOS. Marami kagad silang ginamit in just a small amount of time against LFO upon yung entry nila dito sa A side. Pero kita naman natin when it comes to the differences talaga, we have all on the Spectre sa side ng NAOS. May pang-hold pa sila with that Marshall. Pero ito na nga, magiging 2-1 ba to sa pares sa team sa to? Or kaya talagang mag-green ang NAOS for the first 3 rounds. But as for LFO naman, they just need to take their time. Nakita mo naman na kagad paano sila mag-take ng sites. So let's see this time around. Kasi kita mo naman roster nila. Very, very maganda na yan. But here it is. Kevs goes for, of course, try lang kung meron siyang may kita at least isa. Pero looks like LFO, di sila mag-burst in papuntang A side.
Yeah. And dito sa mga players ng LFO, it's time for them talagang makabawi ngayon, mga kaibigan. I mean, they have all the utilities. They have the firepower advantage, pero kaya pa talaga nila makapasok dito. I mean, if ever lalaban sila dito, kailangan pangmalayuan. They have the Vandals and Phantoms anyway. And that is the thing na talagang gagawin ngayon ng LFO. Hindi sila halos lalapit dito sa NS kasi alam nila na medyo lugi sila if ever harapan. That is a Spectre. They can actually run and gun LFO right now. But yun nga lang, LFO, in terms of achievements, sobrang dami ng napagdaanan ng LFO ngayon. We have the players of SV Empire, mga kaibigan. Pero can they do it? Draximov starting off with a kill onto Blurred. And at least magandang start ko para makapasok yung mga players ng LFO, mga kaibigan. Pero si Kevs with a kill onto the Sheriff. I mean, onto the Spectre, to the face of Chowdy right now. There's a lot of things that are happening. But they need to go in already. Kako with a kill again. Pero yun nga lang, yung flickers hindi nag-connect. 2v3.
Spike planted. Naghihintay. Ito na nga, may pag-asa pa ba ang LFO na manalo na ngayon? Or may retake pa nila with that Spectre together with that Sheriff coming in from NAOS, checking on every corner kagad, setting up na kagad si Gelicious ng Stars just in case meron siyang mapupul, meron siyang may smokean. But looks like yung post position ngayon ng mga taga-LFO, maganda-ganda na nga to check every angle on that retake itself. And here it is. Oh! Magkakalit ba? Hindi pa kakalit si Gelicious. Siglas na lang kagad na dito na. But there's Traxy with the backstab. And here it is, LFO is back on track, 2-1 ang scoreline.
I mean, just like what I've said, they have the firepower advantage. So talagang all they need to do is just capitalize it. They have the Vandals and the Phantoms, pero yun nga lang, dito na talaga magkakaalaman, which is ito na talaga ang tunay na gun round. Pero ang problema dito, kahit nanalo ang LFO, is pa rin yun, super expensive round pa rin yun para sa kanila kasi namatay yung dalawang players sila. I mean, look at that for Exotic. Wala siyang mga gamitin. It's just that Blade Storm though. And yung isa, yung Bulldog, if ever matalo dito ang LFO, is next round, broken by sila. Pero dito sa NAOS, pag sila natalo dito, my God, mahihirapan sila makapag-comeback dito. They don't have enough money para makabawi.
Ito yung meron sa dalawang teams na to eh. Nakakakaba dahil it's just a start. Tapos, alam mo na sobrang magiging dikit na to. But they need to be very careful. Kita mo naman yung mga moves nila ngayon. Di sila nagpapa-info sa side ng LFO. And if they're gonna be successful going into A side, then yan ang kagad yung ready para sa side nila. Although, meron tayo Exotic, of course, with that Blade Storm. Pero meron naman tayo kay Kevs with that, of course, Hunter's Fury. Nagkumukuha lang na every info. Makakita sa ng isa na nasa backside. Time na kagad para mag-push right through. Walang patap na siya. Guard, paano? Recon to that. Just tayo kagad sila. Back to yung timing ng LFO against sa mga nasa A side ng NAOS members.
Pero yun nga, kasi hindi siya makapag-plan dito mga kaibigan. 4 victories right now, 30 seconds left. Kailangan nila talaga mag-plan to. And actually pwede. Wala naman tayo dito sa loob ng side doon. Now, Jacksonville will plant the spike already. At talagang ginagawa nila si Dino. Naghahanap na siya na pwedeng mag-flank or whatsoever. But Kakarot mga kaibigan, all the way from heaven. Hinati na rin ang mundo. Gelicious knows exactly where next he is. Pero 3VT right now. Glass and Kakarot, mga kaibigan. Ano ang gagawin nila para makabawi ito? Let them have word from down below. And Jackson and Simple all the way from SBM and will finish the misery of NAOS ngayon. At wala na naman pera ang NAOS.
Gihirap muna ngayon ng NAOS dahil nga nag-force pa rin sila on that previous round. At kitang-kita mo naman yung LFO. Go A side tayo kanina. We tried going into B pero nakapag-retake lang nga napakabilis ng NAOS on that pistol round. Pero this time around, they just burst right to say, napakabilis. You have that, of course, with Kakarot getting that initiator role. Kasabay pa na si Kevs in getting a lot of information. So we can see already yung lineup sa mga teams ngayon. And it's very interesting to see na ganito sila kumuha talaga. But here is may eco pa ng NAOS niya ng LFO or magpapaka-aggressive sila.
Spike down A.
2K, exotic at Chowdy, biglang bumagsak, mabilisan lang.
Walang nagawa si Chowdy at exotic dun, men. Hinampas ng nahampas ng tinidor agad ni Blur dito all the way from Japan. Pero ito na, nilabas na rin nila ang long katong gila mga kaibigan. Binigyan ko sila si Kevin 2K. Ang sabi ng NAOS, bawas naman daw kahit armor lang. Pinterest dito! Tingnan nyo! Wala silang kabawas-bawas! Why? My God! Gagamitan lang ng ultimate dalawa kay Blurred, dalawa kay Kevs. Men! Hindi man lang nabawasan ng NAOS dun! Kompletos Ricardos ang baril ng LFO!
Yun na nga, meron sa mga thrifty rounds wala namang mawawala. So why don't you be aggressive and take those pushes? And yun ang naging workable side para sa NAOS. Ito na nga nanonostra na naman sa unang rounds pa lang. Pero it's just NAOS talaga being really, di mo ma-identify kung paano ba sila gagalaw this time around. And since kanina pa nila nakikita paano gumalaw ang LFO, how they burst right to sa A site, nakuha na rin sila ng malaking pick-off kung paano ba nila iipitin ng LFO. And now we're down with 3-2. Could have been a bigger chance para sa LFO. Pero based on their economy ngayon, may kita nyo na medyo may pagka-broken by pa para sa kanila. But on the side of NAOS talaga, sobrang laki nung momentum change kagad sa isang round lang, Vil.
Yeah, I mean, sobrang taas. Pero in terms of momentum, napatay mo ang LFO sa nangyari. Si Astra, ba't si Astra walang kilay? Ay, meron pala, sorry. Kasi, hindi kasi ang kapal kasi nung kay Killjoy. On flick.
Hindi siya naturuan ni Killjoy paano mag-kilay.
Ewan ko pa dito no? Si Astra walang kilay, kinuha lahat ni Killjoy. Pero ito na mga kaibigan mo, pasas dito. Pero that is a chop-chop! Not chop-chop all the way from A long to short.
Hinigop lang yung konting energy na pinapakita ng LFO. Action! Nakita ka agad si Chowdy and Blurred. Sabi na, pipitigan ko lang ng onte. And finally, makakaput na nga siya nakagad na down. And now, we only have still LFO. Ipit-ipit. Spike down. Dito sa A-side. Nabis ko lang Blurred. Getting the 3K. Magkakaroon ba tayo ng early ace? Knowing na 12 HP and na-dream na lang siya?
Tingnan natin yung ace kung mga nabayan. Pero yung dalawang remaining players dito ng LFO, mga kaibigan, it's just waiting patiently. It's all up to the pick-offs though. Hindi nila kailangan magpaka-aggressive dito and probably just waiting if ever meron pa talagang sumilip. Pero yun nga lang, Kevs, magandang position na dito and he knows exactly kung nasan ba yung mga players dito ng LFO. Kevs, yun nga, natingnan niya. Pero sino ang una mag-engage? Simple with the kill on to 1 though. Once again, 2v4 to. Pero kaya ba nila Blurred magandang position nila dito? Pero ina-anticipate ng NAOS na meron tao doon and next is a huge flick! 30 seconds. Take down that player from NAOS.
Spike down A.
So naman dito, Piso na tira kay Symbol. Delicious. And this round with a win, 4-2. Still in favor of NAOS. Ang gagawin lang talaga dito ng LFO, knowing na wala yung tatlo nila, probably just wait. Pwede silang mag-save, pero nandun sila sa angle, nandun sila sa posisyon na i-commit mo na lang
Placing sentry.
Wala kang choice
And plus, you know how NAOS talaga sobrang creative nila when it comes to those angles talaga na kailan nila ibitin yung LFO, kailan ba yung perfect timing. Tapos si Blurred talaga, no mistakes for him, and kita mo kagad how he was able to bait Draxi out of it. Nawala na kagad ng controller sa isang iglapang LFO, and it is time maybe to just burst right to sa B-side kung saan meron naman silang next problem. Ang 3-stack nila, and Gilisho sabi na, pipick ko lang naman to si Chowdy, and the timing is really perfect sa side ng NAOS, pero kita nyo naman with the differences pagdating sa kanila mga barrel. We only have Sheriffs on the side of LFO, and NAOS just gonna be aggressive dahil alam nila yung advantage nila sa firepower.
Firepower it is. Simple getting tagged. Pero yun nga lang walang pera dito ang LFO mga kaibigan. Simple, mag-isa na siya dito. 1v5, nakikipag 1v1 sa 5 ngayon si Symbol mga kaibigan.
And
alam niyo ba, ito ha, marami nagtatanong, paano ba lumabas si Brimstone sa Champions Bundle? Ganito kasi yan. Pumunta kayo sa gitna, sa mismong gitna, tapos tingin kayo sa taas. Pag medyo dumilim na yung paligid, pag medyo nagbabago na yung tunog, lalabas si Brimstone sa taas. Literal si Brimstone nasa heaven. Kasi ito na sinasabi, hindi po, hala, ba't di lumalabas si Brimstone? Tipo, ang tagal ko na may Champions Bundle pero di ka pa nagalabas si Brimstone. Kailangan kasi, nasa gitna ka. Tapos magdidilim yung langit, lalabas si Brimstone.
Alam na na, may tip na si Will tungkol na na.
Seryoso kasi ganun kasi, tapos bigla mo sabihin, hi daddy, hi daddy.
Para alam ko si Chamber yung daddy dito, pero ito na nga, sabi ng LFO, go A pa rin tayo, kaya tinaabangan sila. At he was able to get to 1 before mag-trade off pa nga, pero pwede pang may chances para kay Chowdy na mabuhay. And kita mo naman, exotic, sabi niya, gotcha fam. And LFO, after few plays talaga, still sa A sila nagiging successful. And now that they're gonna be holding on throughout everything, ready pa kagad si Nexi with that buy time, with that, of course, lockdown. Sisanain lang naman to, isasabayan pala rather ng mga members nila. And this is it. Going right through, isa-isa. Medyo mahirapan natang NAOS on this entry. Ang ganda na setups coming also from Draxi. And this just gonna be a save round maybe. Dahil yung oras talaga medyo hirap na. And they will just be going with the exit frags maybe. Yan na nga yung magiging paraan ng NS this time around.
Well, exit frags it is. That is the best time talaga best thing na pwede nilang gawin dito. They know it already na wala silang chance doon. That's a 3 versus 5 situation. Wala silang bawas sa armor. Operator to. So, pass namin. Actually, naisip ko real talk to. Kanina nung naliligo ako. legit man. Kanina naliligo ako para iniisip ko. Kasi may mga ibang tao kasi na nagtatanong, kailan ba kami magsisave, mga tipong gano'n. Siyempre, ganito, sasabihin ko na sa inyo kunwari 1v5, tapos wala naman kayong pera next round, walang bawas, men, pwede ka mag-save, hindi ka bayani. Huwag kang nagpakabayani. Okay? Pwede mo naman i-save, bumawi ka na next round. Pero ito pumasok na dito sa si mga kaibigan, pero kala si Blast. Sees one, but Nexi with a huge kill again, but Blakarot with a 2K. Sobrang bilis ng round na yun sa C. Nabawi agad.
Na ROI?
Yung pagkatalo. Na ROI, men. Stonks.
Tignan mo, si Kakarot, ang daming investment kanina. 9K pera yun eh. Nakapagbili pa para sa kanyang mga teammates. And kita mo kung gaano ka-clean yung ginagawa nila, especially on their defending side. When yung before na nasa UCFs itong roster na to, before sila magkaroon ng little bit of changes lang, medyo nahirapan sila on their defending side. Yet right now, kagad they've been doing so well. Those holds, tapos sobrang correct pa yung kanilang calls when it comes to flashes ni Kakarot. This is something that NAOS would like to achieve here in Haven. Well, on the side of LFO, they just need to take on those baby steps. And finally, if they grasp kagad yung code na meron yung NAOS, they can finally get those mga rounds ito and maybe turn this into a 6-all sa pinakahunang half pa lang.
Baby. Na all may baby.
Maybe this time.
Hotshots, pre-fires ang ginagawa dito ng LFO, mga kaibigan. Nexi! Ang sexy na Nexi, mga kaibigan. Idol ko yun si Nexi.
May pangalan ka nga na tinawag kay Nexy Sexy.
Oh, Nexy Sexy. Legit, I mean, sa totoo lang, yung mga players nga ng SV Empire, solid na players yan. If ever naghahanap kayo, if ever merong organisasyon ngayon na naghahanap ng team, ito na yun, LFO. Sila yun. Pero ito po kasi yung mga players dito ng LFO and the president dito, si Judicious pero Blast!
Flashbang!
Trying to refrag these players and then Daximov.
Spike down.
We're gonna be down to the hands of Bren right now.
Left.
3 versus 2 situation. 30 seconds left. Just using all these shock to stop the possible push of NAOS, so probably LFO. Blurred my Beaker will be down again into the hands of Nexy, but Kev's one-tapping Nexy just trying to stop the plan of LFO. Pero sabi ni Chowdy, bahala na si Batman, itatry ko na lang to, plus 300 lang din. But Kev's will finish the 7-3. NAOS is doing it.
Malinis, Vil. Malinis ang NAOS ngayon. On that retake itself, kita mo naman yung risk na ginagawa ni Blast. Even if may isa sa kanilang nakaltas, he's ready for that refrag. Kita mo naman yung tries coming in on the side of LFO. Even if talagang nagsistruggle sila, alam naman nila how to play it. Kanina, 3-1 din, and something Chowdy didn't expect na meron na kagad sa may backside. So maybe talaga, kailangan lang ng LFO dito is to stick together and ready sila sa mga trades. Dahil yun din yung ginagawa ng NAOS against them. Plus, of course, yung mga counter flashes din sa defending side. So, pero still ngayon, NAOS ang magta-time out pa rin dahil nakita nila meron konting gaps lang naman. Kanina they've been doing it flawlessly. Walang nakukuha sa kanila, walang napipick off ang LFO against them. But right now, it became a 2v2. So maybe NAOS just need to improve it a little bit lang. But as for LFO talaga, dapat hindi na nila to gagawing 9-3. Dapat at least makahabol talaga sila ngayon para hindi sila mahihirapan on the second half.
Sabi ng mga viewers natin, nagugulat sila kasi naliligo ako.
Bakit?
Oh! Meron nga tayo, ito. Meron nga tayong studies. Meron tayong study na post yan ng mga sikat na media outlet sa Pilipinas. Na hindi daw healthy ang maligo araw-araw. Hindi daw healthy. Sa isip-isip ko, buti na lang. Na-joke lang. Nililigo naman ako.
Get out of my way! Kahit pa paano. So,
yung susunod next week na. Yung susunod next week na kasi baka magkasipon ako mahirap. Pero one tap to the face of Exotic right now. NAOS! Really strong start sa game number 1 natin, Ray.
Talagang mga bilisan. Mawawala na ba yung third game first? Pero talaga, Delicious. Nakuha lang si Daxy. Sabi niya, uy, si Asta din pala to. And now we only have 2. Si Chowdy na lang. At si Symbol, waiting for class siguro. Pero pagkatapon gaga ng flash. At least nakapata si Blast. And now Kakarot finally finishes out Symbol. And still, 8-3. Pero feel ko kapag Bill 90 to, baka makahabot na yung LFO talaga eh. Pero knowing how this momentum is onto the side of NAOS, mukhang magiging correct ata si Azuray talaga sa sinasabi niya kanina. NAOS has really improved. Ito nyo naman sa kalibagda ng tournaments before the VCT actually started. So, this team talaga, they're just sticking together with what they have and with their goals. So, talagang abangan natin to. But as for the LFO side, nakita rin naman natin how persevere this team is. Kailangan talaga nila ng konting step up. Maybe make this into an 8-4 the first half.
Yeah. Last round for the first half, what's gonna happen? Are they gonna push it to a 9-3 or probably 8-4? For LFO, medyo shaky pa yung start nila talaga dito sa game mo to. Pero yun nga, nakitang-kita sa CCTV mga kaibigan, nagkapatayan dito sa may sewers. Sewers, hindi sewers, ha? Sewers. Iba kasi ang tawag dyan, sewers eh. Sewers kasi, sew.
Naging English class to Tagalog.
Oh, man. Oh, sewers, hindi sewers, di ba? Ano ang basa mo sa SEW? C? Diba? Top flash of Genesius. To take him down, Jacksimov one tapping the hand of Genesius right now with a Guardian. 9-3 it is. Alam mo ang Guardian sa totoo lang, sobrang
Switching sides.
Sobrang solid na Bren na yan ngayon after the buff. Kasi ano yan, mga first 4 shots, 3 to 4 shots, accurate eh. So solid talaga pang defenders talaga.
Alam mo nang magko-connect kagad yung shots dun eh. Pero ito na nga, 9-3. Still NAOS. Really captivating yung mga audience natin ngayon with how powerful they are sa first half. Pero ito na yung biggest question. Magiging 90 curse ba ito? Or talagang NAOS will still stand sa kanilang tall, enabling them talaga na magkakaroon ng magandang momentum. But here, this LFO, just a little bit of a step up talaga yun ang kailangan na lang. Pero as we change sides, NAOS will just gonna go into C-side. Pero napaganda agad yung ginawang setup dito ni Nexi with all of his utilities. And here is nakakuha na din kagad sila ng information. A lot coming from the asset itself. It's going to be dropping. And the pistol round comes through. Wala pang nababawasan kahit isa. Pero LFO, nakapunta na agad sa season just to protect it. But Nerd is gonna connect.
One enemy remaining. Last enemy remaining.
And it's going to be a 1v1. Hindi mo makakakuha. Simple pa rin. And wala sign. Bill, kapat na ba ito?
Signs of life dito sa side ng LFO. At hindi na sila talaga nagpaka-hold back dito. They know it already. They won that pistol round. And all they gotta do is just secure that second round of the second half.
Player standing. One enemy
Huwag ka na
remaining.
mag-isip, Ben. Magbalik ka na ng Spectre. Secure that second round.
Mas maganda talaga pag may security, di ba?
Oo, syempre.
Oo, di ba?
Oo.
Loko niyo ako eh. Pero, matititi, oops. Okay. Ano lang, konting tutukan lang dito. Diba? Pero saan kayo tumitingin? Saan tumingin sa exotic na saktuhan siya ni Blurred? Oh no! Sign ba to? What? Wala nag-reach na NAOS na, but still gets it. Makakuha din sila ng inspectors kahit pa paano, Bill. That's done. Okay. Nexi, something they didn't expect.
Sinats nag-chat. Kumain na daw ba ako? Huwag kang kanya, huwag kang pa-fall. Marupong ako.
Go to target blocking vision.
Grabe talaga. Buti pa kay Bill si Nats nagpaparamdam, di ba?
Oo. Mapauwo ko talaga dun. Pero ito na. 2v3, medyo bagal ngayon ang ginagawa dito ng NAOS. I mean,
30 seconds left.
That's still a choice. They don't have any specters or whatnot. And kailangan talaga i-one tap itong mga players na to. Kevs, low! Next, binalot sa regalo si Kevs. Happy birthday, bossing!
Happy New Year!
Gusto ko yung baril niya. Alam mo yung una, medyo nag-iisip ako, maganda ba yan? Pero, na-realize ko na okay lang din, yung Blast
X. Ito ba
X.
singularity na Sheriff or yung Blast X? Yung Blast X.
Yeah, yung Blast X na na Spectre. Iba na yung ano natin eh, no? Yung score sheet natin. Iba na yung itsura. Dati kasi nakikita yung skin, di ba?
Oo.
Pero ngayon hindi na. Yung silhouette na lang.
Ano na lang guys, sasabihin na lang namin kung ano
Alam mo ba?
Ano yun?
Alam mo ba? May inaway ako sa Valorant PH dati. Nagbebenta ng tournament account, di ba? Men, kapal na mukha.
Shoutout nga pala kay Aso Ray na nanonood dito. Ayan. Sabi niya dito, yes, say my name, Ray Ray. Creepy ka. Shoutout nga pala kay Aso. Sino naghihiwa ng kilay mo kanina? Nagsunog ka ba yung kilay? Literal. Sinunog ba ba yan? Pero still, full buy na nga para sa side ng NAOS nga ba just make this into a 10-5 and not the 9 figures na pinag-uusapan natin kanina? Or still, LFO still stand strong? Maybe talagang mas best defense nila ngayon ay nasa defending side. Pero just picking up some information sa side ng NAOS. Pero ito nakakid yung sign to just stick together. Go into C side. Walang pa problema. And just plan to strike for that post-plant positioning.
We're just looking for some tags here. Kakarot with that spike being planted right na. Pero nga lang yung alam na nakasabay yung mga players dito ng nakas mga kaibigan. But Chowdy will be falling to the hands of GDs right now. Symbol. Magkoconnect ba yung shock dart na yan? I think not. Nexi. Pwede siya makakuha dito ng isang kill lang if ever meron pumunta dito sa Mirages. But yung nga na exotic mga kaibigan, kaya ba nilang i-retake to? The clock is ticking already. Kailangan nila pumakang sabay-sabay. But G-Nations that will do the job! But last with a 2K! And, man, hirap na makabangon dito yung LFO din talaga. Pero wala silang choice. Kailangan nilang makabawi. Well, this is the third round. Alam din nila na talagang in terms of firepower, in terms of everything mga kaibigan, utility-wise, talagang lamang dito ang NAOS. Pero, wala nabawi ng NAOS, but here in the next round, ito ang tunay na bangbang mga kaibigan. Tunay na gun round. And for Genius sa kay Blurred, they need to make the most out of that Bulldogs.
Ito na kailangan na gawin yun. And kapag nakita mo, mirror matchup to, pero nakita mo kung sino talaga yung nagkakaroon ng malaking step up sa kanilang mga team. So this is really just something for both NAOS and LFO to take some through it. And at the same time, very first match pa lang to Vil, yet napakainit pa rin. Although NAOS talaga still standing strong, this is the match, this is the round na talagang magiging para sa kanila na to, maybe tong mapang to kapag nakuha pa nila. But on the other side, LFO still standing strong. Sino kayo unang magpapabawas? Saudi is gonna get through. Makatamaan ni Blurred and makakapagkuha pa nga siya ng Flamestormer just because of that kill. Setting up targets sa D-side, clearing out everything. Very exotic. Saves the day. He goes for the 3K. And biglang nawala yung momentum ng NAOS going into B-side as Exotic talaga takes 3 members of NAOS.
Exotic doing the job done into the hands of LFO.
30 seconds
Kevs and Gelicious. Kaya ba nila makabawi dito? The Ace is actually waving for the side of Exotic, pero yun nga lang, kaya ba niyang gawin yun? Merong tao dito sa may gitna mga kaibigan, which is si Kevs. Shocker not gonna connect onto Exotic right now. He knows kung nasan ba, pero yung Kevs
10 seconds
with that flick. Well, take down one, pushing at that 2v2. Simple with the kill again, revealing the angle, revealing the possession of Kevs, my vegan. LFO will defuse that spike. 6-10. Is this gonna be a 9-3 curse? Ito ba ang pagbangon ng api? Makakabawi ba ang LFO dito? Uy, ganda.
Dahil ito na maybe yung oras. Ay, ang cute ng ano, Winter Wonderland. And just it, bumabawi kahit papano ang LFO. Kita mo naman how Exotic really did that. That's already a sign ng NAOS confirming that round, making it maybe into 11-5. Pero with just 3K, ready ang LFO to take things through. And that's really something sa nila. You have that duelist such as Exotic really getting it together. And this is already a big sign na maybe talagang magiging 10-10 pa kaya to, with LFO really bringing out yung kanilang potential. But as for NAOS, kailangan lang talaga nila to watch out every angle, to watch out this setup on the attacking side. Rather, on the attacking side nila, and how LFO just tries to secure every round as much as possible. Kasi kapag na-lose nila to, possibly mag-iiko sila on the next round, and NAOS talaga, they'll just capitalize it and make this into a match point already.
Ay, hindi possibly. Mag-iiko talaga sila. Laso ng pero.
Walang araw ay wala pa.
Walang araw ay, man. Bear market eh. Pero ito na. 50 seconds in. Nagpapakiramdaman lang sila. Blurred. Na-starteran na nga. walang matatamaan yung Recon Bolt dito. Pero yun nga lang, ito na. Ang long kadog ni Kebs mga kaibigan will deny that lockdown of Nexi. Pero this is the answer of Symbol. Kakarot low on HP. Shadow with a 1-2-1. Blade will swing. Let's see if every single moment in the that is a really great spray. Coming in from Blade. But Exotic with a 2K onto that Blade Storm. Delicious 1v1 with a great one. But Nexi will win that team fight again. And will defuse that spike.
LF. Oh, those retakes, ang linis-linis din, Vil.
Omsim. Linis par. Hindi ito ito kasi yun. Ito yung parang sagot talaga eh. If ever mag-retake kayo, always remember na sabay-sabay kayo dapat pumasok. Kasi if ever nag-isa-isa kayo, men para kayo nag-audition. Hindi naman to Valorant Got Talent. Kaya kailangan sabay-sabay kayong pumasok. Para syempre maguluhan yung kalaban nyo kung saan ba kami titingin. At saka bago mag-retake yung mga yan, alam nila kung saan titingin eh. Yung tipong nasa heaven pa lang siya, o sige bababa ako, tapos biglang supers ako titingin. Alam mo yun? Planado na talaga kung saan yung position nila if ever. Pero dito, walang pera ang NAOS. This is gonna be an 8-10. Possibly.
Unless we have a game changer for NAOS still. Exotic gets flirt. Sumunod si Kakarot. Sino ang susunod na mabibiktima na ngayon? Nakaabangan dalawa. Pero sabi nila, we need to be safe this time around. Take out some of the stars. Pero naghihintay pa rin si Kev. And he gets Exotic. Dahil low on HP na rin siya kaagad. Wala na rin ka-armor. But he was able to take down 2 side na NAOS. But remember, sabi mo nga, Vil, it's going to be an 10-8. Most probably unless may magagawa si Blast dito sa may B site.
30 seconds in. Paano ang gagawin na entry dito ng
30 seconds left.
Players ng NAOS? Kompleto eh, no? Initiator, controller, and sentinel. Lahat na. Nagkarinigan na nga. Pero hindi sila sure. Baka mag-garage, baka mag-C. But Nexi, really strong double pick dito na ginawa ng NAOS mga kaibigan, the Draximo onto that corner. Operator secured into the hands of LFO. Gun round ulit. Kailangan manalo ng NAOS dito. If ever hindi nanalo ng NAOS dito, wala na naman silang pera next round. Ganoon naman talaga yan, guys. Save kayo una, save kayo, then bye. Paikot-ikot na lang yan. Ano yung ginawa ni Exotic? Sobrang risky move doon. Men, nagkamali si Exotic doon, sa totoo lang. Alam mo kung saan?
Saan?
Pagka unang kill niya ng operator, nag-dash siya paharap. Sakit ko yun. Dapat hindi paharap.
Oh, no, timing si Nexi gets to
Spike down.
For the guild issues, di ba? Ready naman sila with those favorable traits. And nakapasok sila kagad papuntang sa E-site. Pero nga lang, Blurred, he needs to be safe dyan. Kakarot is just gonna be back on track. But this retake itself, kailangan to ng LFO just to be able to make this into a tie. Kaso nga lang, sa side ng NAOS, alam mo na nasa pabor na nila. All those angles, naghihintay na lang sila this time around, Vil.
Revealing eh. Kaya nga lang, it will be denied. May Kakarot, mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, Delicious, napakaganda ng angle naman talaga. Pero nga lang, shout out at the head of Delicious right now. Recon Bolt, pero wala ng oras si Symbol. At ito na ang pagbangon ng NAOS, mga kaibigan.
Close match pa rin.
At least nanalo sila dito. Pero alam mo kung anong problema nila?
Anong problema nila? Yun
pera
na
ulit. Pera na naman ang problema dito ng ng NAOS. 3 ang namatay sa kanila. But LFO, men, mayaman yung mga yan. Ang dami silang pera dito for NAOS. They need to win this para lang at least for them to secure that match point already.
They've been very consistent. Both of them, lalo na sa kills na din ngayon, bumabawi na rin ng LFO. Pero nakita nyo naman, paano kaya nag-work yung KO? Well, they're just really helping with those splashes, with those setups. Pero with the trades naman, if you need them the most, at Shawty together with Kakarot, they're able to do that. Pero ka lang, Exotic, he'll be out of it. Sabi niya, hindi ko na i-risk ito. But as for now, was magiging successful ba kagad ang kanilang pagpunta sa may A-site? Ready na din kasi ang kanilang Cosmic Divide, the Blade Storm itself, plus Blast with that lockdown. So maybe it's just gonna be an ultimate setup just to be able na makuha nila yung match point kagad against LFO. Pero LFO, syempre alam naman natin, hindi magpapatinig ang mga to. Chowdy's also ready with that ultimate. Pero as they first right to sa side ng NAOS papuntang garage, ito na ba ang oras talaga na gusto nila i-confirm to against LFO? Pero Nexty, it's just handling everything.
Spike
Here's
down,
with the two
C.
players, Jaxi with the refrag.
Blurred, parang langaw na lumipad. Yun nga ng Jaximov to end your life right now. 4v2 situation, Gelicious and for Kevs, medyo mahirap to. But wala silang choice. They need to win this team fight. 1v4 mga and Gelicious with a kill onto Jaximov.
I have this fight.
Pero kaya pa ba niyang gawin to? 1v3 but Chowdy. Di naman. Out na. 9-11. Lumalaban ng LFO. They have the experience, they have the achievements, and all they're gonna do is just prove them worthy. They need to prove themselves. They need to prove us as well. Na talagang sila pa rin yung players na hinahangaan natin since last year. May nahuli kong custom Valorant last year.
Namin.
Na-realize ko? Oo. May promise. Nakamiss din eh.
Nakakamiss sa mga audience natin, oy.
Oh, yung mga nanonood, miss ka na kayo. Miss you, be.
Yan, salamat nga pala sa mga nanonood. 3K, oh! Grabe naman, first day agad, 3K na. Napaka-supportive talaga ng community natin. Pero here is the biggest question ngayon. NAOS, di nga talaga nag-pay through. Pero Exotics just handing everything. Next, nakabawas na kaagad. Kahit pa paano nakuha na ng information. Ilan ba ang mag-burst right through sa NAOS papuntang B-site? And I think this is going to be a close game once again. Maybe 11-10 unless we mag-biging step up sa NAOS dahil sa Exotic lang. Pinapa-audition!
Spike down mid.
Silang katamaan ko. 4v2 Exotic! With that up! Gelicious na naman ang nag-iisa. Sentinels of Light na sheriff, mga kaibigan. Gusto ko ito. Exotic. 3K on that operator. Kinuha ba niya? Kinuha ba niya?
Kinuha niya.
Yung sheriff or stick pa rin siya sa shorty?
Kinuha niya ata eh. Alam po, kinuha niya eh.
Tingnan mo naman, tingnan mo yun.
Spike down mid.
Yung ginawa ni, yung ginawa ni Exotic, kahit nakita lang niya yung siko ni Sova. Siko lang ni Sova yung nakita niya. And alam naman niya na wall bangable. Yung pillar na yun. Ladies and gentlemen, sasabihin ko na sa inyo, tulad nga na sinabi ni Asoray, all walls are bangable.
Hanggang ngayon, hindi na makakalimutan.
Hindi na mawawala yan. Lahat ng walls pwedeng i-wall bang.
Dahil ang Valorant ay ang tunay na
bang.
Tignan mo si Nomad, diba?
Si Nomad! Taksil sa bayan. Taksil sa bayan, men. Dati Tagalog kasi lumipat sa English, di ba? Taksil sa bayan.
Para si Taylor last year. Diba?
Sino yun?
Ay, hindi mo kilala. Sorry.
Ay, na walang kasab dito. Yan si Taylor ba? Yan. Tagal ko na hindi nakikita yan. Taylor, kung naririnig mo to, pitikin mo ang baso.
Ayaw. Shoutout nga pala. At shoutout din kay Super MJ. Ito na.
Oo. Shoutout nga pala kay Super MJ.
Shoutout dito.
You want to play?
Napakagandang flash dito na nakita sa Exotic ko rin nga na kaya makakuha dito ng kill. Pero it's just Draximov just waiting behind the placement inside that smoke will take down Tree, will shut down the players of NAOS, and probably will secure that 11-11. Blast and Gilly is the only man remaining for the side of NAOS right now, but Blast will deny Chalby again and again the 3v2. Sobrang solid ng posisyon ni Drax, mga kaibigan. Smoke niya, pumasok sa loob ng smoke niya. Easy. 3 agad na nakuha niya. ROI, men.
Swarm grenade out.
Kilita na ROI. Pero tignan natin kung pwede pa pang makagawa ng paraan dito. Si Plus, tsaka si Jilicious. Ano yung mga risky plays talaga. You know that Drax is just able to get that. But as for NAOS, yung spike naman, nasa kamay ni Blast. So, still, i-risk na nila to. It's just now or never. Nakuha na nga the information natin sila. You're just gonna be bringing up. Oops, hindi na rin natuloy. Kailangan talaga, sinashock to guard pa sila. But Nexi, pinaglalaroan nila. Time pressure pa sa side ng NAOS this time around. At kailangan na tumakbo, bailing out of it. Might go to A, might go to B. Pero alam na lakad na. Kaso save na lang, sabi nila.
Wala silang oras, save na lang din talaga to. Like what I've said kanina, wala silang pera next round. Adi, ay
wala na.
Walang oras.
Wala na, save na lang, save na. 11-11.
Alam mo ba, if ever sumama si Blast doon, dire-diretso sa may oras na sana eh. Pero yun nga lang, yung iisipin nila is yung economy nila. Si Blast at saka si Jilicious, sila yung anchor for this round. Walang pera ang NAOS. Kasi if ever nag-full save ang NAOS ngayon, my God, GG yan. So, nakadepende ang NAOS dun sa dalawang player nila na may barrel. They need to make it really worthy. Game 1 pa lang, sweaty na. My God.
Wala akong sinabi ha.
Ito Ray Rakers, mga kaibigan.
First game pa lang. First agad. Pero ito na nga, mangiipit lang ngayon. Ang LFO. So, sabi niya, kung mag-lockdown ako din, sabay tayo. Kaso nga lang, Blurred still very confident, although madidetain siya, hindi rin siya makukuha kagad ng LFO and Kakalat goes for the plan. Pero here this, may mga players na detain kaliwat kanan. Pero mas maganda gawin ang NAOS ngayon just to play it really passively, plus all those utilities na itatapon nila sa mismong spike. Pero Nexi, may pag-asa pa to, 4v4 pa ang sagok para sa pareha sa teams na to. Or still, LFO will be able to counter this. Hindi nga lang nag-hit yung kanya shots. And now, it's going to be 2v2. Pero what will NAOS do? Symbol goes for a defuse, pero idedali lang ni Blast ngayon. Good timing. Symbol still, di niya bibitawan.
Ito na. She's gonna use that
clutch
Hunter's Fury just to save that round, mga kaibigan.
match point.
And that is the ROG clutch.
Alam mo, may nakita ko ano daw, makakita siya na magsasabi. And ito na nga.
Shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Eric Balmonte, mga kaibigan. Uulitin ko, yung napanood natin is the ROG clutch. Ayos ba?
Ayos yun. Ito.
Shoutout nga pala sila Jo Marie.
Ayos. Shoutout sa'yo, Jo Marie. Sana masaya ka. Pero ito na nga, 12-12 pa. Magkakaroon ba tayo ng puno pa lang OT agad? Or still, 13-11 in favor of NAOS this time around. Walang. If Bird gets one, pwede niya i-unleash ang kanang Blade Storm. But as for the other side naman, may ready pang kagad dito with that Cosmic Divide. Maybe for a retake and Symbol, kung makakapitas din siya ng isa. And just NAOS, sobrang kailangan nila maging careful talaga. If they just really want to make this, ito 13-11, syempre, Bill.
Get out of my way.
Well, napakatama na nangyayari dito mga Mercedes. Nag-aantay lang, pero kill one to the head! 3v2! Tatapusin na ba ng NAOS ang game na to? Nakadepende kay Symbol and Exotic. They know exactly, well, wala silang idea kung nasan ba exactly, pero yun nga lang, at least na-suppress dito yung isang player ng LFO, and so up to Symbol and Kakarot with a 3K 1-0 in favor of NAOS Esports.
Grabe, kanina, the 9-3 Chris, totoo nga siya. Pero nga, looking at both of these teams, alam naman natin na magiging equal ang kanilang matchup. And look at NAOS celebrating the first win here in the very first match natin between them two. And tatandaan nyo, this is a best of 3. So medyo may pag-asa pa rin ang LFO. And malay nyo, magkaka-game 3 tayo just to be able to secure ang kanilang points dito sa ating group stage.
Yeah, and dito naman yan sa game number 1 natin. To be honest, I really miss casting Valorant tournaments, man. I mean, not kidding, I swear to God. Pero dito ngayon sa game number 2, tignan natin if ever mag-1-1 ba yung mga players natin. Because to be honest, they can. I mean, nahabol from 9-3 to 13-11. Anything is possible. Tulad nga na pag-usapan natin kanina, nung nakita natin yung mga brackets, so nakita natin yung group stage, so nakita natin yung mga teams, it's really hard for us to predict on who's gonna win each game. Because it's just sobrang lakas nila pareho eh. Parang ito na ata yung stage na sobrang hirap malaman kung sino ba talaga ang mas angat, sino ang mas sikat. Malalaman natin pag nag-face off na sila sa isang mapa.
And and this is just how talagang ina-expect natin parehas sa teams na to. Pero I'd just like to say, Nexy talaga anchoring aside, but also we have Bren talaga with those first frags, everything talaga yung meron para sa kanya. And I think that was side talaga yung kanilang defending sobrang powerful. And I just gotta give it also sa LFO, yung defending side ngayon ng mga teams sa Havenville, naging game changer talaga, especially with that KO, that double initiator talaga, yung naging actually mapakagandang advantage for both of the teams. And to be honest, this is a close one, 13-11.
Yeah, sobrang lapit ng mga scores natin, pero itong sa highlights natin mga kaibigan, ito pinaka-explosive. Yun no, umpisa pa lang may na-barbecue na agad.
Kitang-kita mo yung gigil.
Men, yung dalawang players ng NAOS, ginawang shawarma ni Exotic. Si Exotic yun, di ba? O tama si Exotic. Ginawang shawarma, bes. Sabi shawarma?
Shawarma. Gutom ka na ba?
Oo. Sa true lang.
Pero no, talagang grabe si Exotic. Grabe yung parehas na jet ng mga teams natin. Sobrang confident nila. Plus how both of these teams play. Careful at the same time. Very keen. Mga retakes, mga setups coming from their attacking side. Pero yun sa defending talaga nila, yung sobrang naging eye-opener. Lalong-lalo na sa atin and of course sa mga audience natin ngayon.
Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who's gonna win these amazing matches, man. And to be honest, pwede pang ma-push game number 3. Meron nga tayong kasabihan mga kaibigan na tinatawag na Ray-Rakers, na lahat ng games ay umabot ng game 3, minsan OT pa. Pero tingnan natin if mangyayari ba yan dito sa first best of 3 series. Once again, this is the Valorant Challengers Tour day number 1, stage 1, at marami pang pwedeng mangyari ngayong araw na to. Pero before that, we're just gonna head on to a very, very short break. Once again, my name is Phil, alongside me is Ray. See you later.
turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know
Hello guys, what's up? And still, nandito pa rin kayo sa Ultimate VCT 2022. Ako si Rain at syempre, kasama ko si Vil at kami pa rin ang magkakas syempre sa pinakaunang game. At nakita kagad natin yung powerful LFO together with NAOS with a 13-11. And ang daming storylines kagad nakita lang natin based sa mga pinaggagawa ng each member of the teams.
Yeah, for sure. And itong nakita natin ngayon sa mga teams natin talaga, ano pa lang to, intro pa lang to sa mga pwede pang mangyari sa mga susunod na araw. Once again, isang buong taon natin gagawin to mga kaibigan. So, kami ulit yung maririnig nyo, syempre, isang buong taon na naman, alam ko. Sensya na kayo, kung nagsasawa na kayo, edi, na naman kami magagawa nun. Pero yun pero at least, di ba, yung mga players natin ngayon, kitang-kita natin talaga yung improvement nila. Sobrang nagbago na talaga yung mga gameplay sa mga players natin. And syempre, ang pinaka-interesting dyan is yung pag-change ng meta. Kung napapansin nyo, this is Haven, ladies and gentlemen. And napapansin natin na if ever you're gonna play in Haven, a Sky is a must. A Sustain is a must. Pero in the list nila yun, walang Sage, walang Sustain, walang Sky. Why not put KO instead? And that is the thing na ginawa ng dalawang teams natin ngayon. So, itong mga meta changes talaga na nangyayari all the time. Hindi naman minsan lang yung pag-change, pag-nerf and pag-buff ng mga skills and whatnot. I mean, talagang nangyayari yan lagi. Talagang sobrang bilis mag-adapt ng mga teams natin ngayon. And you're actually really proving that they really want to be on the biggest stage of all, which is the Valorant Champions. Which is, kayo magalala, Pilipinas naman ang mananalo dun eh.
Papunta kagad sa APAC region, SEA kagad. Actually, hindi lang SEA, dapat PH Supremacy. Tatlo kagad yung teams natin papuntang Champions or Masters, syempre. And guys, talaga nakakatuwa na kanina I've been really observing yung mga teams natin. Usually dati, yung anchor holds talaga, hindi mo may kita sa mga ibang games. May kind of consistent, may sometimes hindi talaga nagiging consistent. Pero ngayon talaga, may kita mo na nagiging malaking problema lang isang player at hindi lang sometimes sentinel, kundi yung mga duelists, lalong-lalo na sa defending side. All I thought, I'm gonna be sobrang magulat ako sa attacking ng mga teams natin ngayon with that double initiator. Pero ngayon talaga sa defending yung malaking stronghold. The 9-3 curse actually it worked. Akala pa natin mag-OT, pero naging 11-11 nga. Actually, winnable pa yon sa side ng LFO to make that into an overtime. Pero NAOS talaga sobrang linis na nila mag-work even if pinapahirapan sila ng LFO dun sa finisher round na yon.
Yeah, that's true. Pero dito sa game number 2, magkakaalaman na talaga kung makakabawi na ang mga players dito ng LFO. Kasi, once again, I mean, NAOS, this is parang former Hindi parang, pero sila yung former UCFC. And for the side of LFO, mga kaibigan, is 3 from SV Empire, syempre yung 2 bago. And pwede natin sabihin na ang LFO ngayon bagong luma. Sila yung bagong luma namin. Bagong team, bagong buong team, pero mga lumang players. Hindi, sa mapakinggan, diba? Sinabihan sila like sila luma. Hindi naman. Tropa yung mga yan naman. Pero ito na, on to our second game of the day. Here and Blind. Magkakaharapan na ulit. I mean, to be honest, ito ang pinaka-solid na drafting phase, mga kaibigan. Kasi if ever may nag-pick, magkikita talaga yung agents dyan sa gilid. Solid.
Oh, I love yung double
mahal
controller.
Ka ba?
Oo, mahal ako. Ikaw ba?
Okay.
Mahal na tayo.
Angas ng mga tayo.
Ano yan? Gangsta. Mahal natin. Ayun na. Gangsta.
Ito pala, grabe naman.
Sino mas lamang, sino mas sikat. Face off.
Face off dito eh. Pero alam mo ba ito? Guys, ito. Hear me. Bawat agent merong distinct na footstep. Alam niyo yan. Lalong-lalo na pag may breach. Si breach ang pinaka-distinct na footstep of them all. Kasi pag tumatakbo si breach, parang may kadena. Legit yun.
Ang bigat ng dala-dala.
Legit yun. Merong, bawat agent is may distinct na footstep. Ang pinaka-distinct lang talaga yung kay breach. Real talk yun. Yung mga mabibigat, yung mga mabibigat, si Brimstone, si Breach, kakampi mo. Yung mga yun. Kaduo mo. Ano yun?
At here it is. A lot of these lineups talaga. Kita nyo naman, start muna tayo sa LFO. We have Sova, we have That Sky, tapos Viper, then Astra, then Grace. Sa side ng NAOS naman, the usual default pair double initiator like a Breach together with Sova, Blast with that Killjoy, Delicious with that Astra, and we have Blurred with the Raze. Usually dati nakikita natin double dual spirito. I'm so excited kung paano ba magkakaroon ng magandang setups ang LFO. And will it actually work against NAOS? Lots of counters kagad sa unang round pa lang. Yet, sino kaya ngayon na magkakaroon naman ng napakalaking advantage against each other? Pero this pistol is on the go. And mukhang careful pa rin ang NAOS on their attacking side.
Here we go on to the second game of the day. Sa tingin mo ba, Rere? Kasama kita. Third game ba to?
Sana hindi. Iwan na natin sa 2021.
Ang Re-Rakers ba mapupunta sa 2022 or hindi? Pero ito, I mean, Chowdy, magandang flash ang ginawa na dito, pero yung nga ng blast! Together with the Blurred, really great entry, destroying Chowdy again. I mean, not again, but agad dito sa hook. But, yung dalawang players ng LFO, they actually stuck dito sa may backside. The blast with 2K already. Simple will fall down to the hands of Kakarot again. Next si mga kaibigan, can he do that big clutch? But Kevs gonna deny that 1-0 in favor of NAOS. Pero ito I mean, like what you've said, Ray, sabi mo is you really love the double controller setup ng LFO because if ever you're gonna play here and bind, ang pinaka-importante is ang smoke. Ito ang mapa na talagang sobrang may enjoy mo ang smoke, mga kapatid. Kung hindi dalawa, gawin mo ng 3 yung controller mo.
Last player
Pero alam mo naman, it takes a lot of practice. Pero alam mo yun?
Tapos, pag gagalaw ka, tumingin ka na lang sa minimap mo kasi wala ka nang makikita.
Lagay mo pa ng Brimstone tong LFO, no? Wala na talaga. Pero that's something talaga. Para sa LFO, tignan natin if magiging workable din sa side ng NAOS. Pero kayo NAOS, they are able to get at least 1. Kita mo naman yung mga coming from that bridge, it's able to cut out those corners. Talaga, maybe try and get some, at least 1 controller out of LFO and magiging okay ang NAOS doon. Pero ngayon pa lang, unang up. Second round pa lang, technical pause na kagad. Pero ito na nga, we're back on track. And let's see if ma-counter pa rin ba ng LFO ngayon ng NAOS or still NAOS will start it with a 2-round difference against LFO.
Yeah. I mean, dito ngayon sa NAOS, isa ako na sila ng first kill here, but that classic won't save you. Yung sabi ng NAOS ngayon, Blurred can be really aggressive on towards showers, but Symbol, pinakain ng right click sa mukha. Oh! Oh my God! Saan ka pupunta dun, man? Hindi mo alam kung saan ka dadaan. May aftershock sa kanan. Tapos may shock dart na papunta sa'yo. Paano?
Lahat-lahat na ang mangyayari ay nahanapin ng mala. They know yung advantage nila. And knowing ito si Exotic, okay, nahanap na siya ngayon. Alam na namin and just gonna be connecting all those utilities, all those shots, and now still gets it 2-0 in favor of them. Pero here it is. Well, now mako-continue ba nila 3-0 or LFO talaga? Kita naman natin that usually sa mga first few rounds, di talaga sila nanalo ng pistol in the second round. Pero nga lang, kapag humabol sila, they're eager to it. Kanina nga 13-11 eh. So hindi posible sa LFO na medyo mag-warm up lang ng konti. And finally, kapag naging comfortable na sila, makakuha na nga sila and maybe destroy this momentum na meron ng NAOS na idala nila coming in from the very first game.
Yeah. Meron na kaming inayos na mabilis. Pero the players of L4 right now, I mean, they have the firepower, they have the advantage, so kailangan talaga nila manalo dito. Pero in terms of pag-uumpisa ng laro, at least NAOS starting it really great. Really good. Pero ang tanong is, kaya ba nilang gawing consistent ito? It's all to the consistency, man. I mean, sobrang ganda ng simula, pero syempre dapat gawin mo consistent. Yung mga tipong sa umpisa, ang sweet mo.
Sakto Valentine.
Tipong sa umpisa ang sweet mo, hinahatid mo, binibigyan mo ng chocolates. Alam mo yun? Tapos pag kayo na, wala na. Pag kayo na, good night na lang, wala nang I love you, be? Wala nang ganon? Sa umpisa lang?
Marami ganon sa umpisa lang.
Oo, dapat consistent tayo, di ba?
Oo.
Yan.
Kapag paano consistent?
Oo, dapat kung 5 taon na kayo, dapat sweet ka pa rin. Hindi yung simula ka lang magaling. Pero eto na. Yung mga players ng LFO ngayon, and alam ng players ng NAOS kung nasan ba si Nexi for sure. That wall, I'm not gonna connect out to these players, but Void will be tagging out these players again. Gelicious, 3K onto that Bulldog, mga kaibigan. Chowdy, the only man remaining with that Sky, all towards CT. Are they gonna push Chowdy or not? Hindi na lang daw, pas na. Safe side, man. I mean, sobrang safe ng play ng NAOS ngayon. They know it already. Na baka pag nag-push sila yung lugi.
Oh,
yan ang sinasabi ko, di ba? Tignan mo, ilan na napatay sa kanila? Dalawa rin yun. Dalawang Vandal din na nawala sa kanila.
Mga bagay na mahirap ilaban, lalo na pag lugi ka. And kita mo how NAOS is very careful talaga with how they move. Kanina nakita nga natin they're attacking, they're kind of aggressive talaga. Once na makuha sila ng one pick off, it's already the time. Pero dito talaga they're really slow dahil nga inaabangan nila eh. Andun ba yung itatapon ni Daxi together with Nexi sa kanila here in their double controller setup? And hopefully, maging comfortable nga sila para doon. But as for the side of LFO, this could have been a 2-1. Pero nga lang, just because of those pick-offs, pag nauna si Jaxi na talagang bumagsak together with maybe Exotic or Chowdy, it's gonna be over for them. And LFO, kailangan na itong time at pag-uusapan lang, paano nga ba ulit natin mag-work yung setup na to against NAOS, especially dito sa NAOS na they have that bridge really being a game changer. But let's see, if makakuha nga sila ng thrifty or maybe talagang NAOS still wants to tell them na they have the momentum sa pinakaunang half pa lang sa bind.
Inaantay lang din natin dito yung momentum shift na pwedeng gawin ng LFO. Pero for NAOS, I mean, ituloy-tuloy lang nila to. So, the consistency na gagawin nila dito sa tuloy-tuloy na pagkapanalo. Pero yung next thing! Men, one hit delete. Yan ang nangyari kay Gelicious dito. Showstopper not gonna tag anyone. 3v4. They need to make the most out of all these sheriffs na meron sila.
Uy! Uy! Kung maraming one-tap ngayon, bilisan na ulit tumutok, pero si Blast, hinahanap lang ang mga miyembro ng LFO. And I think that's just it. Chowdy tries to get it, but Blast with a 3K. NAOS still confirms this. 4-0 na nga. At mukhang talagang on fire ang NAOS to get this right through. But as for LFO, kailangan lang talaga ang wanting step up. And maybe, malay nyo mamaya, makakapag-anchor na talaga na sobrang tindi si Draxi together with Nex. And ina-expect natin because of that double controller setup sila. Pero kasi, good as Sentinel na din yan with how kita nyo naman yung mga utilities, especially with the Astra, di ba?
May naalala ako.
Ano yan? Naalala mo, Seb?
Sabi ng kaibigan ko, ang tawag daw pag maraming sheriff. Sorry, nabaliw. Kaibigan ko talaga na yun eh. Si Taylor yun, guys. Joke lang. Joke lang. Alagpag sa papag, mga kaibigan. Embol will be falling down into the hands of NS. 3v3. They have the ability. They have the firepower.
No one
Exotic. Really clean retake. Piso ang natira kay Exotic dito. Maganda. I mean, kung napapansin mo, Rhea, from a really aggressive duelist to a safe play initiator. Yun ang ginawa ni Exotic ngayon. And for Nexi, from Sentinel to Controller. Ganun naman talaga yung mga players din natin eh. Hindi naman kung ano yung ginamit nila ng game number 1 is hindi rin gagamitin nila ng game number 2. No. They need to adjust it. It's gonna depend sa play ng team nyo if ever. And before naman kayo mag-start, alam niyo naman kung attacker kayo o defender. Hindi naman kayo magkakahulaan yan eh. So, planado na yan before pa mag-start yung game. Before pa i-hit yung start game na yan sa custom lobby.
Ba't parang galit ka?
No, galit.
Ano? Delicious, naabutan na nila kagad. Pero sabi ni Delicious, kailangan natin mabilisan na kagad. But at least, Blurred will be able to get right through here sa halls. Mabilis ang opener lang just because of that push sa mayong. But, nakita na kagad ng NAOS yung magiging butas and loophole ng LFO this time around. Pero on this counter, ano kaya ang mangyayari next? Pero kala na-reveal siya, pupuntahan kagad siya ni Blurred. Magkikitaan sila. Wala yung Viper Split. Pero ito na, Aspas to Aspas. Mga Cosmic Divide ka na nakita natin. Pero Kakarot still gets it. Pero si Exotic, madedefuse siya ba to or hindi? Oh no!
Hindi siya tinatandaan! Smoke grenade! Draxi mo, mga kaibigan!
Last player standing.
Huwag na... Ay, hindi pa si Draxi mo yun. Sorry. Si Exotic pala yung nag-diffuse. But still, hindi tinatamaan yung players ng LFO ng Swarm Grenade ni Killjoy. Masyadong sexy si Exotic tsaka si Nexi.
Na mali yung line-up.
Oo, men. Konting usog pa sa kanan sana.
Nagkakaroon sa iba pala na
konting kembot na lang eh.
Sayang. Yung pala na sana.
Hindi na nabawasan na ata yung pectus nung pagbato. Napulsuan eh. Sayang.
Oh, at least sa Blur talaga, successful siya when it comes to the first frags talaga usually, and he makes really a lot of openers. Pero nga lang, NAOS lumalaban ang ating ayun, nasipsop si Sibol. Pupuntahan siya kagad ngayon, pero nakuha pa siya ng isa. And last, nakakapag-trade off lang, 1 of V3. Will this be a Nexi sexy clutch? Or talagang NAOS pa rin will still stand strong, making this into a 5-2.
Spike planted.
Makikita natin yan. Kilalang natin si Nexi. Malakas siya mag-clutch dito. Are we gonna see an ROG clutcher? Delicious! 5-2 indeed, mga kaibigan. And it's just the momentum lang din talaga ng NAOS na binubuhos nila sa LFO. Really great matches. Solid matches.
Pero as for LFO, habol din naman sila. Just a little bit naman din talaga. Di dapat nila pababayaan yung each round na hinahandle nila against the NAOS. Biruin mo, NAOS talaga, they're connecting and Blurred, really successful. First frag, first openers talaga. But as for LFO, take those risky plays. Nahabol naman nila kanina kahit paano sa Haven. And when it comes to Bind, isa din to sa mga mapa na kayang-kaya mag-shift ng momentum. But Delicious tries to pick at least isa dito sa may short. But NAOS still wants to perfectly disguise themselves here in pots. Nakakuha na kagad ng rinig ang LFO kung saan ba sila magpupush. And na-flash na nga. So it is a sign for them to push right through. Nagsabay-sabay sila. Maganda ang tunog ng musika ng NAOS ngayon. Dahil si Symbol na lang ang natitira together with Nexi. And Nexi na lang going up against 5 as they want to make this into a flawless round for NAOS.
Nexi ulit. Nag-iisa lang siya dito, all the way from CT. And nanap siya magagawa. Ay, shouldn't go, save niya ang classic. Yeah, I mean, kung meron sanang baril dun, why not? Pero wala talaga eh. Talagang literal na kunin at tanggapin ang alay na ito. Yan ang sabi ni Nexi. Kunin nyo na ako. Hindi na ako lalaban. Ako na mismo ang magpaparaya.
Ay, magpaparayan sila dito. Uy! Uy, kawawa naman sa Exotic. Maraming pinapon. Buto nakataka siya. Pero sino ba yan? Ngayon, ni Exotic, makakabawas, yes. Stalker is gonna go down, pero sinalunan lang. Nagpasabog showstopper din. Sino ba yan? Parang paint shot, pero Simple magta-timing. He gets 2. Sino next na mag-audition? At least Kebs with a refrag. And ngayon, LFO, bumabawi. Just because of Exotic, talaga, nainipit ang mga taga-NAOS sa may bilong. Oh, gets ko na. Hunter's Fury! Sinusundan si Daximov, mga kaibigan! Ng long katog ni Kebs. 2v2 situation right now, Nexi. Just hiding inside that smoke. 45 seconds left. Marami pa lang time dito. Pero mabawi yung LFO if ever. Pero nga lang, Kebs, we're gonna get that kill. But Kebs, tamang pre-fire lang ba kasi meron tao dito sila may loob na smoke, mga kaibigan. Pero kailangan mo na i-clear ito. But Delicious with that flick! Take down Nexi, 2-7. And still, momentum it is. Wala naman pera ang I mean, hindi naman enough yung pera kanina ng LFO. But still, paikot-ikot na lang sila eh. I mean, save then buy. Then walang pera, save then buy. Then magkakaroon ng bonus na credits dahil sa lose streak. Then paikot-ikot lang ulit. I mean, ano ang adjustment or change na pwedeng gawin ng LFO dito? Ano ang pwede nilang gawin? They need to do a big game changer if ever. And for NAOS talaga, they're really observing yung proper na ginagawa nila against this double controller. But let's see, ano ba yung magiging pagbabago ng LFO ngayon? Kaliwat kanan na paint shells it is, but not just gonna be giving a little pinch kay Blurred. Pero as he's gonna be taking out that paint shells, ito na nga bakaga ng malaking sign for them to get in. Counter flashes right through sa LFO. Pero timing itself, at least si Symbol nakakuha ng isa, but Blurred gets 2 kaagad.
I have the spike. Great for me.
Nice. Ace, hello para kay Blurred. As Symbol's gonna go down, and Blurred is just gonna be planting it. Pero si Blast na pick off na kagad si Nexi. Ang Exotic na lang kagad natitira.
With that Sheriff, Blurred with a 4K 8-2-2. It is gonna be the same old story na nakita natin kanina. Or makakakita pa tayo ngayon ng 2-10.
220 ulit. Tapos 9 triggers.
Pwede.
Ganun. Pero kapag 210 to, naku po, early in the morning.
Early in the morning. Umaga pa lang. 210 na. First game pa lang, may 210 na, di ba? Ilang taon natin kinantay. Big shoutout nga pala kay Gabriel Timothy Ordinario, Manak Wings. Solid. Mga taga Marikina.
Mga pogi, mga taga Marikina eh.
Totoo yun. Pero eto na. Nilabas na nga si Doggy, mga kaibigan. Symbol. Knows kung nasan ba yung mga players dito ng NAOS together with that Sky, which is Chowdy though. But nga lang, Kevs. Let's see. Aldo will be revealed. Pero showstopper into your face. Not gonna tag anyone. Pero napakagandang sync ng combos dito na ginawa ng LFO. Chowdy 2K. Nilabas na ang Repolyo. But the lockdown is settled, ready.
One enemy remaining.
Kaya ba to, Ray? Exotic, mag-isa na siya dito, 1v3. Sa likod mo lang! Blast! Bren, sa likod mo! Always check your 6! Wala silang idea! Wala 6! Exotic!
Gamitin ang mga mata! Alamat ng pin!
Men, kailangan natin tignan lagi kung meron bang tao sa likod natin, men. Always check your 6. Always check your corners. Men, baka hindi mo alam, pati yung best friend mo, inaagaw na. Ano mo yun?
Boy best friend.
Oo, yung boy best friend mo.
Ayan. 9-2. 9 triggers ba ulit to? Or 2-10. Happy naman yun. Pero as per inside of LFO, what will happen kaya? Ano kaya yung kailangan nilang gawin dito sa kanilang defending side? Seems like medyo nahihirapan talaga sila when you take a look at it. Maganda yung panimula nila, but after NAOS, naging successful na nga sila. Seems like di na nila makuha yung upper hand. A lot of information, yep. For the side of LFO, nakakuha na nga sila. Pero ano kaya yung magiging push ng NAOS ngayon na sinasabayan nila ng utilities ang kanilang pag-entry?
Blurred. We'll take down next game. Pero para sila makakapasok dito, magandang position ni Chowdy ngayon. Oh! Nasa ibang angulo ka nakatingin, baby boy! Exotic just waiting inside that smoke again kasi baka mangyari na naman ulit sa kanila yung nangyari sa kanina. Pero ngayon, hindi na mauulit itong mistake na to. Draximov, 1v3 Kevs, low on HP, but blurred again with that 4K! Umaga pa lang, 2:10 na! Good morning sa inyong lahat, mga kaibigan.
Ito na. Nice.
Ito na, ang inaantay ng nakararami. 210!
Spike down B.
Maghihiyang. Alam mo, umaga pa lang, liligalig na kaagad ng mga tao. Yan yung inaabangan.
Oo!
Excited sila.
Ano yan? Anytime!
Anytime.
Pwedeng mag-Valorant.
Ayo, syempre. Pero tayo, natulog tayo, syempre.
Oo, tulog muna syempre.
Oo, muna. Responsible people.
Responsible gaming.
Oh, responsible gamers dapat tayo.
Know your priorities first. Huwag mo siyang gawing second option, second choice.
Tama.
Okay. Mag-Feb 14 na. Ha?
Ayan. Shots, single. Kawawa naman kayo.
Sa presyong 2,000, anong pipiliin mo? Bouquet o bundle sa Valorant? Mamili ka.
Sama na ako sa bundle. Bouquet naman.
Men, ang bouquet na ano yan, na tawag doon?
Nalalanta.
Pero ang bundle, hindi. Masaya ka pa. Ayusin yung mga desisyon mo sa buhay.
Ako pera na lang.
Oo, di ba? Pwedeng bigas, di ba? Practical. Mamili ka, kapatid. Ito na, exotic mga kaibigan with at Aldo finding all these players. Kailangan mo talaga katago, pero that is a triple pick na ginawa dito ng LFO. Aftershock not gonna tag these players. Spike is in battle ready. Jackson low in HP. Kevs as well. But paano nila retake to mga kaibigan ng Blast? Wala siyang buhay dito mga kaibigan. He's gonna use all these stars para lang at least makapag-smoke out sila dito sa may B.
Out of charge.
At as for this, ano kaya ang gagawin? Ang NAOS ngayon? But on a start, okay, Delicious started pairing time. Kailangan nilang kunin yung oras. Now po, delete na naman ng NAOS. Ito na nga ba ang comeback? And looks like LFO is starting it once again. Sa kanilang attacking side, 3 to 10. Phil, eto na naman tayo sa comeback ng LFO, especially sa second half.
Oo. At nga pala kay paring James. 3-10 it is. And finally, LFO is back into the ball game. And like what I've said, they need to capitalize this advantage. And yeah, expect nila din talaga ang gagawin nila dito para natin secure itong second round ng second half mga kaibigan. Simple will pull it off. Will take down 1 already. And it's time for the players of NAOS na talagang makapag-rotate this all towards A. Delicious with a kill onto one. Trying to go with the second one but missing that shot. Kakarot. Mag-isa na lang Jacksimov. And you're live here in this map. 4 to 10. What's that plant as well? Pero yun nga lang, now still sila pa rin na may lamang dito. Pero ang ginagawa ng LFO ngayon, they're slowly building the momentum. Just like what NAOS did a while ago. English yun.
English casting. Kakaiba talaga yung mga letter J, ano, Bill?
Ha? Letter J?
Letter J.
Siyempre.
Oo,
Justin,
kakaiba.
ganun.
Oo, dyan. Kakaiba talaga. Pero, kakaiba kung makakahabol talaga. May narinig ang boses sa
Oo, wag natin sa pansinin.
Talagang maging kakaiba ba tong LFO as what they did earlier? Kasi ngayon, nagkahanap lang sila and Flirt expected ni Draxi narinig. At ngayon, sign na ba ng LFO to actually just push right through sa A? Pero once na nakapag-pick off sila ng isa, I think nag-call na si Draxi na, uy, pwede tayo mag-B-side and we're just waiting for a single person na kailangan natin i-pick off. But as the rotation goes, sino ba ang mabibiktima ni Kakarot? Pag makaka-pick off siya ng isa or dalawa, that will be great sa side ng NAOS. Pero exotic, nasprayan. Wala naman palang nangyaring nerf sa Spectre dahil nabawasan pa rin si Kakarot and pupunta na sila sa B-side where they get to pick off Kevs and this just gonna be a good claim sa kanila sa round na to, making it to the 5-10 as Lexi tries to finish him off. And here it is, 2v3, winnable pa sa side ng NAOS to Vil.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Winnable, pero yun nga lang, medyo mahirap na lang talaga kung paano nila pull off to. At least merong turret ngayon si Blast. So if ever may matag yung isa, magkakaroon siya ng information pero wala silang idea at all kung nasa ba yung player na to. And maganda yung position na Symbol Pwedeng mag-trade si Exotic dito if ever. Symbol! Oh! Sabay yun, man. 1v2 mga kaibigan, and all I gotta do is just probably save this gun or not. Hindi, uy! Oh my god! That flick! What was that? What? Delicious!
Clutch.
And that is the ROG clutch! As Ben Balbi? What? What was that?
I should probably place some stars in the astral plane. I should do.
Grabe, nanonood to ng stream comment kasi ganun yung mga ginagawa ko. Joke lang. Look at that!
Come on.
It's just the pre-fires, man. And the flick. Look at the flick of the wrist.
Uy, paano kayo nag-swing? Yung kamay nun, that could have been a table turned round para sa LFO. Pero nga lang, delicious! Kung kailangan na kailangan mo siya, nandun siya. And now, NAOS, dalawa na lang before they can settle this against LFO. Pero magpapapayaba ang LFO ngayon. Naku po, magko-connect. And Blurred still gonna get simple. Sino kaya ang susunod na mapipiktima? He still gets shouty. Wala na nga ng bala. Nagpalit lang. Tapon-tapon lang ngayon ng baon. And just playing around with the guys of LFO. At least Exotic was able to get at least isa. 4v4 still. But as Blurred, he's really confident. Oh, and nakita yun!
Kitang-kita yung uso na baril. Diyos ko! Bakit mo kasi nilalabas yung uso ng baril, pre? Ang ganda ng posisyon. Blurred dun. 4v2, fault lines. Not gonna tag anyone. Is this gonna be a 2-0? Or babawi ang LFO? Mga kaibigan, this is just the first series of the day. Exotic! We're gonna take one down, but delicious with a trade-off.
Match point.
Ladies and gentlemen, NAOS Esports is in a match point already. Big shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Han Kenneth. Happy birthday sa'yo, kapatid. Happy birthday.
Grabe talaga.
Sana umabot ka ng 99 years old.
No, tatandaan nyo. Itong map na to ay pinili ng NAOS. Ready sila. Sa matchup talaga na gusto na lang i-pick off dito against LFO. Kanina may advantage. Ay, tumalon-talon! Pero nahabol pa rin ni Blurred. Susunod ba si Exotic? No! Oh! Nag-advantage pa yung pinasabog na both bots. Si Exotic, pero that was a good kill coming in from him. And maybe LFO still might be winning this round against NAOS, Vin.
Tawa ko kay Riri, pinasabog na ng boombox. Ilan? Isa lang yun, Riri. Kakarot mag-isa na dito. Ito nakata ang pagbaho ng Afi ng LFO. Afi ng LFO, kakarot with a kill. Buhat-buhat si Brenstone. Mga kaibigan. Pasok ka dun. Sting sa taas.
Ba't binubulungan? Mukhang LFO. Di pa tapos hanggat di pa 13. Kaya ngayon, talagang ginagawa na lang nila lahat. Just make this. Wala namang kumawala. Just take those risks. And ready kagad yung 4 out of 5 ultimates from LFO side. So talagang pwede itong maging way to just one, get information, 2, open up a site. Okay. But as they want to get this, NAOS still, alam na nila na isa na lang they can win this, and kailangan na nila to take things slow. Relax lang naman sila ngayon. But with the classics, with the sheriffs, will they be able to make those impossible possible? Walang nakuha with that showstopper, but at least Exotic still gets blurred on the other side.
My God, sobrang solid na mga matches na nakikita natin dito, Rere. And all they're gonna do is just, are they gonna be in it to win it? Makakayanan pa ba ng LFO to or not?
Nakakatakot na nga attack. Oh, pero hindi pa sila nagpapabaya. Lakad lang ng lakad. Kakarot, last guy. Ina-expect na siya ngayon. And that's just it. 6 rounds bago pa maging tie ito. But the next round itself, ito na nga ba ang susi ng NAOS to make this into a clean 2-0 as the very first match pa lang? Or still LFO fights it para naman magkaroon tayo ng third map, which is going to be sa Ascent kung magkakaroon. Uy, nag-time out na NAOS.
Shoutout nga pala kay Rudy Baldwin. Uy, welcome back, Paps.
Buti nakabalik ka na. Tagal atang naban ni Rudy Baldwin.
Ito, nagkakahamunan pa kami na tayo. Nagkakaambahan pa kami. 6-12 it is for the side of LFO. Siyempre, ito yung mindset, men. Hanggat hindi pa 13 ng kalaban, kaya pa. At pag ganun ng mindset mo, 100% success. Di ko nag-iisip eh. Oh, sorry. Last year pa yan, guys. Last year pa yan. Gusto ko na i-bring up. Wala pa kasing bago eh. Ito na.
Pag nakaisip, sabihin mo namin. Laban lang ng laban. Ayan. Big shoutouts nga pala sa mga 2.4k na nanonood dito sa Tagalog broadcast. Salamat.
Oy! Salamat sa inyo.
Uy, si Jesse Bash. Si Boss Jesse Bash nag-comment.
Oy! Jesse Bash. Stop, pre. Long time. Teammate ko nga pala, guys. Andito pala yung mga ka-team ko. Si Woods na kanina dito eh. Mga nagpapabuhat sa akin sa ranked. Let's see. Ito na. Xiao D. Nilabas na ang Paro G. All towards lamps. But Blast, mga kaibigan, he needs to get out of the trouble. Hunter's Fury will be sent as well. Kakarot needs to move. Gives a blast and Kakarot doing a job done. Kalampag ng papag, mga kaibigan, para at least hindi na makapasok dito ang LFO. Exotic, magandang position dito, pero that perfect smoke. Para lang at least hindi na sila makapag -1 pa if ever, pero NAOS is patiently waiting onto that corner. Exotic, the only man remaining. Oh! Tatlo ang kaharap, mga kaibigan. 6-13, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to NAOS for winning his best of 3 series with a 2-0 score. Solid first game indeed.
NAOS really wants to dominate ang kanilang group ngayon. Pinakaunang araw pa lang at pinakaunang game, yet 2-0 kagad ang meron sila. Napakagandang ginawa nila dito. And even with that double controller, sabi nila magagawa natin ng solusyon. Especially this is the map pick that we had. We actually got our momentum earlier on sa map pick ng LFO. Best actually ng ex-SVM power players. Pero dito sa Bind, we're gonna play it casual as what we've seen. Alam mo, medyo kinulang lang talaga yung abuse, yung mga double controller setups with those utilities. And hopefully talaga magawa ng LFO to next time around. Pero to talaga, Vil 13-6. Beruin mo, napakagrabe. From the 2-10 start sa pinakaunang half, meron tayong nakitang hope para sa LFO, pero still, NAOS, sobrang galing nila mag-contain ng double controller setup ng LFO.
Yeah. Pero dito naman sa side ng NAOS Esports nga, it's just yung momentum nila. Hindi na talaga napigilan dito, Ray. Tuloy lang din talaga. Pushing it to a 2-10. And if ever, it's gonna be really hard for you guys to make a comeback pag nasa 2-10 kayo na score. And they tried so hard pushing it siguro sa 6-13, I guess. Pero hindi lang din talaga kinaya, Ray. Sobrang ganda ng place ng ginawa dito ng NAOS and LFO as well. But yun nga, at the end of the day, it's gonna be the better team kung sino talaga ang makakakuha ng win. Si Sky, tinry niya na talagang ma-flash yung mga players dito with the Paro G, but still wala eh. NAOS, mga kaibigan, with the momentum, with the firepower, and this is their map. This is their map pick, yes. This is their map pick. So syempre, if ever na you're gonna be the one who's gonna pick a map, matik na yun. You have that advantage. And all you gotta do is maximize everything. That flick of Gelicious, mga kaibigan, nung ginawa ni Gelicious yung flick na yun, sa isip ko, man, it's over.
Alam mo yon, just one step up coming from your player and magiging different talaga yung ginagawa nila. And just I'm so happy that this has been a great matchup between the two. Pero nga lang, NAOS talaga sobrang naging persevere sila on the second map itself. Although konting hope talaga ako sa LFO na double controller, pero seems like talaga kailangan pa ng konting step up coming in from them. Pero marami pang pwedeng mangyari actual dito dahil unang match pa lang at makakita na tayo ng next game as Taylor together with Vil is gonna cast it. Once again, this has been a VCT 2022 Stage 1 first day. Ako si Nate at syempre kasama ko si Vil, and see you guys right after the break.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now's the time. A 2-0 victory from them against Looking for Org. We expected it to be a tight 2-1, but we never really expected this, and I feel like Azura is elated right now with his predictions earlier on.
Oh yeah, fly high like a butterfly, man. Now this is spreading those wings.
I'm not getting on this fun train, but you can be the conductor of the NAOS fan club for all I care, Asteroid. But that was just an absolutely well-deserved victory, especially on that second map. That breach composition looking so stellar, and really, NAOS, they brought the comps that brought them success from the open qualifier, and with G here with them now in the PH, in the bootcamp basically, it does feel like NAOS has the configuration that they're looking to push forward into the group stage.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier on, like if the adjustments are going to be enough for Looking for Org, and I feel like if that question has to go to NAOS, because you kind of mentioned it while the matches were going on, that G was a significant part of this NAOS train that we're seeing depart in the VCT decks.
Yeah, the thing is, G was a big part of that Fallen 5 roster before they became NAOS, and just because he had a few issues, especially this month, in all honesty, let's just be real, there got the COVID, the fact that he had to transfer to be with the boys in the boot camp, it did take some time for NAOS to really adjust, but now they're looking so stellar. But that clutch down from Kevs in the first map, that is what sealed them that map win and honestly the series.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the highlights and have a look at that clutch from Kevs and a bunch of other highlight-worthy plays here. And Azura, I kind of want you to go through the matchup. And since you are the NAOS guy in this panel, why don't you just break it down for us real quick?
I honestly don't want to be dubbed like that.
bias.
I really just said my piece earlier on. There's so much to dissect here, and while the highlights is playing in front, I just wanted to say as well that NAOS, even though they played an amazing game, they weren't as clean as I think what was seen in the matches here. I think they really did struggle on Haven here, especially against the Astra composition. On the Bind one per se though, there was a big difference, because I think like one of the key things that NAOS was able to take advantage of is the composition for LFO, which for Bind didn't really have anything to stop the breach from coming in. I was really surprised that they didn't commit to maybe having Nexi play something along the lines of Killjoy or something, because it just feels like if there's a breach on the other side, you do not want to have only the Viper, which wouldn't really help you as the fault line comes in, as Blurred comes in with his satchel plays. It really made it so difficult for LFO to kind of go against that. And speaking of LFO as well, gotta say, their addition with Exotic and Shouty, they did a well enough job, considering that they've been just integrated to the roster. And even though it's a loss, you do see the effects that both these players have had, at least for LFO winning a couple of these rounds.
You know, the thing is, for LFO, I feel like they just had a slow start, especially with their newer players. Those new VCT jitters, it just feels like for them, especially for Exotic, if we woke up a little bit earlier there on Haven, that could have been their win instead of them trying to go for the comeback. But look at this MVP right they have here, and it has been the entry potential from Blurred that brought them the blast-off victory on Bind, and he was a big reason why they could play those entries so well. You can see it so many times. The Raze with Satchel on in, But beyond that, there was the setup from the Breach, there was the setup from the Astra, and time after time, NAOS just had ultimate site control, especially on Vibe, because of the space that Blurred would create, and he would make. From that point on, he would get some kills because of the assistance of his team. And really, NAOS, they're looking truly to be a roster that works so well together. Individually, these guys have always been great, but you didn't see them in VCT last year as much because it kind of was those individual plays that brought them that success. This time, NAOS, this is a squad that is looking absolutely complete.
Yeah, they are finally spreading their wings, just like what Asarai said. And this is a good start. To start off the entirety of the VCT circuit, we start off with such an amazing, I would say it's an upset. It's an upset win, just like what Illustrato said earlier on on the desk. Now, moving forward though, what does LFO need to adjust moving forward into the games that we have? Let's start with you, Asarai.
Okay, I got a bunch of notes for LFO right now. One of the things that I think was a really big problem to them, and I think even a problem for NAOS on the other side here, is I think the question of how well can teams now adjust to the other most important agent in Valorant, which is the Astra. I think that's one thing that kind of strikes a lot of these unprepared teams, where they kind of panic a lot once they see the smokes and stuff. They start to just rush in. I think that's one of LFO's biggest mistakes here, as well as, I guess, their defaults are very readable by a lot of the teams. As you saw in Haven, they just wanted to go always A main, always C. It's to the caliber of how well they can execute that just changes the outcome of the round. But other than that, I think their strat books is looking a little bit shallow.
Yeah, and with that being said, let's actually have a word from one of the members here of NAOS, and let's try to get an idea on how G is thinking. We're going to be throwing on over to Donut to ask the important questions.
I have the privilege of hearing more from the winning team. Let's all welcome G of NAOS to the stage. Oh, hi, G.
Hello.
What a great opener from you. So I saw some comments that this match is a good one to really open up VCT because the games will incredibly be spicy. But that being the opener, is this also one of your first as a team, right? This is your first stage?
This is my first VCT ever.
This is your first VCT ever, so that must be very, very exciting for you. Can you tell me more about your first VCT experience and first win?
At first I was nervous because I am the only new VCT player here. Except also Blurred. Me and Blurred first VCT.
Wow, I mean, that's your first VCT, but you've shown a lot of confidence. Even Blurred was dubbed as our MVP for the game. And when I talk about confidence, I'm curious to know, when you guys played first, because both of you, this is your first time playing, did you have that synergy and did you click immediately as a team?
Again? Because it's very nagro-robot po.
Oh, when you guys played first, did you have that synergy and did you click immediately?
Hindi ko po marinig masyado. Nagro-robot po yung call.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry to hear that. I think we're having a little bit of technical difficulties currently, but let me know if the connection has been set already. Okay. I'm hoping that the connection has become better already, but I just really wanted to ask because that you had so much confidence earlier in the two games you won a 2-0 against LFO. I mean, most of the teams there were actually ex-members of SV Empire. So I just really wanted to ask, actually, this question popped up during the discussion with the panel, is did you actually click immediately when you guys played for the very first time 2 months ago?
Yes, we did. I think our first tournament is the Zota Cup Asia. Aurus. Oh, Intel. TC. The Challengers. Intel. The
Yeah.
one.
So,
Uh,
can you tell us more about the synergy that you guys had? I know that Kakarot was the one who invited you to the team. So how has he been a leader to you guys?
Me and Kakard has been playing for years already, and I think that's the reason why our team is what do you call this? I think we have a connection already.
That's good. Well, connection is very, very important during these games, and you've shown that in such good form and fashion. So I actually wanted to ask you, because throughout the whole of the qualifiers in VCT Stage 1, you guys came out as one of the teams at the very top. So did you guys expect this to be the result?
Actually, we didn't expect the result because we are not playing as the main 5. We're playing with our 6-man, and we need to adjust our roles because I'm the main controller of the team. Then they change the roles after I travel to Philippines.
Well, that's good. Well, I like that you mentioned changing roles. Actually, I have a question about Kakarot. Initially, he's played the duelist for the team, and it's a drastic change to swap from the duelist to the initiator role. And I just really wanted to know, how did he and the rest of the team members adjust to the playstyle?
It's his choice to play as initiator because he said he's so bored playing duelist, and he gave the role to Blurred as the main duelist.
Well, that decision just really, that result just really is such a good thing to know about, because Blurred is the MVP of that specific match. And I just really wanted to ask, I know you mentioned that you were booked a flight to go home for this competition, and we saw a glimpse of your boot camp earlier. So I just really wanted to know, does the boot camp now bring out the best of your gameplay as a team?
Again?
Does the boot camp that you have now bring out the best of your gameplay as a team?
Yeah, I think yes, because Blast is playing with a 144 Hz with 5 ms. Now he's playing with 280 Hz, and Blurred was playing with low FPS before, also me.
Well, that's good. Apart from just the skill, of course, it has to be enhanced by the powerful technical aspects of things. So I guess that's about it for the interview. Thank you for joining me, G.
Thank
so
you.
any last thoughts on the panel? Of course, I will turn it over to Nomad.
Well, it seems like they're still trying to figure out their roles, but for what it's worth right now, they're looking real good, guys. Do you agree?
Oh, okay. So it's me first. Yeah. I was
You're
enamored.
in the middle.
You're next. Come on, man.
I'm sorry.
Get with the
program. Yeah, I got it. I am just, again, very excited to see what this team has to offer. They got all the right support at the right time. So it just stands to see how this team can utilize all of that to get higher and deeper into this tournament.
You know, I think they're asking the right questions. Perfectly in that interview was my sentiment before we got into the series. Was like, what's their configuration? Who's playing what? Who's actually playing? And they're still trying to figure that out. I think they're also using especially that Haven map as a learning lesson to try and, you know, make the talent even better going into the next games. Because this NAOS roster, they're not just saying, okay, we won. That's all about the celebrations. There's still more to come, and I love how they're facing the future together.
Yeah, you're right. There is more to come. And NAOS won that 2-0. We'll find out if the next series will give us the same flavor, because right after a short break, we'll be having Zeal's Esports and South Build Esports in another best of 3. We'll be right back for more VCT action here on the broadcast.
test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to who you were sure. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth.
It is time for the second series of the day. Zeal's Esports versus South Built Esports. I'm Nomad, your panel host for today. Alongside me is still Asarai and Raf, the newcomer here. Raf, I'd like to ask you how you are doing right now.
Oh boy, I mean, it's not just the teams that are feeling the first jitters. See, it's happening. I'm just so excited to be here, and I'm just graced by look at this beautiful company, guys. Asarai with that beautiful smile. And look at that perfectly trimmed beard by Nomad. It's amazing.
It is amazing. And we saw some amazing plays earlier on as well. It was a slobber knocker, to say the least. And now Esports came out of the gates swinging all throughout. It's a 2-0 victory. Now, moving our attention over here at the current series that we have in mind, just a couple of thoughts before we dive deeper into this. It's Zeal's versus South Built Esports. I kind of want to start the conversation with South Built real quick. Asarai, what are your thoughts on that?
Again, South Built has, I think, been dubbed right now as either top 1 or top 2 in the Philippines, without regards to Team Secret, at least for that metric. It is because this team has just shown to be so proficient. They are, I think, one of the cleanest teams that we have ever seen come into Valorant Philippines, and it really shows with how they've been performing in the previous tournaments that weren't VCT. But after Champions, there was a lot of local tournaments, and they have been dominating almost every single one of those.
And Raf, your thoughts on South Built Esports?
Oh man, South Built. Well, you know, there's always that little bit of information that I hold so closely about South Built, in that they've been my heroes since, you know, the days of old. And looking at them coming into VCT, they've been so impressive. But looking at the other side of competition, Zeals, supposedly my hometown heroes, but I'm gonna be completely honest, guys. I've been closely following them ever since they were the Pirates, and now, of course, looking really, really strong as Zeals. I'd have to say, though, man, I hate to say this, but Zeal has been somewhat frustrating. They're very, very mechanically talented. When their confidence is up, it's almost as if they are unstoppable, but they're a little shaky when it comes to variety in the strats. When it comes to that, playing a team against the likes of SBE, they need a little bit of that depth, because SBE, they're not a joke, not at all. They're mechanically insane. So how is that gonna balance out for Zeal. Not a lot of strats, a lot more mechanics. Hopefully they've grown because they've had a lot of experiments. We've seen FSJ outside of that duelist role on that Astra specifically. So yeah, we're just excited to see how things turn out.
Yeah, we'll see how well we can expect Zeals and Southfield Esports to go through. But of course, we'd like to thank our official sponsors. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the newest upcoming Tough-F15 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processors to help you unleash the legend inside. With high performance for its thin and light form factor and military grade durability, the Tough-F15 stands out as the best bang for your buck gaming laptop ready for your esports needs. Check out the link in the pinned comments for more information. Out. With that out of the way, Raph has spoken really well about the Cebuano teams here, but let's also talk about the other language that we have available for the VCT. The Tagalog broadcast, the Filipino broadcast is ongoing at the same time. You can watch the Tagalog broadcast over at facebook.com/ppglgg, or you can just stick here on the English broadcast at twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH, and we're both live simultaneously on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/ppglgg, if you want to watch both of them at the same time, because that's what you do. But yeah, going back, we've been talking about Southfield Esports for just a bit, as well as Zeals. I kind of want to dive into a little bit more of what you guys said earlier on, as we're just about to introduce the teams that we have in line. But first off, let's introduce the first team in this series. It's Zeal Esports. That's not how it works. And Zeal's Esports is the first team to be introduced on the table. We got 2G Monster, we got Craigies, we got Fire Saiyajin, Senor Carl, and Ziggy, who's going to be playing for this. And I kind of want to ask this to you first, Raph. Your thoughts on Zeal? You looked highly on Southfield Esports, not much on Zeal Esports. I kind of want to find out why.
Oh man, I still love Zeal. I have faith in this team. That's why I'm gonna be very, very honest and tell you guys right now they're my dark horse. Because like I said, they are very mechanically gifted. Their confidence is very, very apparent, but the problem is the maturity in the playstyle. And obviously, these two have had history too. These two teams, rather, they've gone at each other's throats, but the record hasn't been too kind for Zeal.
That's all right. Do you think that finally the record will be set here for Zeals? Can they finally get this series win against Southfield Esports?
That's a pretty heavy question to ask as of the moment. I feel like Zeal has, similar to, I guess, LFO, but in a different way, has been going back and forth right now. One of the things that I did mention, when we were kind of discussing about the teams, is that Zeal has actually been integrating a couple of players. I remember I saw like in one of their older matches, they had a player called Asta, who came from a team known as KNS, and that is a team that has like multiple players on multiple teams. They're really good, set strategies then and there. And I know Asta is a pretty well-known strategic player. So I think right now Zeals has been trying to integrate a lot more strategies, a lot more plays into how they kind of go into their composition, but it still hasn't really come into full swing. So the question now for them is that, is this current roster of them, I think I see Raph like smiling at me a little bit, I think like he's countering me, is it enough to go over the hurdle of South Built Esports that, for lack of a better term, has been built diff this entire time that they've been competing?
Well, we'll find out if they can keep up with South Built Esports. And speaking of which, let's introduce them to you guys real quick. South Built Esports, the opponent of Zeal's Esports here, and as I said it best earlier on, they're sometimes dubbed as the top team in the Philippines, except for Team Secret. But we've got Aziz, we got Ja, we got Micro, Papi Chulo, and Pro that's going to be playing on the field today. Asarai, break it down.
Man, this team has, again, just been performing nonstop. If you hear South Built, it kind of just reminds you of, again, a well-oiled machine that that just keeps on rolling. No hindrances. You don't need to call in a mechanic. They're just a engine moment. Any team that goes up against them just fairly loses as to how well this team has been cooperating. It comes in from their CSGO roots, very tactical, very strong, has well fundamental aim as is the usual. And more specifically, in their matchup against Zeal, the last two series that they went up against each other that weren't best of ones have been won by South Built. Almost all of the maps that they've had were 2-0s, and the only one map that Zeal was able to push into overtime was Icebox into a 14-12 loss. But talking about that, I think Icebox is just a map that Zeals just really love. I think that's Fire Sagen's best map, but that's not really saying a lot when the other maps are like 13-7, 13-6. So there really is a lot of questions to be answered right now by Zeals, and nothing really left to be proven by South Built. They just are the team to beat, at least for this matchup.
Yeah, and Raph, you think that this current South Built Esports roster, could they shine a little bit more moving forward, considering the fact that we've had the discussion yesterday that these two teams are fairly similar? There's just one slight difference in the way that the teams run their strats.
Oh yeah, that is an excellent question. The thing about South Built is their rate of growth has been absolutely scary. I still remember talking about that team that, they're only 3 months old, but they've been hitting so many local circuits so hard, finishing consistently 1-2, and never below the third place. But again, that's the biggest thing between Zeal and SBE, is that SBE has been developing so quickly, and Zeal has been somewhat stagnating. Hopefully this time around with this league, this is a time where they evolve, they get better, and bring home the bacon. But man, it's just something that we have to see.
Yeah, we'll actually see if they can bring home the bacon. It's kind of making me hungry right now. But we have to see what type of maps are we going to be playing at. It's a big question here, because for the most part, it's all going to be relatively the same. It's Haven, it's Ascent, it's the Filipino maps, except for Bind. Bind gets banned out. So we're going to be hopping on Split, picked by South Built Esports, followed by Haven. If we go to a third map, we're going to Ascent. Asarai, what are your thoughts on the current map pool we have?
I don't know if the people could see my screen. My face was just going, oof, why did Icebox get banned by Zeals? That's my first question. Maybe they're not feeling too comfy on it anymore. Split I feel is one of the better maps for South Built, because again, this map just revolves around, if you're a team that knows how to set up you do well on split. If not, you're gonna have a very difficult time, and that's like the context right now for South Build, right? Haven, I think, is gonna be a toss-up. It could be either way. You can play very strat heavy on Haven, or you can play very aggressive heavy on Haven, and it'll work. But split has to be the decider right now for Zeal's here. If they can't take this away, they're gonna have a hard time coming into a set, which I think is also a really good map for South Build here.
And Raph, do you feel the same sentiments? Is split really that crucial for Zeal to take away?
Yes, absolutely. Especially they banned Icebox. I saw the ban. I was like, yeah, that's so smart of SB. Wait a minute. SB didn't ban that, but yeah, let's just put this on split. Split, SB has been a very, very refined team taking split. They've been very innovative too. The way that they ran KO and, a very, very aggressive comp against, well, practically any team. I think that might shine here. I want to talk about Haven a little bit. This is somewhat surprising. I might actually predict that they're gonna put Senior Carl on that Jet, and maybe FSJ is gonna go on that Astra, as I've mentioned. Ascent, man, that's a tough one. We've seen both these teams really stomp on that map too. But again, we're not gonna get there if Zeal drops split, because again, that's the decider.
And it has to be decided on the field. I'm really looking forward to see how the compositions are going to be. Of course, we're going to be seeing a bunch of default comps here for both of these scenes, but I kind of want to see the play styles here. Have they currently adjusted going into this? Because as far as we're concerned, both of these guys know how to aim. They're both aim star teams. It's all down to the strats. If strats have been developed for both sides, that's the main question at hand. But of course, one of the questions that I also have in mind for you guys is, how's it going to turn out in split? We've been focusing on how bad Zeals needs to get split, but how can they get that victory on that first map? Let's start with you.
I'll say this first though. I feel like a bane of a lot of teams, even in other regions, has been how to cope with a good Astra team and a good Astra comp. And I feel like South Built has been one of the first teams in the Philippines to actually make a good case of being a really good Astra team. So that's the question right now. How well can the duelists, the setups from Zeal, actually traverse through the Astra stars? Because Ja has been just on point with being able to place that and so forth. So that's going to be, I think, where they need to put their emphasis the most.
Well, Raph, do you think that Astra is the key for Zeals here to take away split, or do you have something else in mind?
I would honestly agree with that point, but another thing to point out too, Zeal loves to play the Reyna on split. They don't really rock that raise as often as other teams do, so that's going to take away a lot of slowing power, a lot of delay power, and honestly a lot of safe info gathering, or somewhat safe info gathering with the boombot. But we'll just have to see how they're going to adjust to SBE, because how SBE plays this is that they're incredibly great at timing their pushes. It's going to be a quiet one moment, and the way they stagger their utility to make you guess is really, really dangerous. So Zeal has to be on their toes here.
And, with all that being said, Southern Esports still has to be on their toes here. Despite looking like the better team in this matchup, there still is a risk that Zeals would finally wake up and just settle the score here against South Built Esports. But that begs to ask the question, does South Built Esports have anything else to adjust going into the first map? Are they all good, or are there things that we kind of want to see?
Realistically, I'd say no, they don't really have to adjust anything as of the moment. If it was a best of one, I think your sentiments would be more apt, Nomad, because I feel like, and it has shown as well in the past matches that they've had, that Zeal has won all of the best of ones, but never a best of three. So they can go for the quick sprints, but the long jogs or the long marches, they can't really win as of the moment. Again, I was a huge fan of Fire Sage when he was in 6045 Pirates. Still am right now, but there is a lot of issues that is underlying from Zeals here that I feel like it's not really going to be their day. I would always want to be corrected right now, but I feel like Southfield has this locked and loaded.
And Raph, do you share the same sentiments as Asarai?
Well, since they are from my hometown, but I'm still from the south, I have to stick with SBE here. I am so sorry, guys. I'm sorry to break your heart like that, but if there is one thing that SBE has to look out for, it's that somewhat triangle offense of Zeal in Fire Cyanogen, Senior Carl, and 2GE. Now, I put 2GE there because 2GE is a clutching machine. He might not be as flashy as Carl and Fire Cyanogen, but he is good old reliable. We've seen that Viper, we've seen any agent really on him pop off in the most crucial rounds. And I guess this goes without saying, as long as SBE can keep the temps cool on the side of Zeal, then they might just have this in the bag.
They might. We just want to find out. Like, we have to see how the entirety of the series will progress, but I'm gonna ask the tough question here. We're gonna go for predictions. I'll start with myself. I'm looking for South Built 2-1 here. What about you, Asarai and Wrath?
South Built 2-0, at least for me.
South Built 2-0.
Oh, okay. It's South Built all across the board here on the panel. Lots of fate there, but hopefully Zeals may just put our predictions in the trash bin just by my side, and hopefully Asarai would finally be on a 50% prediction rate. That's the thing, because you know, it's still fresh. The season just started. It's still the first day jitters for the most part here, and if there's any words of encouragement that you can say to Zeal Esports right now, what would that be? Let's start with you, Asarai.
Ooh, that's okay. I guess for if it's gonna be a matchup like this, just focus on each round. You know, not looking at it from a overall perspective. Just specifying yourselves. If you can just bit by bit build up the rounds, that's where I think Zeals will have the most. Because I think the problem is they kind of look at it from an overall perspective. That's where they struggle. So looking at specifically on the rounds to win is where they're gonna find their comeback or their foundation, I guess. Yeah.
And Raph?
One thing that's been iffy about Zeal is the speed of the adjustment. Sometimes they'll do the same thing for a number of rounds. Honestly, if they can remedy that now, then maybe that is the first step to evolution, and honestly, maybe the first step of success for Zeal. And I mean, who wouldn't love to see that happen, right? I did predict a 2-0, but everybody here loves growth. We love growth in the scene. So there is that.
Well, there's that. There is that indeed. And we're just waiting for the games to get ready, but we kind of want to hear what you guys think. Go ahead and drop it in the comment section wherever you are watching, who you think is going to win out in this entirety of the series. Just drop your thoughts. We'll be reading the chat on the side. We may interact with you guys. You know, just have fun. Let's enjoy it, because we may just be able to enjoy this next series. It's a best of 3. Anything can happen in a best of 3. It's not a best of 1 that Zeals has been winning. Hopefully, I mean, there should be a way for Zeals to take this. You guys have been discussing it by how they should just be adjusting the way their composition has been. There are underlying issues that potentially could have been solved right now, but the likeliness of us going to Ascent, is that going to be a game changer or game breaker for Zeal's Esports, or actually for South Built Esports? Like, if we go to game 3, will that change the way that they might just approach that third map? Sorry, with you,
Okay, that's fair point. First of all, though, made a mistake. Ja wasn't the only one that actually plays the asteroids, also Micro, and Ja totally forgot was that star jet player from them. Anyways, to your question, with the Ascent map, Ascent I think Ascent and Icebox are probably the most played maps for any Filipino team, so I don't really see it as such a big difference. At least what Ascent gives for Zeal here is a fair play, because I feel like for the other 2 maps, it could go really, really difficult to take a site. But at least for Ascent, you're kind of open up to possibilities of just, again, if they maybe have issues with some sort of strategy, they can always just go for set plays, and it'll work much better than it should on, let's say, like Haven or Split, because again, those maps are much more condensed. If you're going to go up against an Astra, I feel like Ascent is your best bet. And again, I always have to go back to that Astra. So to your question as well, I feel like Ascent is going to be something that would be a possible good map for Zeal here, but if they do push it at the 3rd map, I'm going to give it actually a 50-50, I'd say. I feel like Zeal still has that opportunity. I mean, they're here for a reason. They are one of the competing teams in VCT 2022 Stage 1 for a reason. So they got that special sauce, so to speak.
And Raph?
Well, again, it kind of still comes back to our map 1 here, right? Because historically, we've seen SBE be somewhat slow on their starts. They're kind of like a diesel engine, right? It takes a while for them to get going, but when they get going, it's very, very hard to stop them. And just a quick note on that ascent, one thing that we've noticed with Zeal is that they've been honestly notoriously inconsistent on that map. Sometimes they absolutely demolish their competition, and then the symptoms of the problems that are plaguing them really rear their head. That being the adjustment speed, the honestly somewhat thin playbook, and the streakiness of, well, basically Zeal itself.
Well, we'll find out if the diesel engine from Zeal's Esports will finally start off in Split, because that is going to be where our first match will start off in this best of 3 series between Zeal's and South Built Esports.
Muli tayo nagbabalik sa VCTPH at muli ako nagbabalik, Rere. Alam ko matagal akong nawala, pero nandito na tayo ulit at para sa second series natin, it's gonna be SBE versus Zeals. Bago magsimula ang lahat, my name is Taylor. With me naman ay si Rere. Rere, na-miss kita kakukasta. Tagal din ah.
Oo nga eh. Girl power! Girl power ang meron kapag tayo dalawa yung nagkakast. And at the same time, nakakatuwa. Dahil nakasama ka ulit namin, hindi ka na traidor na nasa kabila. At hindi ka na mag-i-English. Sinomat na ang bagong traidor. At makakasama ka namin casting these two great teams. We have Zeal together with SBE. SBE nga, nakita natin how they defeated Team Secret last time dun sa VXV. And ngayon naman, yung Zeals, we haven't seen much from them. Tagal natin di sila nakita. Tagal nating hinintay saan ba sila magpa-pop off. But looking at this, marami pang potential para ipapakita sa atin ng Zeals that they still, of course, deserve a seat going into the next stage. Pero right now, magsa-start na tayo kagad sa split as what our panel has discussed. And kita mo naman kagad yung magiging agent selection nila. Duelist parehas, double duelist parehas sa teams dito. The aggressive playstyles plus the setup talaga dito, Taylor, ang magmamatter sa parehas na teams.
Sabi nga nila, no, Zeals has been stagnant for a while, and this time around, nagulat actually yung panel natin na binan nila yung Icebox. But thinking about it, malay mo may bagong baon ang Zeal's Esports pagdating dito sa matchup nila against SBE. SBE, nasilip natin tong team na to, napakatagal, joining VCT as well. Slowly but surely, Ray, pataas ng pataas ang SBE, and before VCT, pre-VCT, Ray, kung natatandaan mo, parang every community tournament, SBE ang nananalo. So, this is definitely a team to beat dito sa VCTPH right now, lalo na sa ating top 8 qualified teams right now para sa ating liga na to.
Very scary to see, pero looks like when it comes to the agent selection, makita na tayo ng Chamber at last. And like sabi ko nga, nung pagka-release pa lang ng Chamber, I think it's gonna work well sa split. Although alam naman natin that when it comes to Chamber, mechanically skilled wise talaga dapat sobrang laki na magiging impact mo. You only have those a little bit of the traps, plus of course those an additional double op setup, plus that additional digs para makapag-save when it comes to those ecos. Nakakatuwa na makikita natin to, and let's see if it's gonna work well. Despite sa side ng SBE, they still have that default as what we've seen sa mga tournaments. We also have that Cypher, but as for the stage, double sentinel role, napaka-importante talaga ng wall na yan. Lalagay mo everything sa may main or just cut off sa may mid. So this is quite exciting to see. If this is it's going to be still the SBE brand we're waiting for? Or ito pa rin yung stand na binibigay naman ng Zeals as they want to claim the throne to that. As nakaka-excite. Kita mo yung mga visuals, di ba? Face off 5v5. Sino mas labang? Sino mas sikat?
Nagkita sila sa kanto ng Tondo. Men, ang ganda na ng production ng VCTPH. Ang tagal ko hindi nag-gas actually, Ray. Kung natatandaan mo, before ako umalis ng bansa, literally, hindi na ako nakapag-gas. Nanonood na lang ako sa inyo muna. But this time around, we are back in action. Sa mga hindi nakakaalam, nasa Cambodia pa din ako. Kaya naman, nandito pa din ako sa Cambodia. Malapit na ako umuwi. Pero this time, hindi makakapigil ang pag-uwi na yan dahil magsisimula na ang VCTPH. Day 1 pa lang, the viewers are already waiting. Kahapon, nag-PPGL cooldown kami. Lahat nag-aabang na. But this is now round number 1. Napakalaking tulong agad dito ni Chamber dahil nga doon sa kanyang pistol. But on the other hand, he wasn't able to get anyone. Ang problema dito ngayon ng SBE is saan sila pupwesto, saan sila pupunta. But it seems like right now, this is just playing for picks para sa parehong team. But they closed off a main already with the Sage mula sa Zeal Esports.
Oh, just a little bit of those slow plays tayo. Despite this being a small map, kailangan mo talaga maging careful sa bawat step na tatahakin mo. But as for SPD, they try to clear out syempre ang mga nasa mid side. But if ASUS together, of course, with his other teammate, it's going to be Ja. So excited to how they're be able to get this. Pero wala pa rin talagang very particular move. Pero wala nila kumuha ng sign from Papi Chulo. And if magiging successful siya dyan, together with Pro, yan na kagad yung magiging makuha nila. Ito na nga, play na sila right now, setting up those cameras. Kita-kitaan natin CCTV. And that's it. Craig is gonna go down. Ito na, punta na tayo sa A side. Pero okay, with that hold. Oh, he gets two. Hanggang na din, deny. And together with Farside Jin, nakaikot na din kagad. Micro na lang together with Papi Chulo ang natitira. And they need to get more information as much as possible. And with this 2v1, magiging successful ba to? Dahil wala ng oras? Oh.
What a shot mula dito sa side ng Zeal Esports. Sabi ko nga sa'yo, Ray, when the round started, napakalaking bagay ng Chamber. Yung ability niya na meron siyang pistol to just shoot each and every time someone peeks off. Napakalaking bagay na isang Chamber when it comes to the defense. Ang magiging issue nila dito coming forward or moving forward, Ray, actually, is the attacker side. Dahil we know the Sentinels like this. Look at that. Kahit saglit, gapixel lang ang nakita, Ray, but he was still able to get that kill. Making that kill, making that 1-0 happen. But yet another round para sa kanila. Makakabili sila dito ng kanilang mga Spectre, and actually Beats is just gonna hold on onto a shotgun.
Tignan natin kung makakapag-kuha siya or maybe hindi. But as we take a look at it, talagang mid-take pa rin ang ginagawa ng SBE as what we've usually see sa kanila. Once you take the mid, once you open a lot of corners, that's gonna be a big win for me. Pero nga lang, signs talaga.
That's gonna be a big win for them,
really
but
slow.
Sineset up na actually. Sineset up na yung stars eh. But this is the Chamber just waiting. Alam na nila na naka-shotgun dito si Beats. But on the other hand, nag-aabang lang din sa kabilang dulo si Farside Jin. This is a double trouble on heaven right now. May isa pang natitira. Alam nila na nandito si Pro from SBE. Pero mag-aabang lang siya. Maybe he can burst down with the pistol. Aside from that, papunta na rin naman yung Astra at saka si Cypher para lang tulungan kung ano man yung nangyayari sa Sage ngayon. But they really have to make this happen. Time is ticking. Para sa kanila, Pro was able to get a kill. Papi Chulo with the help of the gravity well, nakatulong din yan. But Senor Card with this Marshall gets the triple kill. That is an easy round for Zeal Esports. Wala silang ginawa kundi magantay, Ray.
Kailangan magaling ka maghintay. And yan yung ginawa din nila kanina ng pistol. We're just gonna wait for SBE to come at us. And yan yung napaka-importanting vital points na meron ngayon ng Zeals. And I'm so happy that they're starting it really great. And the expectations natin coming in from them. Center Carl, he's popping off. Oh, second round pa lang. And more to see pa from them. But here it is, a full buy. Pero kita mo naman sa mga armors, nag-invest talaga sila pagdating sa kanilang mga utilities. And let's see if SBE will make a good way right now. Once that they will be able to take still here in mid. Pero gumagawa na din sila ng kabilang way dito sa may A side. Nakapag-wall. Pero medyo nasayang na unti-unti dahil nakuha kagad at dinestroy ito ng SBE. Kaliwat kahanan talagang gawa. Kailangan na lang move. But as for Seals, let's play it passively.
passive muna ang kanilang gustong gawin. Knowing SBE, they have yung kanilang mga Vandals, no? So, importante dito para sa SBE to get the least casualties as much as they can dahil nga importante na ma-save nila itong kanilang buy round. Aside from that, nakikita rin naman natin sa Zeals, yung mga gamit nilang baril dito is just the pistols na kung ano man, yun na binili nila from the previous round itself. But a 1-to-1 kill just happened right now on A side. 4v3 situation. Micro, nakakuha nga ng isa. That is Craigy's down. Si Farside Jin na lang at si Senor Carl ang dalawang duelist na natitira para sa Zeals Esports. Alam natin, kaya nilang mag-pop off. Senor Carl was able to get 1 kill. Binato ang paint shells. Medyo na-detect siya actually ng Cypher camera dito. He just needs to wait. The spike. Ray.
Talagang kailangan nila maghintay, but just finally finishes off Senior Carl. Pero Farside Jin, kita na rin kung nasaan siya. Chops gonna go up to him. Going in with a flash. Matatamaan ba ng isa? No! Because Poppy Cholo will just gonna be swinging to him. And still SB finally reclaiming that 2-1. Na-expect talaga natin na magiging ticket nga ba to dito sa split, and mukhang gusto sabihin ng SBE na kailangan talaga nilang manalo ng manalo. But as for Zeals, so much potential, but here it is. Full buy round na sila. And nakita nyo naman that even if that was an eco round, nakakuha sila ng 3 pick-offs. That's kind of good already, especially in your bonus. Kaso, when it comes to SBE, ano nga ba ang magiging hawak nila ngayon? Dahil nga na-pick off yung tatlo sa kanila, medyo masakit pa rin pagdating sa economy nila. But as they want to just still play the defaults, makuha pa rin ba nila ang Zeals to bait them in there?
Kung madedelay nila ng maayos, actually, Ray, no, it's quite a possibility. Pero si Jack, agad-agad, nandito na sa vents, nag-aantay na. Tinake over niya na yung vents, walang nagbabantay, pero si Senor Carl, yung nag-aabang sa kabilang dulo. So once na merong bumaba dito, insta-kill agad. Si Jack, very, very careful. Sinisilip niya kung meron man siyang mapipik. But Senor Carl, very deadly. Judge ba itong nakikita kong hawak niya? Senor Carl is holding this judge, and once Jack goes down, insta-kill to para sa kanya. There is the smoke pop mula sa Astra, pero saglitan lang yan. Alam ko nakikita na niya. Hindi niya pa nakikita. Nag-aambahan lang dito, Ray. Pag nakita yung tuhod mo, patay. Unang tuhod na makita, patay.
Sino ang unang sasakit ang tuhod? Si Java o si
Dalawa na
Senor
sila.
Carl?
Dalawa na sila. Si Pro, sumama si Pro.
Kaya kapag isa bumaba, tas audition yung isa, makaka-cancer ni Senor Carl to. Talagang walang alisa, no? Ganyan talaga. Patasa ng pride! Pero to, optimum
30
pride!
seconds
Sabi
left.
ni Senor Carl, bug, bug, bug! Para kay Ja! Susunod pa si Pro? Oh,
Spike down.
Namatay na, hindi ka pa natuto. Spike has been dropped in vents. Napakahirap na sitwasyon to para sa SBE. Stuck na sila dito with Senor Carl getting that 4 kill with the judge. Dahil lang sa isang barrel, dahil lang sa isang judge, Ray, sa vents. Doon nag-crumble ang attack ng SBE.
Talagang pinatibay
30
nila. Alam mo kung may
seconds
follow through yan
left.
from Pro, makakatid eh. Pero hindi.
Sumunod siya sa hukay. Sabi niya, gusto ko yan, man. Sama ako. Hawak na yung spike.
Ayan, no, tapos
my
sumunod pa
God.
sila. 40.
Sumama sa hukay. They have no choice. Masastuck sila. Actually, masastuck sila sa mid if hindi nila pinush. Kaso nga lang, nag-audition sila with the judge. That's gonna be quite difficult, and Zeal's just Zeal the deal.
Really? Yun na ata talaga. Yung tagal natin sila di nakita, we're really surprised with how they want to take this. And going up against SBE, eto na ba kagad ang sagot nila? And Farside Jin, timing kay Ja. Alam naman natin na eco round para sa SBE ito. And we can really see how they want to play this. Abang-abang lang talaga sila eh. Alam naman natin na ang SBE, when it comes to the double
Abangers.
duelist, talagang kailangan natin abangan. Marunong dapat tayo maghintay. Ang dami kasing impatient.
Patience is key. Patience is key. Kaso nga lang, sa sobrang pasensya ng SBE, mahirapan sila pumasok. And of course, obviously, with the pistol round on their hands, alam mo, minsan, Ray, yung mga teams kasi na yung pistol round, binibigay nila minsan yung eco round, no? Binibigay na lang nila, basta 1 and over. Tapusin na lang natin to. Tapos next round natin, bibili na tayo. But looking at SBE and how they play, they're not just gonna give it that quick. Senor Carl, on the other hand, mainit na mainit. Talagang nakakakuha ng kills dito left and right, but beats sumusunod sa yapak ni Senor Carl sa pagkuha ng kills na yan. They always go to vents, Ray, they always get catch off guard. So SBE, kailangan nila mag-isip dito ng ibang way para makapasok o para makuha yung mid, no? Dahil they always get stuck in vents.
Naglalaro pala sila ng Among Us. Pero nga lang, maraming impostor sa side ngayon ng Zeals. And that's something. They know how to predict yung mga playstyle ng SB. Alam naman natin talaga, based lang sa panel natin kanina, they've been doing really well here. So Zeals, syempre, kumuha sila. Of course, ng homework, ano nga ba naglalaro tong SB? And they're really putting on a great effort how to shut them down. And so far, wala pa tayong nakitang frags from Aziz. Hopefully, makakuha siya. Senior Carl just gonna start it. Shut down na naman si Aziz this time around. Apat na lang natitira sa SBE side and Jai is gonna go down. Wala nang duelist sa mga side ng SBE. Pero they're strong to save the day. Defend lang tayo ng konti. Oh.
There goes the gravity well, Ray. Medyo nahihirapan dito, parehas na teams, no? But once you shut down Senor Carl, who's holding actually Heaven, mabubuksan yun at makakapasok sila. Pero isa pang problema nila dito is actually the ultimate of Chamber dahil nag-aabang lang siya. As we know, para sa operator, he gets one. He's trying to find another one and he gets the second. Tamang TP lang. At nasa Heaven na naman si Kuya Mo Beast. Naghahanap na naman ng pwede pang mapatay. Pero meron din siyang baril. Aside from that, may Phantom ka na, may operator ka pa.
Here.
Sulit!
I have retrieved the spike. Page 3.
Para kang nag-order ng Happy Meal, Ray.
Oh.
May toys. Oh. Nakat ako ng saglit doon. Pero kompletos Ricardos eh. Kompletos Ricardos ko yung chamber eh. Kompleto lahat. May operator, may phantom pa. Happy Meal.
Golly bots.
Spike down.
Gusto mahanap nun. Pero to, mabilis ang chamber, di ba? Sabi sa inyo, when you have that chamber, sobrang mechanically skilled naman talaga ng mga members ng Zeus. Lalong-lalo na when you take a look at how Beats do that. But as for the side of SPE, they're stuck up 4 rounds different. And tatandaan nyo na pinili nila ito against Zeal. Pero tignan natin, paano nga ba sila makakuha ng magandang entry? Malaking butas lang ang kailangan nila hanapin. At kapag lumaki yun, yun na din yung magiging solusyon nila against how big yung stronghold ng Zeals right now against them.
Eco round na naman para sa SBE. If makapick off sila dito ng isa, dalawa, that's good enough already. As much as makakuha ka ng casualty. Kaso nga lang, hirap talaga sila makapasok. Because of the smoke, mula doon sa Astra, pagalingan to ng Astra eh. Actually, sa pag-micro-manage ng mga utilities, yung pop ng smoke na yan, magkasunod yan. Now, with this wall, they would go in. A pro actually walled off on the other side para makalipad sila. Farside Jin, on the other hand, gets the 2K to Game Monster as well.
Grabe, magpa-destroy tong Zeus. Wala. SB, they tried to come up with something. Pero ito na ba yung potential na pwede sila mag-B-side once again? They kind of tried it. And naka-pick off naman sila ng isa. But still, di pa natin nakikita kung paano nga ba sila. They want to play it out. Sa A, hindi nga successful. Grabe ang hold ng Zeus. They just don't expect send your car like that. While on the other side, they're trying here, hindi. And hopefully ngayon, makakapagkuha na nga sila ng game changer. Pero 6-1 to, lalayo-layo na nga ba ang ating game right now? Or still, SB, manlalaban sila to make this into a tie score. Sobrang iba ang Zeals ngayon. And gusto nga kagad ata nilang isil ang pinakaunang half pa lang against SBE. Yeah, talagang kita mo naman right now for the side of SB, naghihintay lang sila. Mid-take once again. Sana maging successful talaga sila this time around. Nakikita ko yung big shoutouts nga pala kay Hana. Ayan, kay Hana na talaga supportive kay Flippy. Sana all. Eto nga, mamaya sana makita natin maglaro. Pero sa unang mga orders pa lang, checking ang SB. Let's see if they'll be able to get at least one already here sa B Tower, Taylor.
Tama ka dyan. Nag-comment actually yung Zeal Esports na organization. Sabi nila, dating security guard si Senor Carl. Fun fact lang. Oo, hindi ko alam kung totoo ka, pero fake news. Ewan. Nakita niyo naman yung 4K kanina. Sila mismo nag-comment eh. So, pinakulang naman. dating security guard si Senior Carl, maniniwala ako kasi sila
Tignan nyo.
Spike down.
Tignan nyo naman. Sabi nga nila, may sound effects daw yung ginawa niyong Ray. Bog daw. Ganun talaga pag caster ka, ikaw din gumagawa ng S-effect. Pero mas matindi ngayon, nakapasok ng SB finally sa may A-side. Pero going up against Paul. Oh, naku po! Chulo! Kainin ang tabahan na bayo si Farsight. At si Micro na lang kagad ang natitira. Clutch ba to? Ay, naku, dalawa. And Beats, sumayaw lang. Sa Gedli and goes with a refrag and Zeal still manifesting the first map 7-1 against SBE.
7-1. Mahaba-haba. Actually, kailangan nabulin dito ng SBE, no? Nahihirapan sila completely pagdating sa attacking side. They can't go in way kung paano makakapasok kasi nag-aabang may Astras and then may susunod naman para sa iba may wall din na darating pero nag-aabang na si Jin. Nasa A si Senior Carl, nasa B si Farsight. Saan sila papasok? They have to figure it out.
Lot of talagang kailangan na lang kunan dito there and hopefully after a few tries they'll be able to get it. So kasi they've been repeating it all over again and seems like hindi nag-work dito pero marami pa lang namang hope para sa SB side ng Senior Carl. Naku po na boga! Baka naman ako New Year na ata dahil dyan Aziz pick up. Nagtapon lang naman ng patience just to be able to get that security kill na naman pero hintay lang kayo. Walang ID, walang entry.
No ID, no entry, pero may backscard kami. Yan ang sabi nila dito. Papi Chulo just waiting para doon sa Gravity Well. Nakakuha siya ng 2 kill, but it's not gonna be enough. Zeal Esports, 8-1 ang scoreline nila dito. You know, proving wrong yung panel actually kanina dahil pinag-uusapan nila na it seems like Zeal once they block off Icebox parang papunta dito sa split kapag hindi nila makuha to against SBE mahihirapan sila all throughout. Kaso nga lang, looking at the performance of Zeal Esports right now, yung defense yung depensa, Ray.
Piruin mo, a lot of teams, kanina nakita nga natin yung the previous matchup between LFO tsaka NAOS yung defending talaga ng pares na teams, very strong especially sa Haven. And right now, I'm quite impressed na itong Zeals, usually talaga sobrang grabe yung attack nila, di ba? Pero on the defending, it's really on form and Farsight starts it with a 2K kagad. Bumagsak na, releasing of course that Emperor once they got everything sa side ng SBE and after SBE, ito lang ba kagad ay kailangan nila test yung waters or maybe talagang maybe next map they can really get this pero so far it's just the first half. Marami pa namang pwedeng mangyari dito Taylor but as of now Zeals talaga is having that big upper hand against SBE knowing na tatlo na lang and Aziz is quite low on HP. What will they do? Micro, he tries to get an opener here pero will he be successful? Yeah, he gets one pero opo, masastan at makakadete. Oh, denied siya kanina Papi Chulo.
Maglalabas pa sana siya ng boombot niya doon. But it's not gonna be enough time anymore. Hindi na kailangan dahil Zeal Esports just goes for it. Ang hirap talaga nito para sa side ng SBE, Ray. Hindi sila makahanap ng opening kahit saan. They have to do well, here you go. A timeout. Kailangan nila ng timeout. Nauna pa sila sa first. Kasi 1 hour ahead kayo dyan eh. Kaya sa akin dito, naisip ko mag-timeout sila.
Para tingnan natin kung mapag-usapan na nga ng SB9 Cheekers maybe or maybe 210. Abangan natin. Sana makapaghabol din yung SB Cat paano just to be able na di sila ma-pressure sa second half. But we're just taking a little bit of time here.
Akala ko naka-stuck. Yung pala, ganun talaga. Sabi ko, refresh muna ako. Ganun pala talaga. Hindi pala talaga gumagalaw. Akala ko sa akin. Looking at it, SBE timeout po talaga sila dito. They can't do anything. Look at this quick replay. Papasok si Micro. He was able to get a kill. Kaso nga lang, nandun na yung gravity well eh. Nakaabang na agad. May smoke pa ng Cypher. Ewan ko na lang kung ano pa yung makita ng players ng SBE sa pag-entry nila. So, with this utility usage, napakaganda mula sa side ng Zeal Esports. On the other hand, yung firepower nila, they can definitely get the kills then as well, even with Farsighted and Senor Carl na nag-split literally, kagaya ng mapa na nasa magkabilang site. They could really help each other out. But this time around, mukhang A-site ang gusto nila dito. Ipupush nila agad-agad. Senor Carl was able to get one kill but was denied immediately by ASUS.
SBE, they need trades there. Ito talagang kanina pa nang ginagawa. Okay, I can get it, at least ako lang. Pero ngayon talaga, when it comes to compact maps, kailangan mo talaga may refrag as much as possible or hindi magkokalat talaga kayo. And gagawin lang ng Zeals ngayon, knowing na nasa momentum sila, they're just gonna dry pick you everything. Talagang alam lang nila na depress W. But as the confidence ng SBE, eto na ba kagad yung magiging destruction nila or still Zeals tries it talaga to destroy them. And kita mo naman, ASUS na lang at si Micro na tigara going up against 3. Winnable, yes. But they're gonna struggle so much. But that's a big opener. Farsighted, wala na nga kagad. And ASUS will be unleashing that to Empress. Maybe get this into a 9-2 once that they'll be able to hold it against Zeals.
If mahold nila, no? But looking at it, support, itong dalawang sentinel natin, which is the Sage, Beats, and also Craig, ay sila na lang natitira for Zeals right now. Magkasama sila actually at talagang ginagapang na lang muna nila dito ang A-main. Ang hindi nila alam, si Micro nasa likuran lang nila. But now that they know, Micro will just move out, just waste the time para sa side ng Zeal Esports. SBE, they really need this round. Kailangan nilang makuha tong round na to, Ray. Kung hindi, sobrang mahihirapan sila along the way. But Beats was able to take one kill. Is it gonna be enough time? He's not gonna go for it. Na-realize niya na wala. Pero nakakuha pa siya ng isa with a headshot. Definitely worth it para sa Zeal Esports.
Last
round. Marami silang pera. Maraming pera. Ang sa side ng Zeals, kita mo naman, walang ka-problema. They've been winning consecutive rounds. Mas hirap pa rin talaga ang SBE. But at least on this last half, kung magiging 9-3 to, maybe we're still waiting as what happened earlier. 9-3kers, sobrang madali lang yan when it comes to split, especially on the defending side ng SBE. But as for Zeals, they just need this enough manpower. And kita mo naman, magdo-double operator setup na sila. Senor Carl and Farsighted consecutively. And this is this it? Okay.
Para tong nag-rank game sina Farsighted saka sina Senor Carl. Mag-operator muna ako, pre. Sige pre. Kakumbahala. Ito na. Nag-aabang na lang talaga sila. They have the position. Alam nila kung saan sila pupwesto, Ray. Alam nila kung saan din sila sisilip.
Kaya nga talaga nga, let's just wait for it. Talagang ginawa nila ngayon. Total, may momentum tayo. Oh no, hindi ka mag-work pa natin. Sa rank, pwede. Pero dito sa tournament, mahihirapan sila. And here it is. Medyo may pag-asa talaga ang SB ngayon. They pick up the Senor Carl and ang ginawa na yun ng Farsighted, magsiswitch off na ako to Vandal. Medyo mahirap na nga to just hold on to those angles. But surely, ang SBE... Oh, surprise!
Surprise!
Mayroon pang pag-asa ngayon ng SBE to just gimmick this. Ito, 9-3kers. And here it is. And nga towards B. And si Beats na lang natitira. And Papi Chulo finishes him out. And this the sign for it to be 9-3kers. Ito na ba yun?
Sign na to, Ray. Sign na to. Ayaw nilang mag-2-10 na naman. Pero sign na to, Ray. Because I think right now, during the last 2 rounds na meron yung SBE, na-realize nila kung paano sila makaka-entry, no? Kung paano nila ma-open up yung mga sites na meron tayo. But right now, it's not gonna help out anymore for the side of SBE dahil nag-swap na rin sila ng sides dito. They are on the defense. At kung naaalala mo, Ray, yung sinabi ko kanina, now they have Zeals. Kailangan nila, Zeal Esports, kailangan nila ma-figure out on how to use Chamber on the attacking side. Utilize it well dahil napakalaking tulong nung mga utilities talaga dito ng isang chamber, no? And it just goes to show na nagbabago-bago talaga yung meta ng mga teams na meron tayo dito. Farside Jin, ginagapang yung mid, may dalawang nag-aabang. Kabilang dulo, parehas, harap at likod or harap at kanan, merong kalaban. Farside Jin wasn't aware. Ja was just waiting on the corner. There goes the wall mula sa Sage. Pro, sinarado lang ang butas na yan. 1 kill and Mamba out na para sa kanila.
And this is it. Ito na ba ang sign? We've seen yung place ng SB in the defending here in split. So maybe ito na yung hope para sa SB na makakuha syempre ng momentum. But as for Zeal, syempre kanina palong-palo, they're not whiffing. All of the shots are really accurate and they can just make it with that double duelist ka na meron sila, especially how Farside yung Senior Carl. Pero wala na nga si Farside this time around. And SB, ginagawa lang din nalang ginagawa ng Zeals. Maghihintay lang tayo. Nasa atin yung advantage. We have that 5v4. And look at it. They're just gonna be waiting sa mismong side. As they stop Ja! Sees out si Krigis. And tatlo na lang kagad. Nabilisan lang and beats together with Senior Carl.
The follow-up from Ja mula dun sa kill on B main. Pero nga lang, Senior Carl knows he was there. Beats is the only man alive. Pero this gun would definitely help him out. Maghahanap na naman siya ng isa. Spike has been dropped para sa Zeal Esports. Wala silang choice. Beats, kailangan niyang gapangin. Kailangan niyang kunin yung Spike. Once na mawala yan, huli ka talaga. Alam na nilang dalawa na nasa baba at nasa hell. Papi Chulo to just close things off for SBE. Ito na ang simula ng pagbangon ng api, Ray.
Nagsisimula na air. Gusto atang i-manifest ng SB na kaya natin. Kanina nagkuha ng LFOs sa Haven. So SB, they want to make this sure. Kailangan nila maging careful dahil sobrang fragile ng mga next steps because tatlo na lang. And Zeus can finally win this map pick. Tatandaan nyo, map pick to ng SB. Ang next map natin ay map pick ng Zeus. So, waiting lang for a little bit. Ganda naman ang background dito sa may office. Pero magsisimula na nga ulit ang SB show sa kanilang defending side or Zeals talaga. They want to make sure out of everything that they have. Nakaka-exciting na. Pero to give a push. Oops. Babak mo ng onte. Mahirap na. But Micro, may heal lang naman siya ng kanyang kakampi.
Waiting game para sa side ng SBE, Zeal Esports din as well. Like, set up na sila dito ng mga stars, no? But will the stars align? Yan ang katanungan. The smoke pops off on B main. Pinapasok to ng konti ng Zeal Esports. Once na mawala tong smoke na to, mag-aabang lang sila at titignan nila kung merong papasok na player from anyone from SBE or merong gustong lumabas. But there is no one. Ito ay delaying tactics lang mula sa SBE. The orb has been taken at importante din dito, Ray actually, sa mga hindi, baka may viewers tayo na hindi nagba-Valorant din or competitive Valorant, yung paglabanan actually, yung ultimate orbs, no? Especially once na nagkaroon tayo ng mga updates na tumami yung orbs ng ganitong agent and specifics like that. So, importante din dito na labanan yung orb. But looking at it right now, sobrang daming smoke. Si Ja nakakuha at nakapitas na nga ng isa, which is si Senior Carl. Micro, on the other hand, was able to get Krigis as well. Ray, 5v3 situation and yung Spike nasa kanila pa rin naman.
Pero nga lang, all of it, all of the angles secured ng SBE and 5-9 still sa side ng Zeals pa rin naman. They still have that 4 rounds advantage pero on the pool by itself, ito na nga yung magiging interesting. Will this be a 10-5 in favor of Zeals? Or talagang SBE, they really want to get this second half. But as we can see naman guys, I love with this double sentinel. We don't usually see this talaga. Minsan makita na may initiator na isa, maybe Sky, maybe Bridge also is good para sa akin here in Split. But dito, with that double sentinel, I think it's really saving a lot. Pero wala Senior Carl, hindi mag-work ang kanyang pagiging agresibo dito as Aziz will finally pin him down. And magagawin ng Zeals instead of just putting themselves here in A side, aalis sila. They're gonna go to mid. Galing na nga sila sa may tinuro ni Vil. Seawers. Joke lang.
Seawers. Pag Pinoy ka, Seawers, man. Help Seawers. Ayan ang sinasabi nila dito. The thing is, meron silang mid-control kahit papano dahil nag-set up lang ng traps yung Cypher dito. So hindi talaga nila binabantayan kagaya ng ginagawa ng Zeal Esports kanina. But it's actually working out for them. Papi Chulo was able to get 2K. Beats nakakuha at na-deny nga yung kill na yan na susunod dapat. 2v3 situation right now, Ray. Kailangan nilang ma-plant yung spike in a few seconds. They have all the time in the world though. Pero SBE, gusto nilang tapusin. Gusto talaga nilang humabol. 9-6. Ano yung kabaliktaran ng nice? Ekin, men. Ekin.
Akala ko sine.
Sine?
Sine. Uy,
babalik talaga tayo sa grade 12 nito, Ray.
Ay, ang ganda
dito sa Tagalog broadcast, isipin mo, di ako magaling mag-math. Si Vil, hindi ko rin alam. Tapos, ikaw, sine, yung kabaliktaran ng nice. Ewan ko na lang ano mangyayari sa Filipino broadcast.
Broadcast.
Oo, kaya actually tinanggal si Nomad dito eh. Masyado siyang matalino para sa aming lahat.
So kami lang, oy, nag-English ka na sa kami ni Vil. So may sinasabi ka natin or
wala. Galing sa'yo yan, Ray. Wala akong sinasabi. Wala akong ganyan. On the pass.
Eto, mga
nananahimik ako sa Cambodia eh.
Tahimik naman talaga dito sa Pilipinas. Masaya yung mga nanonood sa atin ngayon. Sobrang ingay nila sa comment section. Pero, nice talaga. Pero yung mga
parang si Vil, no? Maingay. One-to-one trade just happened on Heaven. At talagang abangers lang dito, Ray si Pro. Mag-aabang lang yan. Tingnan mo.
Abangers lang. Marunong maghintay yan. Pero to, marunong din maghintay si Ja. Nakakarinig na siya. Crossfire. Nandito na nga. But as Fire Saijin nagme-make noise, talagang minamind games nila to. Pero kailangan nila mag-ingat. As is, nakita ka agad on that angle. Together with Ja, sabay-sabay lang tayo kakantain. Fire Saijin, the only guy remaining. Mapapanice ba siya ngayon with that 9-6 scoreline or makakuha pa nga siya ng clutch dito? But as for the side ng SBE, hindi natin kailangan na Seaman. Pero si Ja, he took that risk. And 9-7. So far, ever since the start of the second half of the year, hindi pa nananalo ang Zeals ng isang round against SBE.
Mahirap talaga, Ray. Malakas talaga yung actually yung agent selection nila pagdating sa defense dahil nga sa chamber na yon. But on attacker side, pagdating sa mga sentinel na meron tayo, because looking at it, ano ba ang lineup ng Zeal Esports? They have the chamber as the sentinel and also the sage. But other than that, wala silang information na makukuha. Diba? From a cipher, you can get lots. Meron kang trip wars. So, ang daming possibilities din as well. But nevertheless, it is a good selection. Nakita naman natin on the first half pagdating sa Zeal Esports na talagang dominated yung defense side. But on the attacker, kailangan nilang ma-figure out to. Kaya naman on this timeout, pag-uusapan nila yan. At Ray, sa tingin ko kaya si Aziz nakakakuha na ng kills. Nabasa niya na yung isang comment sa Facebook Live.
Oo. Alam mo ba,
sabi dito kasi yun
eh.
Sabi dito, mag-init ka na, Aziz. Bibilhin na natin yung Jordans mo. Kaya pala, naka-triple kill si kuya mo Aziz.
Bebe buff. Ganun talaga.
Ganun lang pala yun?
Oo. Pag pala sabihin mo bigyan kita ng ng 3090.
3090? Oo. Ganun lang pala yun, no? Para mabuhay yung mga team players natin, kailangan magko-comment lang yung kani-kanilang mga
mahal sa buhay.
Mahal sa buhay. 9-7 is the score. Zeal Esports, pagtapos ng timeout na yun, Ray, they have to figure how to open things up. Alam nila na nakukuha nila yung mid Nakukuha nila yung mid, pero may mga traps din naman yung Cypher. So alam din ng SBE kung saan sila pupwesto. Dito mo nakikita yung difference nung defense style ng Zeal Esports at saka ng SBE actually. Kung gaano kalakas yung defense ng Zeal Esports pagdating sa A Heaven at saka sa B Heaven and Vent as well mula kay Senior Carl at Fireside Jin. Ganun naman ang SBE, medyo mas passive sila, medyo mas sa likod sila. Makakuha sila ng isa isang kill, maglalabas ng wall si Pro para lang ma-block off lahat. So, this is just pick-offs after pick-offs para sa SBE. Playing it safe. Wala mo ng asim, but there goes the blind. The Lear comes in. They get kills after kills. 2-2 trade lang dito, Ray.
That's really fantastic sa side ng Zeus. They needed that. Dahil kanina, they're just gonna be going one by one, not working anymore. Pero kapag stick sila together, plus ready sila for that aggression sa SPE, they can make it. Kailangan na talaga mag-connect ng lahat ng utilities. Napaka-importante din ng area na nilalabas ni Farside Jin, and maybe they can take this. Hindi lang dapat sila sadya kay Ja dito as it's just gonna be waiting my B main. But as they make a move, makakarinig na ata ngayon si Ja na meron na nanggaling sa may towers and is quite aware with it. Pero time delay lang ang kailangan nilang gawin. Blitz goes with a plan! Ja finally sees Farside Jin. Tuge gets Ja. 2v2 still. Pero sinamahan na nga ngayon ng Cosmic Divide para lang talagang hindi sila ma-pick off ng SBE. But as they make this micro, kailangan nila magsabay. Kailangan nyo mag-duo sa duo dito, 2v2. But as for the delays, Zeals is doing it. Konting ingay lang.
Oh my God.
Malalaman
Controller
na.
versus Initiator. Astra versus Astra. Natag ng Cypher. Malaking tulong yan para sa side dito ng SBE. Si Beats na lang ang natitira. Is this gonna be enough time for SBE to defuse the spike? It seems like it is. 9-8 ang scoreline natin, Ray. Well-executed retake mula sa SBE. Ray, nakita mo, very low on HP is actually Papi Chulo. Sobra, as in, isang kembot lang. Alam mo yung madapa lang siya, matisod lang siya, wala na agad. No? But the thing is, they have the camera. Yun yung pinaka-importante. Once na may natag doon sa Zeal Esports, kailangan magtago para lang tanggalin yung camera. And they took advantage of that, Ray. Kinuha nila yung opportunity na yon para pumasok yung isang miyembro ng SBE at para patayin ng ibang miyembro ng Zeal Esports. A very well-executed retake from SBE. 9-8 ang scoreline natin dito. And right now, forced on an eco round is Zeal Esports on a half by Ray.
This is really giving Zeals a lot of pressure. Just the same lang as what SBE experienced sa pinaka-unang half. And sabi nga natin, di ba? First half, if ganun man scoreline, hindi ka dapat magpapatilt. And that's how exactly SBE did it. Good trade coming from Craigie. Makakapag-reso pa. And gagawin kayo ng mga taga-SBE. They need to rotate. Pero they can just take a lot of time. We all know that it's already a big advantage when it comes to the numbers. Pero pagdating naman sa mga baril, all of Vandal plus the Phantom from Pro ang kailangan gamitin lang ng SBE. But Assist right now is there. Pero Beats, andyan na nga eh. Bonus operator and is doing it. 5 HPC. Tuge, makuha pa rin si Papa Chulo. And don't tell me na itong round na to, makuha pa ng Zeals dahil meron na silang mga baril kahit papano.
May baril na sila kahit papano, pero is it gonna be enough? Yan ang katanungan. Tuge, very low on HP. Si Micro at si Pro ay, right now, si Pro nag-aabang lang sa mid, no? Inaantay niya kung merong dadaan, but pwede niyang itimbre ito. Para kay Micro naman, narinig niya na kung nasan si Tuge. At agad-agad with the shutdown like that. But the operator from Beats, actually, yung kanyang ultimate, was able to punish one player mula sa SBE. Now it's all up to Pro. Setting up na dito ang isang chamber. Mag-aabang lang sa B-main at this is gonna be not a kill. Hindi nag-connect yung shot, Ray. May chance pa.
Pwede pa. Pwede pang maklutch to ni Pro. Looking at it. Naku po. Nahihirapan na ata siya. Farside is gonna take him down. And still, Zeals not drifting nga ng SB. I think yung very particular doon is meron kasing reso pa sa side ng Zeals pagkakuha ni Kragus with that trade and he was able to revive 1. Nakapag-clear pa nga sila. They took out si Papi Chulo. Naghihintay din sa may ramps. And that's just how Zeals was able to get that na underman na lang SBE. And after those series na sobrang nananalo lang SBE 1 by 1, slowly but surely on the second half, Zeals, at least this time around, nakuha na sila ngayon ng key to get it into a 10-8.
10-8, dalawa. Or actually, dalawa para sa match point. Kailangan ng Zeal Esports, no? Medyo nag-stuck sila kasi kanina ang score natin para sa mga kakatunin lang. 9-3 no? So that 9-3 curse is definitely real dahil onti-onting nakaka-comeback ang SBE o ang Southbuilt Esports dito sa game na to. Now with the operator na nasa kamay ni Ja, this could definitely be powerful para sa side ng SBE. Agad-agad na pwede niyang ma-punish yung ibang mga players ng Zeal Esports dito as well. So mag-aabang lang siya at mag-aantay. Kaso nga lang, si Ja, walang tao sa A-site, no? So Zeal Esports, ang plano nila dito, gusto natin i-take yung B. Men, sayangin natin, pwede natin sayangin yung ibang utilities na meron ang SBE, kagaya ng mga smoke na ipapop dyan maya-maya lang. I assume, pag nag-pop yung smoke na yan, there's no smoke gonna be pop, pero Senior Carl ang nag-pop off with that showstopper. ASUS was able to get that 2K at Mamba out lang para sa kanila. The playstyle of SBE, Ray, gaya ng sabi ko kanina, just safe. Playing safe.
Almost the same as Zeal on the defending, pero nga lang Aziz right now is currently popping off dahil nga ba yan sa Jordan na kinoment or kaya talagang
may Jordan itong pagtapos, man eh. Kaya ganyan eh. May Jordan pagtapos.
Na-pop din yan, pero he's just playing it out, pero Tuge was able to pin him down. Time is ticking, but Jar's going into the Tuge, and good na lang kagad, and Pro was scared to get it, and still, play it slow, play it smart, use your utilities, be aggressive, and SBE, they still fight it. It's 10-9 against Zeals. Pero wait mo, dito sa split, napakadikit ng kanilang laban and thinking that this is one of the best maps ng SBE. Zeals are finally doing it up against them. 10-9, isa na lang before it's going to get 10-10. But as for SBE's side, kailangan lang nila maging careful on those thrifty rounds. Pero kita mo naman na take very careful ang side ng SBE, and they really need to get that. Of course, kapag magiging 11-8 yan, mapapa-force sila into an eco. So talagang tinake all na nila lahat ng risk that Empress and that Tradestorm itself sobrang laging upper hand para sa side ng SBE.
Aside from that, napakalaking bagay na nakuha ni Aziz actually yung kills na yun, no? Dahil once na nakuha ni Aziz yung 2K, kaya niyang mag-dismiss agad-agad. Ibig sabihin na hindi siya magiging casualty nung laban na yun. 2-1 trade yung nangyari para sa side ng SBE during that time. So with assist of the assist of Aziz, nakuha ng SBE yet another round. But 10-9 is the score. Malapit nang magtay, malapit nang magpantay. Is the Ray curse real? Yan ang katanungan na masasagot. Totoo ba na mag-overtime na naman dahil si Ray ang caster? Malalaman natin yan mamaya. But the dismiss from it comes off. Wala siyang overheal dito, kaya naman agad-agad siyang na-shutdown. 3v4. Farside very low on HP, Ray.
Farside Jean, pero as for SBE, winnable pa rin ba to sa kanila? Naku po, saan ka tumitingin dyan? Naging advantage pa nga yun. Inabangan lang ni Beats. Micro and Papi Chulo will they be able to get this still? Or talagang Zeals, talagang gusto lumamang ng 2 rounds at kin SBE kapag nakakahabol sa kanila. Tatandaan mo, may few buys lang ang ginawa ng Zeals, but all of the risk itself, kailangan talaga nila mag-step up. Nandiyan sila para ipakita sa atin that they can do it. Checking every corner is what they have. Kahit yung time sobrang gahol. But as for SBE, paano nyo gagawa nito ng paraan? We still have 1 star available para kay Micro, but will he be able to get that into its advantage or talagang mawawala kahit papano? Covering all those angles, aabangan na nga ni Papi Chulo. He makes his way here, but still beats with that operator. Medyo mahihirapan talaga ngayon ang SBE.
Farside Jin, kahit low on HP, meron siyang overheal dito na capability, no? Kailangan niya lang makakuha ng assist o kaya ng kill naman. Tuge, on the other hand, at saka si Beats, tinapos na ang trabaho with those kills, making this 11-9 scoreline. Zeal Esports, onti na lang. Isa na lang actually yung kailangan nilang round para sa isang match point. At unti-unti, nababasa na nila ang SBE. This is exactly what Zeal Esports need. Knowing na doon pa lang sa panel kanina na napag-usapan natin, na nung binan nga nila yung Icebox, binalikan lang natin saglit, no? Nung binan nila yung Icebox, people got worried. Actually, the panel got worried if this would be actually good para sa Zeal Esports. But looking at it right now, they pick Split as the map. Now, they are dominating it as well. Medyo may slow change lang or slow pace of change pagdating sa side ng SBE dahil nagbabasahan pa rin sila ng kanilang mga strategies. But on the other hand, Zeal Esports, I think medyo nabasa na nila, nakuha na nila. Now, SBE, they have to still play it safe. Kung ano yung ginagawa nila kanina, it definitely works out for them anyways. The thing is, kailangan din nila makuha yung importanteng pick-offs. And the most important one is probably not getting picked off like that by Beats, Ray.
Oh, ayaw mong magka-momentum si Beats. Pero nga lang, on the other side, Pro, he still has that resu. Pero kailangan na nila i-cover yung everything. Nagpapakita lang sila. Beats won't be able to connect it. Pero makakuha naman ng information on the other side ang SBE. But here it is. Tuge will finally unleash that cosmic divide. Will this be a good retake sa side ng SBE? Dahil kapag nakuha pa ng Zeus to, magpapakita ang what so-called match point na nga against SBE. Pero ito na nga, all of those holds, kailangan gawa ng Zeus itong paraan na to. Kanina na-retake sila most likely ng SBE kapag binibigay sa kanilang side. But Aziz together with Jagos, ito na ang kanilang momentum. Para sa IG deny si Pro, pero nakapasok pa kagad sa may elbow ang dalawang miyembro ng SBE at Jagos sa near card. Pero nga lang, kaliwat kanan, double duelist pa rin ang buhay sa SBE side. Pero out in the open ngayon, anong magagawa niya this time? Pressure, Farsight finishes him out. And Zeus will be able to get the one round
Match
left
point.
para sa kanila before they can finally seal the deal sa map na to against SBE.
Man, I just wanna say na hindi worth it yung peak doon sa B main, no? Daan-daan actually yung peak dry peak yung nangyari. At the same time, yung chamber para sa attacker side, para sa side ng Zeal Esports, they have the operator. So gagawin niya lang talaga doon, literal, mag-aantay lang siya kung sino yung unang pipik. At yun nga ang nangyari, na pick off ang isang membro ng SBE, and Zeal Esports was able to capitalize on that mistake, was able to take that advantage against SBE and basically get that round. Match point na to para sa kanila, and if they manage, again, this is a best of 3 matchup. If they get this first map, of course, may advantage na sila when it comes to winning the entire series. But at the same time, we all know that ang plano dito, or rather, ang prediction ng panel is SBE is gonna win this round.
With a clean 2-0 pa. So final, ano na, pero
mali.
3 rounds pa naman to para makahabol ang SBE.
Tiwala lang, Ray. Hindi mo ba kilala ang SB19? Huh? Yung, we wanna go up. Yun yung kanta nila eh. Diba? There's no way but up para sa SBE right now. Wala na silang pwedeng gawin dito na pagkakamali actually, because it's the final round in case para sa Zeal Esports. So SBE, I think gumagana pa rin talaga sa kanila, Rere, dito is yung waiting game. Yung mag-aantay lang sila na may papasok. Kasi pag pinik nila doon sila nawawalan ng tao.
Talagang kailangan nila makuha ito dahil kanina lang ganda na eh. Pero ever since the 50 round, baka nawawalan sila, but Micro still gets it. Here it is, the bigger question. Ja together with Papi Chulo, makuha kayo. No, not timing. Mas nakuha pa rin ni Ja yun against Krelkis. Pero nga lang, Farsight gets Ja. And only have Papi Chulo. Makaklatch niya ba to? Or hindi? Alam na kanya, kagad niya kung information kung nasa ng dalawa. He still have that one cyber cage. Pero Krelkis wants to confirm this against SBE. And that's just it. Zeals gets this map pick ng SBE. 1-0 na nga. And I am so impressed. Ang tagal kong hindi nakita tong Zeals. Pero nga lang, Theor, looks like nakikita natin na tong Zeals, they still improved along the way.
Man, ang daming in-improve dito ng Zeal Esports. People are saying na Zeal Esports, they're more of the team that pops off. Ito yung more of the team na minsan may structure, pero minsan dahil nga doon sa maturity nung kanilang mga play or yung kanilang mga strategy na hindi nasusunod yung plano na gusto nilang gawin, no? Because of course, with the superstar players like Farsight, meron ding Senior Carl na kaya talagang mag-pop off and kaya talagang kunin yung mga kills na yon. Mahihirapan talaga ang SBE. Looking at the stats right now, pagtingin natin dito, obviously Beats did a lot, Ray. During game number 1, or rather during the time sila yung attackers, napakalaking bagay ng chamber on the defense and on the attack side. Dahil once na nag-attack na sila, kinuha lang nila yung operator na yon. Inantay nila na magkamali ang SBE. And exactly like that, may mga dry peak ng SBE na naku-caught off guard sila. Zeal Esports, they were able to seal the deal on game number 1, Re.
Alam mo yun, napakalaking impact talaga. 1 round. Yun lang yung sign ng Zeals to get it. And that 50 itself, nakuha nga nila yun. They were able to get it. Tapos hindi na rin nakapag-rotate ng napakaaga ang SBE on their defending side. Tapos yung palong-palo, una pa lang.
Yung security guard natin, si Senor Carl, matagal niya na itong ginagawa. Kasi Raze lagi niyang ginagamit. Tapos ang gagawin niya dito, papasok lang siya, tapos talagang mag-showstopper lang. We saw na SBE definitely tried doon sa vents, no? Sabay nilang pinasok, dalawa sila. Kaso nga lang, magkadikit na magkadikit, magkaharap na magkaharap, at definitely a punch in the face immediately from Senor Carl. Agad-agad niyang nakuha yung 4K dahil lang sa judge. Ganitong hold lang ang, alam mo, pinaka nakakainis na sa rank game, Ray. Yung split na map, tapos lahat nung nasa defenders, naka-judge lang. Paano ka papasok? Ganon yung problema ng SBE, basically.
Napakadami na lang potential sa attacking side here. And ngayon, parang usually, di ba nakita natin sa laro ng Zeals on their previous scene, nakita natin na medyo matagal bago sila mag-pop off. Pero ngayon, sure na sure pa lang sila kagad. First round pa lang, second round, consecutively, and that round na nakuha pa nga nila on claiming that into the 39. I'm really impressed right now sa ginagawa ng Zeals ngayon. Tagal ko di nakita, sabi ko, kaya-kaya ng Zeals kapatan ng big team against SBE, but ngayon talaga they're proving so much sa worth na to. Pero wag kayong mag-alala sa mga fans ng SBE dyan dahil meron pa tayong second map, meron pa tayong maybe third map.
Maybe, di ba? Malalaman natin yan later on our second game, no? Sila pa rin na magtatapat. This is a best of 3 game. Game number 1, Zeal was able to seal the deal para sa kanila. But game number 2, it might be different. Abangan natin yan. But right now, we are just gonna go in a very short break. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. My name is Terror. With me is Ray. Huwag kayong aalis. Muli kaming magbabalik.
High roads, go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom, please respect.
Unang araw pa lang, mainit na kagad ang pinapakita ng teams natin, lalong-lalo na dito sa second matchup between Zeals together with SBE. Muli ito ang VCT 2022 Stage 1, Day 1. Ako si Rayleigh at syempre kasama ko si Terror. Girl power casting nga at nakita na nga natin ang pinakaunang map, 39 in favor of Zeals. At ikaw, Terror, anong masasabi mo sa dalawang teams based on their performance earlier?
Daw, sorry, nakamute ako. Pero may buff daw actually yung ginawa mo, Rere, yung bug, yung sound effects mo. No? So may buff silang ganon. So looking at these two teams, totally different teams. Nakita natin yan on the defense. Nakita talaga natin yung difference nila, no? SBE is more of the waiting type, playing for safe. At once na nag-risk sila, ganun yung play ng Zeal Esports. Napapunish nila kasi alam nila yung mga risky moves na yan eh. Yun ang gawain ng Zeal Esports. Kaso nga lang nagkaroon sila ng problema sa pag-take nung una, SBE specifically, nagkaroon sila ng problema sa pag-take ng mid. Doon sila talaga na-punish ng Zeal Esports at doon lumaki yung gap basically nung pagkalamang ng Zeal Esports. Kaya nahirapan sila makahabol. But this is very fair matchup. I would say 50-50. Pagdating sa game number 2, pareha sila may mechanical power, capabilities, kaya nilang mag-utilize. These two teams, hindi sila makakaabot dito sa dami ng nag-register ng VCTPH kung hindi sila parehas magaling, Ray.
Bootcamp buff sa parehas sa teams ngayon. Diba? Nakita mo naman how they're really keen with their calls and akala natin talaga makakabawi ang SBE all throughout. Pero alam naman natin that maybe the side ng Zeals, they were just taking their time to actually clean it up. Paano ba sila sa may attacking side? Pero ngayon talaga napakahirap on the defending side talaga, especially in such a compact map here in Split. Pero looking forward naman tayo sa next map. It's going to be Haven once again. And nakita natin daw the previous match between LFO and NAOS, sobrang favorite nila to. But as for both of these teams here, we are saying that when it comes to Zeals here in Haven, I'm so excited kung ano ngayon ang ipapakita nila. Sabi ko nga, it's been a while. Etong Split, it's already a trailer. Pero ito ata yung main blockbuster dahil ito ang map pick ng
kumbaga ito na yung ano yung tawag sa Pasko sa atin? Oh, ito yung MMFF, mga kaibigan. Ito na yung, ano ba yung laging pinapakita dati na mga palabas, na mga movie. Nakalimutan ko eh. Basta yung kay Vic Soto, man. Parang ganito yun. Ito na yung main show. Oh, ito na yung main show ng Pasko. Hindi ko maalala eh, pero alam ko sasabihin ng comment section. Enteng! Hindi pala Entong. Enteng Kabisote. Oh, ito ang Enteng Kabisote ng buhay nyo, mga kaibigan. Zeal Esports versus SBE. Si Aziz, actually, Ray, nakaramdam na eh. May door dance daw. Kaya balak niya sa game 2 mag-pop off agad. Medyo natagalan si Aziz. Seriously speaking though, medyo natagalan bago siya nakakuha nung momentum niya. Bago siya nakakuha ng mga 2 kills niya, mga triple kills niya, medyo natagalan. But this time around, mukhang mainit na si Aziz. And maybe on game 2, he pops off the same way as Senor Carl and Fireside Jin does. Who knows?
Hopefully talaga sa SB makabawi sila ngayon. But as for Zeals talaga, I hope that they're gonna be so comfortable dito sa Haven. Sabi ko nga, diba, ang tagal. But as for SB side, we've seen them here. And I think this is one of the maps talaga na nagkaroon sila ng advantage against a lot of strong teams here in the PH scene. I think it was a good fight between them and Team Secret dito sa Haven. It was really big from them. And I think both of these teams are actually good in Haven map, pero they just need to get some good momentum, and it's gonna be basing also sa kanilang agent lineup. Kanina nakita tayo ng bagong meta kinda. We've seen a Sage together with of course, a Chamber or Sage together with Cypher, double Sentinel. But dito kaya sa Haven, magiging iba rin ba ang kanilang meta? We've seen earlier on, KO together with Sova, sobrang mirror matchup. Dito kaya sobrang interested ako, makita kung ano nga ba yung meron naman itong pocket strategies na gusto nilang itapon ngayon sa mismong group stage. Tatandaan nyo dito sa group stage, sa mga di nakakaalam, it's just gonna be an accumulated points. Syempre, depende sa ipapanalo nyo per series ba. Nagtataka kayo, baka elimination na ba kagad or double elims? Well, ayun, per group kukuha tayo ng top 3 from each group and we're starting here in this group mismo. So excited para sa mga teams ngayon, but there can only be of course 3 na makakakuha sa next level. But as for this time, nakakatuwa talaga yung improvement ng Zeus. But as for SBC, sa tingin mo, Taylor, makakabawi kaya sila dito or talagang mahihirapan kaya sila?
Sabi ko nga sa'yo, Ray, SB19 yan. We gonna go up. Yan ang kanta nila. Hindi ko alam kung yun talaga yung title, pero may kanta silang ganon, promise. Alam ko, memorize ko eh. So pagdating dito sa dalawang teams na to, actually, talagang it comes to a point na magbabasahan na lang sila. Ginulat tayo ng Zeal Esports, obviously. Kasi pinag-usapan natin matagal na wala, medyo naging stagnant, but looking at them, they look pretty good right now. Especially nagpa-pop off yung dalawang duelist nila, no? Ang tanong dito, what if itong dalawang duelists like Farside Jin and of course Senior Carl, what if hindi sila mag-pop off? Remember how they handled Split a while ago on the defense side, kaya hindi sila makapasok because of those judges as well. Now, on Haven, hindi masyado ginagamit yung judge na yan. It's more of the long-range battles, and I think SBE has the capability more pagdating sa mga ganito, no? Kasi looking at Zeal Esports and all the other games that they played also before, more on explosive, di ba? Sumasabay sila dun sa ultimate, sa showstopper ng Ray sa pagpasok. So, explosive playstyle, and SBE on the other hand, medyo tamed playstyle lang meron sila. So, dalawang magkaibang playstyle dito, Ray. I'm just not sure who's gonna win, but for me, prediction-wise, sasabihin ko, long-range battle pagdating sa Haven, tatlo yung kailangan nilang bantayan na site, and I think SBE is probably gonna take this game.
Feel ko talaga kapag ako nagkakast, parati ko na lang iniisip na meron tayong third game.
Matik na yun. Pag ikaw yung nag-cast, matik third game na. Hindi na ako nag-expect ng 2-0 actually pagkakast kita eh.
Parang ayaw niyo akong kakasta. Kanina nga si Phil nagdadasal na eh. Ray, wag mo na ipauhuti to.
Kaya nga, nag-comment na, nag-chat na si Vil kanina eh, na parang, Ray, iwan mo na yung curse mo sa 2021. 2022 na ng VCT, no? Iba na ang panahon ngayon. But these two teams, alam mo kung ano excited ako if meron tayong makita na duelist na gagamit ng Neon actually. So this is the time to actually see how Neon is being used in the meta if there are teams, certain teams that want to use it as well.
Oo nga, talagang or will they still stick sa previous foundations nila? I'm still gonna be looking forward with the Breach and Sova. Favorite ko talaga when it comes to Haven. You have that Breach cutting off, syempre mga duelists who just want to press W, especially with a team such as Zeals, di ba? Alam mo talagang i-stop yung kanilang pagiging aggressive. Pero nakikita ko yan kagad, maybe they're just gonna be sticking sa bago, KO maybe, or Chamber, or yun nga, diyan nga may kita natin. So interested kung ano yung makikita natin dito ngayon. Narinig na ako ng bumubulong. Pero syempre...
Alam mo, si Vil, pag si Vil nagsasalita, guys, naririnig kasi namin siya sa mga ulo namin eh. Pag si Vil yung nagsasalita, parang gusto ko na lang maputulan ng lahat, no? Oh, lahat na lang. Parang ayoko na lang eh. Joke lang. Then na-miss ko dito sa Filipino broadcast. Matagal ako hindi nag-cast. And sa tingin ko, it's finally time eh. Kailangan na nating bumalik. Alam kong walang may pakialam, Bill. Pero at least nakabalik na ako dito. Masaya na ako. Alam mo si Bill, napipikon na ako mamaya, magkakas kami mamaya, patay sa akin to eh. Matagal kami hindi nagkita eh. Naririnig kasi namin sila guys, kung hindi nyo alam. No? Kung nagtataka kayo, bakit may dalawang baliw na caster, tawa ng tawa, naririnig namin si Bill. No? So, kung iniisip nyo ano yung ini-expect nyo kapag naririnig nyo si Vil, kung iniisip nyo na sumisigaw siya, tama kayo. Oo, tama kayo.
Kundi siya sumisigaw, tumatawa siya. And alam mo, nakita niyo talaga yung backdrop namin. Oo, Jet Revive Me yan. Ayan, no?
Totoo.
Diba, ang astig? Oh, yan ang PPGL. Diba?
Oh,
Nakita
ang
mo rin
galing
yung
nagawa.
marami. That's the
Biggest
mindset.
shoutouts to production staff ng Mineski, of course. And napakagandang production. Mindstep! Oh, yan yung bagong IGN ni Vil. Di ba dati siya si Sidestep, ngayon si Mindstep na siya. Kaya nilagay na lang dyan actually. Now, looking at it, going back to the match that we had, para sa mga kaka-tune in lang, no? Ang dami na nangyari para sa araw na to. Kasi maaga na nagsisimula yung matches natin, Ray. Sa mga hindi nakakaalam, starting from 10 a.m., we do the broadcast already. So, nangyari na yung game number 1 kanina, looking for Org versus sino yung naglaban kanina? Looking for Org. Tapos,
NAOS.
yung isang team is NAOS. And NAOS won that game. Now, going on the second game, second series natin, SBE versus Zeal. Alam natin 1-0 na yung score. Zeal Esports was able to take game number 1. And we are about to head into game number 2 in just a few. Huwag kayo mag-alala. Huwag kayo dito kami. Para sa inyong lahat, basically.
Alam ko, hinihintay na nila eh. Hinihintay na nila mag-start yung match. Pero kami din, hinihintay
Caster
na
start
namin.
game.
Start
Wala
na
kami magagawa. Nag-aantay lang din kami. Caster start game, player start game. Oh, yun na yung bago actually, bagong meta, no? Hindi na caster start game, player start game na. So, we're just basically waiting for the players to hop in, but VCTPH 2022 is off to a good start, Ray. Ang daming plano ngayon. Alam mo, kung sa mga viewers natin, marami din dito ang nanonood ng PPGL cooldown. So, nung off-season, actually, meron kaming episodes ni Viminal. Kung kilala si Viminal, no, nagka-cast din siya. And of course, nag-host ng PPGL cooldown. And doon namin binabalita kung ano yung nangyayari. And looking at it, VCT, when it comes to 2022, itong taon na to, it's gonna be a long ride. Long and bumpy ride para sa ating lahat, Ray, knowing na meron tayong Asia Pacific, di ba? Yung dati nating VCT Challengers naging Asia Pacific na. So may mga makakalaban tayong bagong teams or may makikita tayong mga bagong regions sa makakalaban ng Pilipinas. So malaking bagay to, Ray, and just like that, 2022 off to a good start.
Nakaka-excite, di ba? Dati nga lang, doon tayo sa may studio nagka-cast together. Pero ngayon, guys, remote muna tayo. Malay nyo, next time around, magkita-kita muli kami. At sa mismong studio kami magka-cast. At nakakatuwa din talaga yung support. Siyempre, ito may mga pare-parehas na pa nga. Kanina, si paring Rudy. Nag-comment na ulit. Natagal
Si
naman.
Rudy Baldwin. Si tropa nating si Rudy.
At syempre sa English din, guys. Kapag gusto nyong bumakit forth, punta lang din kayo sa Twitch. Watch out, syempre, yung ating mga casters dyan na nag-i-English. So, buti pa sila nag-i-English.
Pero dito lang kayo.
Oo, dito lang. Mas maganda dito eh.
Huwag kayong lumipat. Buksan nyo lang yung tab, tas mute. Dito na kayo. Iniwan na. Pero all broadcast, kung naghahanap kayo ng English casters, walang problema. We are also on Twitch. Para sa Filipino broadcast naman natin, of course, dito sa PPGL Facebook page, meron din tayong YouTube. So, dalawa yung options nyo, guys. And right now, while the players are preparing, basically, alam ko nagtataka kayo kung bakit itong dalawang caster nagkakantuan. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Nagpe-prepare lang sila. Right now, we are gonna go in a very short break. Huwag kayong alas because game number 2 will definitely start really soon. My name's Terror. With me is Ray. We'll be right back.
My darling, you are the Empress Queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
belts, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion, going a different.
Time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes are stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? truth, just real lies. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever? You gotta be kidding me, man. Ah, this is crazy.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Look looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know
Welcome back sa VCT 2022. Ito na nga ang inaabangan ng lahat, no? Game number 2 para sa SBE versus Zeal Esports. Sa mga kakatune in lang at sa mga kakanood lang ng stream natin sa Facebook at sa YouTube, 1-0 na ang score. Lamang ang Zeal Esports actually with 1 round in this best of 3 series. Ray, mainit na laban ang makikita at matutunghayan natin para sa susunod na matchup.
Alam ko guys, so sobrang excited kayo dahil mas excited din kami syempre na ikas sila. Pero syempre, alam ko medyo mahaba-haba ang hinihintay nyo at kami rin sana naghihintay rin kami kung ano nga ba ang mangyayari on this coming Haven match between these two. Pero sa mga nandyan guys na maraming tanong, well guys, for the first 2 weeks magkakaroon nga tayo ng group stage. So, we have 2 groups, we have A and B. Tapos makikita nyo nga ang top 3 teams moving forward for the playoffs na double elimination din. So ayan na guys, sa mga hindi pa aware. And alam nyo ba na meron din tayong prizing dito sa ating group stage. Oo, meron tayong papel.
Akala nyo naglalaro lang kayo para sa wala. Pero hindi, merong premyo guys. So sa gaya ng sabi nga ni Ray, no, pagdating sa mga group stage na meron tayo, groups A and B, and of course sa playoffs natin, bago tayo makarating pa sa Asia Pacific, meron tayong prize pool. Magkano ba yung prize pool natin, Ray?
Well, dito sa group stage pricing, ang top 1 para sa group na to ay makakuha ng $1,000 US.
Wala to agad.
Oo. Ano ka agad yan? Siguro pag kinonvert mo, 50K. 50K agad. Na all may 50K. Tapos followed by yung second is going to be $750. O malaki na din. Sa third naman ay $500 US and sa fourth ay $250 US. Pero sa pag fourth place ka, you need to say bye-bye already dahil nga mahulog dahil tatlo ang makuha on each group. Pero alam mo kung ano mas nakakatuwa? Yung playoffs. Yung pa-premyo sa playoffs.
Iba pa?
Oh, iba pa yung premyo.
Magkano yan? So playoffs, we have another set para sa prize pool natin, no? Basically, if you think about it, Ray din naman as well, na teams that joins VCTPH, hindi nila goal dito is makarating lang papuntang playoffs. Ang goal nila dito is makarating sila hanggang Masters, makarating sila hanggang Asia Pacific Finals, at makarating sila sa Champions. Yun ang pinaglalabanan talaga dito. But obviously, we have certain prize pools para sa ating group stage. Meron din tayo para sa ating playoffs, gaya nga na minimension natin dito. At syempre, iba din yung prize pool natin for those specific Masters at yung iba pa nating mga liga. But moving forward, Ray, sa playoffs natin, magkano ba yung prize pool na makukuha ng mga teams?
Tatandaan mo muna din, Taylor, na meron din tayong 3 slots coming in from sa mismong playoffs. And meron tayo guys na double elimination. So makakita tayo ng lower bracket just in case sa mga hindi pa nakakaalam. Pero ito, sisimulan mo natin sa 5th to 6th place. So ang 5th to 6th place, they'll be able to get $1,000 US. Followed by the 4th place, $1,500 US. At ang 3rd ay makakuha na kagad ng $4,000 US. Followed by 2nd na $7,500 US. At ang 1st place ay makakuha ng $10,000 US. So ibig sabihin makakuha sila ng 500,000 pesos ang 1st place. Plus, yung top 3 makakapunta ng next stage natin.
Basically, ang daming pwedeng mangyari, no? Overall, kung hindi nyo naman na-gets or hindi nyo pa naiintindihan yung whole bracketing natin, may phase 1, may phase 2 pa na nalalaman. Of course, we also do episodes, diba? Gaya na sabi ko kanina sa PPGL cooldown, na talagang binibreakdown namin yung mga news na yan. So, in case na hindi nyo alam kung paano ba kayo makakasali sa VCTPH, paano ba talaga yung format, you can always listen dun sa podcast nga namin ni Viminal. At the same time, i-check nyo lang naman din yung PPGL Facebook page because honestly, everything is posted there. Lahat nung kailangan nyong gawin, pati yung sa registration natin, huwag nyong i-miss out yung tamang registration for Philippines as well. And of course, yung prize pool natin, posted lahat yan eh. So all those information is actually right in front of our screens. Kailangan lang talagang hanapin, which is nasa PPGL page. So make sure you're liked or basically naka-on yung notifs nyo, no? Kasi 4 na araw. Isipin mo, Ray, yung broadcast natin this time around, 4 times a week na. So, 4 na araw, merong naglalaban on a best of 3 matchup. So, mainit na mainit yung mga matches na mapapanood nila dito sa ating, sa PPGL. At sa Twitch, nasa Twitch din tayo. May English casters tayo. No? So, kung gusto nyo ng English casting, nasa Twitch din naman yan. Ray, this teams that we have right here, very exciting like I said, and VCT, nasabi na rin natin kung magkano yung prize pool, kung paano ba sila makakasali, may slots ba papuntang playoffs, may slots ba papuntang SEA Challengers na wala na, APAC na kasi, di ba? Asia Pacific na. So, ayun yung mga information na kailangan malaman ng mga viewers na nanonood din right now.
And if you want to check it out, guys, marami naman just a search or kaya you can just go and check out the PPGL page for more information. And you can just, check out yung mga, dyan naman ang Google, sabi nga minsan sa mga sagutan, sa comment section, i-google nyo. Pero maraming salamat sa nandiyan pa rin. So make sure to like and share our live stream. At syempre, guys, kung may mga pa-shoutout, eto na yung oras. Kung kaya nagsastall kami ng oras.
Nag-aantay pa tayo ng teams eh. Nag-aantay pa tayo ng mga teams, nag-aantay pa tayo ng mga players, no? So, what best way but to actually connect with the community, di ba? So, especially yung mga nanonood pa simula doon sa first season ng VCT nung 2021. So, ang dami na nangyari, naging isang taon na tayo and everything else. Nandito pa rin si Meralcos Pratis, kagaya niya, di ba? Nandito pa rin si Rudy Baldwin. Naguhulaan pa rin sila, di ba? Nagtatrash talkan pa rin sila. So, mag-ingat kayo sa comment section, guys, and be sure na mabait tayo sa lahat, friendly tayo sa lahat, because obviously here sa PPGL, hindi kilala nyo na ba ang the mods ng PPGL? Kung di nyo nalalaman, masisilip nyo mamaya sa third game, diba? So, be friendly to everyone, but basically, Ray, alam ko, meron tayong mga gustong i-shoutout dyan habang hindi pa naman nagsisimula yung match. Wala tayong magagawa, hindi pa nagsastart yung mga players. Hindi namin kasalanan yun. Kaya shoutouts muna sa mga viewers natin.
Alam ko, si Taylor, ako na magsasabi ng mga gustong magpa-shoutout sa'yo. Meron dito.
Meron gusto magpa-shoutout.
Hindi ko magsasabi. Kasi feel ko pag sinabi ko mawawalan na ako ng casting, di na ako magpapakita.
Wag mo na sabihin pag mawawalan ka ng trabaho. Hayaan na natin si Vil. Siya na lang yung alay. Siya na lang yung may kakayahan na magsabi ng mga masasamang words. Ano sabi?
Nandito si Sentence.
Si Sentence?
Sentinel Tense. Grabe naman nagtatagalog, Taylor.
Number one fan niya ng PPGL din eh. Yung mga may top fan badge dyan, basically. Shoutouts to you guys and to all the people who really support yung VCT, yung teams na meron tayo, no? Sino pa, Ray?
Ayan, biglang nawala yung kanyang comment dahil kasi kapag sinabi ko, basta shoutout sa mga gustong maging hotdog dyan. Shoutout sa mga dream na gusto maging hotdog.
Ay mo yun. Men, isipin mo, pinanganak ka, di ba? 9 months kang dinala ng nanay mo, pinalaki ka hanggang maging 23 ka, tapos sasabihin mo gusto mo maging hotdog.
Grabe talaga yung mga stan account dito sa comment section. Pero, tingnan mo, at ano daw yung score? Nagagalit na siya. Kumain ng tokwa. Pero yan, guys, 1-0 in favor of Zeal. Sa first match pa lang to. So, ito nga yung inaabangan natin. A second match is going to be in Haven Map. O, yan, sasagot na namin yung mga tanungan nyo sa amin, ha? Tapos, wag lang math. Kasi nag-try kami ni Taylor dati mag-math habang nagkakasting.
Wala nangyari. Hindi na namin tinuloy kasi mali lahat eh. Isipin mo, ang dami ko nang pinagpa-plus-plus, minus ko na lahat-lahat, mali pa rin yung sagot ko. Ginamit ko rin yung calculator. Ray, mali pa rin. Diba? So, pagdating sa mga ganon give up ka na lang talaga. No? So, looking at it, we're still basically waiting, but it's soon to be starting. Very, very soon. Walang halong fake news. Narinig ko nabasa ko yung notification. Malapit na daw magsimula. Kaya sa mga nag-aabang dyan at sa nag-aantay, ito na yung chance nyo actually kasi syempre, anong oras na dyan, Ray? Kasi nasa ibang lugar ako eh.
2:38 na dito.
2:30, di ba? 2:30, 1:30 kasi dito. Yung mga hindi pa nag-lunch kasi masyado silang active na nanonood kanina ng matches natin, ito na yung time. Kunin nyo na yung snack nyo. Kunin nyo na lahat nung pwede nyong kainin habang nanonood dito sa PPGL. And with that, syempre, we would like to also thank our sponsors, Ray.
At maraming salamat talaga sa mga nag-amazing sponsors natin. Of course, we would like to thank, of course, PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. Of course, we would like to thank our official gaming hardware partner, ASUS Republic of Gamers. this event also is actually officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So if gusto nyo mag-upgrade guys, so go ahead and check out yung mga gears and hardwares from ASUS Republic of Gamers. And now, looking at it, guys, kita nyo naman yung background namin, di ba? Napakaganda. Amazement, di ba? Yun yung meron, powerful. Gusto daw nila makita yung mas malaki daw na itsura namin, pero I think okay na to. Mas okay na to.
Tama na. Tigil nyo na yan. Hanggang dyan na lang eh. Gusto nyo pa eh. Nakita nyo na kami, gumugusto pa kayo. Diba? Wala naman kayong makikita sa likod namin. Ito lang, ilaw lang. Ito lang, diba? So we are now heading and getting ready actually for the draft. This is gonna be an interesting pick-off for the two teams that we have right here. SBE, gaya ng sabi natin kanina, Ray, they play very defensively, passively, pagdating sa defense and even on attack. They make sure na makakuha muna sila ng pick-off, tapos sabay dismiss lang. Ganun ang gawain ng SBE. But on the other hand, Zeal Esports, explosive naman. So magandang mix ng dalawang teams na to ang magkakatapat. And when it comes to the draft, doon nagsisimula ang laban. Hindi mismo sa match. Diba? Doon pa lang sa draft, nagsisimula na yung laban. As we head on to the draft, the haven is the map, SBE. It seems like parang pinapakita na nila dito yung breach. Nagbago. Okay, the Sova pick para kay Pro Micro with the Astra. Very important. Papi Chulo mula naman sa SBE with, of course, the Killjoy. Aziz with the Jet. At syempre, meron din tayong tropang breach na kasama dyan. Aside from that, sa kabilang side, ayan, nakikita nyo, angas na ng production natin ngayon, no? Zeal Esports, Ray. Ito.
I'm so happy. Walang Sova sa side ng Zeals. And on the other side naman, sa Miss Sims like kanina narinig na yung advice ko mag-breach sila. And ngayon talaga sa
Sinunod ka?
Sinunod!
Ang galing mo,
Nakikinig. Ang galing ni coach eh. Diba?
Radiant yan si Ray. Huwag niyong inaano si Ray. Radiant yan. Ang galing ni coach eh. Breach.
So, tapon Radiant yan sa unrank.
Radiant sa Spike Rush. Pwede. Maraming ganun eh. Radiant ako, men. Pero sa Spike Rush. So, anyway, looking at it, the picks of both of the teams, SBE, they have Sova, they have the Breach. So, madami silang utility to actually cover an aggressive move and also a passive one. Kasi once na meron silang ma-spot using that Sova, they could just immediately punish the players. On Zeal Esports, on the other hand, marami rin silang information game dito. Lalo na meron silang Sky from Senior Carl. Mag-pop lang siya nung Angry Birds, di ba? Makakakuha na siya ng informasyon kung merong tao or merong gustong mag-push. Now, moving forward, we are finally heading to game number 2, Ray. Woof!
Na ano kagad, stun kagad si Aziz. Kita nyo, kung ano kagad yung kagandahan with that breach. Pero to talaga, how will they play with this Sky together with breach? At sobrang interested ako paano i-play out to ng Zeals. They pick this map, so maybe they're pretty really confident with it. Pero Pro sinimulan kagad. Fireside is gonna go down and together with Craigies. So, tatlo na lang kagad ang matitira sa side ng Zeals. They wanna push here in the C-side, pero will it be possible dahil meron pang isang naghihintay sa kanila? Susunod na nga kagad sa balita si Senior Karn. Pero marami pang flash, just spam lang ma-spam, pero Aziz will be able to get him. And how will Beast together with Tuge makakapag-bail out of this?
Slowly but surely, marami na nga napitas sa side ng Zeal Esports. No? Dalawa na lang ang natitira dito, si Toge at si Beats, kaya nga nasabi mo, Ray. Now, with this, there's still a bit of a chance. Actually, mahirap talaga. Mahirapan talaga sila. This is a 5v2 situation. Obviously, it's gonna be really, really hard. They have the utility still. Meron pang nakaset na stars.
One enemy remaining.
Si Micro, hindi na kailangan lumabas yung buong katawan dahil once he sees the head, he pops it, and finally getting that 2K. SBE off to a good start.
This is pretty good for them. Kanina nga, konting reset lang. At tingin ko naman nakapagpahinga sa tagal bago mag-start.
Reset talaga yan. Lahat na na-reset, pati PC na-reset.
Kami naman ng tubig yan, nag-CR na din. Baka may masakit din siya dyan eh. Diba?
Kaya talaga matagal mag-start. May nice lang. Pero
Kaya
mukhang
naman
ngayon
yan.
maayos na eh, no? So, SBE, they are gonna be able to buy yung Marshall. Of course, for Aziz, malaking bagay to dahil one shot, one kill lang to pagdating sa Marshall dahil nga doon sa kanilang mga HP or rather, wala silang armor. They're still on an eco, obviously.
Waiting for ang SBE. Di na kailangan gawin ng mga mistakes kanina. Nagpakita na nga si Farside Jin. Aziz was just waiting for him. Alam natin when it comes to Aziz playing Jet here, no, kailangan na natin tignan kung how we'll be able to play. And Flippy, nandito na. Ay, inaabangan ka ni Hana, Flippy. Mahal na mahal ka ni Hana. Pero ito na nga, papunta na tayo kaagad dito. Aziz, naghihintay lang din. What's gonna be the next one?
Spike down A.
Motivation ba ito? Ako po, Valorant to. Kailangan PK, will this be an ace? Sabi ni Tuge, I'll deny it. Pero knowing na dalawa na lang sila rather. Gaano nga ba sila ngayon makakabawi? Pro,
Right
take
here.
it down. Pizza lang kagad. Pupunta na siya kagad nito. And that's it. SB wins this. Talagang with those Spectres coming right through, 2-0 will be our score.
Flawlessly, actually. Si Aziz lang yung only casualty for the side of SBE. And honestly, kung si Aziz, in-expect niya kasi na meron ng malapit na nagpo-push, no? So, nilabas niya na rin yung pistol niya. But the thing is, medyo ibang members. So, imagine sabay less kung napitik niya yun ulit, possibility na maubos niya alone himself. But on the other hand, SB doesn't need that. They just got the kills one by one. They dropped down. Parang kang nag-spray ng Bygone, Ray. Isa-isa, tumumba yung members ng Zeal Esports. But they have detected one player mula sa Zeals. And the thing is, pick-offs ang labanan dito na naman. We are both seeing very slow plays on the side of both teams. But Zeal Esports, si Farside Jin, medyo umaamba na rin. Nag-aantay lang dito si Aziz. Once na meron siyang makita, once he gets the kill, he would just dash out basically. But now with the drone, alam nila na may dalawang play dito. Dahil nasilip na si Jet.
At ito na. This is it. Starting off. Sa mga tato na wala si Ja. Direct play siya ngayon ni Flippy with initiator para sa side ng SBE. Pero wala na si Aziz. So how will SB take this one? Flippy does his work. Pero Farside G nakapasok na kagad, clearing out everything. But they're currently being stunned. Kaso nga lang, ayaw ito para side ng SB because Micro is on the side already. Nasa long na siya.
Planted.
Will this be still a big win sa SB? Dahil si Kyrgios, nakita na nga niya si Flippy. But as for Papa Cholo, together with Micro, Spectres, will it actually hit it? Medyo hirapan na nga sila ngayon. Yung mga utilities si Papa Cholo, matagal pa bago dumating sa kanya. But as for Micro, wala na rin siya kagad.
One enemy remaining.
Workable pa sa SB ito!
Last
At isa
player
na lang
remaining.
kagad natitira! And Papi Chulo diffuses it na 2v3 na tuhog pa ng mga Spectres. Kahit pang mid-range yan, 3-0.
Dito mo makikita yung importance actually nung second buy round, yung buy round ng Southfield Esports, nung binili nila yung Marshalls nila, nung binili nila yung Spectres nila. Dahil apat sa kanila actually nakasurvive doon. Hindi nila kailangan bumili onto the bonus round. So with that, yung kapital nila dito sa round na ito basically is just the Spectres. And knowing Zeal Esports, ito yung buy round and they weren't able to capitalize on that. Look at how rich SBE rate. They lost 2 rounds. It's okay. It's fine. And if they have many more casualties, but if they keep the momentum, kung itutuloy-tuloy lang nila yung momentum na meron sila ngayon at patuloy nila mawawasak yung ekonomiya ng Zeal Esports, malaking bagay ito para sa kanila. Need this game to make it to game number 3.
Really need this dahil kanina talaga potentially they could have won that, but ngayon they were just being denied by Zeal. Pero ngayon kailangan nila bumawi. Aziz gets to top lang. Top revenge talaga ngayon. Sinong susunod na biktima? But Fitz will be able to get him, pero low ang isang miyembro. Dahil sa Flippy may follow-up, dalawa, Bebe Pop, Hanabout, and Micro gets senior car. And still SB on this round na naka-eco ang Zeals. They still want to capitalize on it for 0. Hindi na nila pababayaan yung mga 3-3 rounds dahil yun yung naging lason. Bakit sila natalo? Ba't may natatawa din sila dito?
Civilian eh. May tumatawa,
Spike down.
nagsuscroll na naman to sa Facebook, tapos tumatawa lang bigla kaya naririnig natin. But Flippy, he looked amazing and he looked nakakatakot yung itsura ni Flippy doon, no? Nag-aabang lang talaga siya with the crouch, of course. And I mean, the accuracy of this guy. I cannot comprehend. Now, Aziz, meron siyang ult na pwedeng gamitin. Lumipad lang na saglit. He was able to get that kill on Fireside Gen. Hindi niya in-expect with a double kill with the help of the wall mula sa Astra. Now, pwede lang siyang lumabas dito tapos silip-silip lang. Papanagin lang ang Breach. Nakakuha ng isang kill si Beats, but it's not gonna be enough. Isa na lang. Si Tuge na lang ang natitira. Hindi pa nila alam kung saan nakapwesto si Tuge dito. Naghahanap lang siya ng pwede niyang mapuntahan. Yung Spike bumagsak sa mid. This is the grass area, or this, if I'm not mistaken, is actually yung yung window mid kung nasan yung Spike. Malaking problema to para kay Tuge. Ang dami niyang kailangang i-punish and every corner merong nag-aabang din. Papi Chulo may nakasetup din siyang turrets dito. So si Aziz lang ang nawala sa team ng SBE. Tuge was spotted already. They know na nag-aabang lang siya dito sa may C-Link and he goes down in the hands of Pro. An easy 5-0 for the side of SBE.
Alam mo, kanina sabi ko nga, will this Breach X guy finally work sa side ng Zeal? We haven't seen it. I think this is the first time na makikita ko ng Sky together with Breach. But we really need that Sova at the same time talaga. But ngayon, mukhang kanina, di natin nakikita mag-pop off si Aziz. Sa second half lang siya. Ngayon, is really doing great para sa side ng SBE. But as for Zeals, they need this timeout already. They've been losing 5 consecutive rounds na. They were just being denied. Lalong-lalo na sa mga miyembro ng SBE, but Zeals, sana makapag-entry na talaga sila ng gusto na lang i-call. You have a lot of flashes from the both of your initiators, and Farside naman, he's hitting his shots. Wala namang problema para doon. Pero medyo mahirap lang to.
Mainit
Oo.
Mainit yung dalawa si Farside saka si Senior Carl from a while ago. At tsaka Riri, malaking bagay yung flexibility nung players natin. Looking at it right now, si Senior Carl, with the pseudo duelist like this, like Sky, ang daming possibilities eh. They could go for aggressive, they can not go for aggressive, may mga ganong moments din. So, they just have to find a creative way kung paano sila makaka-entry on the side of SBE because it's proving to be tough, especially dun sa nangyari on the previous round. Dahil dun sa Astra Divide, nakapwesto actually si Aziz ng maayos dahil pwede lang siyang umatras. Para siyang may dismiss ni Reyna during that time. So with the aftershock, masastun lang siya ng saglit pero he will be able to spot some players. Now with Farside and his ultimate, naghahanap siya dito ng pwedeng mapatay. Nagamit niya yung ibang nagamit niya actually yung ibang knives, but he's just gonna go out. Hanap ulit ng ibang pwesto.
Hintay lang sila ngayon. Yep guys, si SB isa sa mga teams na gumagamit ng 6-man nila. So, nag-switch yan. Depende sa mood. Depende sa map. Farside yun! Magkakanik pa! Oh, na-shot!
Enemy down.
Bro, we'll be able to get them! Mag-audition sila! No gets to! Oh no! Beats together with Tuge, they still make it work! But Aziz nakapag-follow through na nga kagad with that moderator. And Tuge na lang kagad ang natitira. Bobby, kagad! Sis! Para sa Jordan! 6-0!
Para sa Jordan, si Nick Zeal, ang Zeal Esports, mga kaibigan. The thing is, Ray, we talked about it kanina, na Zeal Esports, may tendency sila na medyo explosive yung gameplays. Now, when you go explode like that, kagaya na ginawa ni Farside kanina, and you weren't able to get the kill o hindi mo talaga na-punish yung kalaban, mafo-force ka mag-reset ng position. And pumupush ka na, nagiging aggressive ka na. So, you have no other choice but your other teammates, kailangan kang backupan. And minsan, nagkakaroon to ng disadvantage on their team. And that's exactly what happened to Zeal Esports. Obviously, Farside wasn't able to get anyone dun sa kanyang Blade Storm. And he was able to push, but still, na-punish lang siya agad-agad dun. May kasama pang dalawa na ibang team members ng sports na sumama rin sa hukay. Moving forward though, 6-0 is the score. Kanina, alam natin 9-3 nakabawi yung SBE. So malaking possibility rin para sa Zeal Esports to actually get that comeback score. The setup is here. Nagsiset up lang sila ng Nano Swarm, making sure na walang tao doon sa may ating window. But this is also two Nano Swarms popping off. Fireside was able to take on that kill on Micro. He's going for another one, pero na-punish din naman ng ibang members ng Zeal Esports. Now with a 4v2 situation, kailangan nilang tapatan yung operator ni Aziz dito at saka naman yung Vandal ni Flippy. May mga utility pa pwedeng gamitin. Flippy was able to get one kill but was punished by Tuge Monster. Aziz on the other hand, may operator siya dito. Nag-aabang lang at kailangan niyang i-defuse. So a retake is gonna be difficult, but it's possible.
At ngayon, naghihintay. Aziz, naka-Vandal waiting. Goes for a cloud burst. Ako, aware kaya siya. Naku po, lalabas nakakayod si Tuge. And they'll be able to pin him down. Finally, after the few tries there, and after the timeout, napag-usapan na rin ng Zeals kung paano nila haharapin ang problema nila ngayon against SBE. Alam mo, natatawa sa mga nagko-comment dito. Alam mo ba yung kanta ni Tony Fowler?
Ano yun?
Alam mo kung ano ngayon yung pinapasabi
Madami kang nalalaman eh.
Hindi, maganda kasi. Hindi to ano, yung may kanta
Ayos,
sila parang
si mo, Ray. Gusto ko pa ng trabaho. Kakabalik ko lang, ha?
Ayan. Yan. O, di ba narinig na nila? Pero di pa lang sabihin ko. Kaya, kinonfirm ko muna. Kaya,
kinonfirm mo muna.
Mahirap na, no?
Confirmation. Oh my God.
Baka may masabi naman tayong magazine, history ni Ilo, tsaka ni...
Mahirap yan. Mahirap yan. Hayaan na natin na past is past, sabi nga nila. Pero the present is here para kay Fireside Jin at kay Greg. Dahil inaabangan din sila dito ni Micro. Once na pumasok ka, mas matan ka, mapupul ka nga. Micro was able to take the 2K with a headshot. Maghaharap siyang pangatlo. Pwede pa. Yorkarl was able to punish him. Papi Chulo, alam niyang may tao. Alam na ng players ng SBE kung saan nakapwesto ang ibang players ng Zeal Esports. There's still 3. There's still Senior Carl, 39 beats, and Tuge Monster.
Grabe naman talaga. Mahatak ka lang, biruin mo. Nakabawas pa ng dalawa.
Na chup-chup.
Oo, na chup-chup. Na ano talaga siya. Nakuha ng... naging sada ko dahil sa well. Okay, tama na yung mga jokes. Dahil si Senior Card, papunta na
30 seconds left.
Tigilan mo na yan.
And finally, makakapag-bail out naman sila. But they still need to check this. Okay, nakapag-space na yung dumalis na pala ang mga bye-bye! Okay, still gets the second one. Pinuwi mo, 4v3. Naging
Spike planted.
Last player standing. Okay. And finally, Will. Bro, gets this clutch. Actually, off. He gets to get 2v1, pero dalawang initiator yan. Oo, pupunta ka talaga sa langit dyan. Dalawang flash na talagang tatanggalin sa'yo. And speaking of, Senior Carl just wallbang him. And 6-2. Maybe 6-6 nga ba to? Or maybe makita tayo na 9-3 or 2-10. Still.
Okay, 6-9. Pwede rin.
Nice yun.
Depende kung anong gustong mangyari ng dalawang teams na meron tayo dito. Looking at economy side for both of the players, both of the teams though, medyo balance na tayo, no? Knowing Aziz isn't gonna buy probably dahil meron siyang ultimate na pwedeng gamitin. At with that, yung ibang players bumili lang ng kanilang mga Phantoms and Vandals. Same on the other side then as well. But a Bulldog for Killjoy, for Craig. Aziz, mukhang gusto niya ditong maging aggressive. Pupwesto na naman siya malapit. He's just gonna get a pick-off and maybe pop out, but that doesn't connect to Senior Carl. Senior Carl was able to connect that headshot at sabay alis lang. Hanap na naman ng ibang pwedeng patayin. Yan ang gustong gawin ng Zeal Esports dito. Ito ang chance nila na patunayan na they are better team. Anong team to beat ang SBE? Hindi, Zeal Esports. We are an invited team and we are gonna prove why we are invited. Pro was able to be punished by Craig with that Bulldog. 4v3 situation, Ray. Tatlo na lang ang players ng SBE. Tigi isang spot bawat site. Mahirap to para sa defense.
At naghihintay lang. May nakat lang ng kakaunti. Kaya kailangan mag-back off. Dahil si get to one.
Spike
Get
down
cheated off.
A.
Niyanig yung banig. Kaso walang follow-up. Yung manig lang, walang
Spike
follow-up.
planted.
Na-plant yung spike. This is the only man remaining. It's Micro. They decided na tapatan actually yung pumupush on A side instead of getting a retake and repositioning themselves. The stars have been aligned and this is the smoke popping off. That's one good smoke mula kay Micro. Pinick up niya lang yun at meron na naman siyang smoke na pwedeng i-set up dahil nga pinick up niya lang. Now with another smoke, merong maliit na spot na pwedeng silipin but to get Monster, mas mataas ang game sense ko ngayon, pre. Mas kaya kong patayin at mas kaya kitang i-punish. And with that, a 6-3 Zeal Esports. A tough round for them. And walang pera on both sides actually. Pantay. Kahit pa paano, no? Mahirap lang talaga sa side ng SB, obviously, because their economy was destroyed completely after losing 2 rounds consecutively. Zeal Esports, unti-unti silang umaakyat sa ekonomiya. Paborito to ni Vil Ray. Yung mga ganyan, yung stonks. Stonks lang, stonks.
ROI. Hindi sa mga ROI. Pero ito nga lang ang problema sa Zeals, di ba? Kaya nga sinabi mo, they're quick to adapt even if marami silang rounds na malulose. And that's just what exactly happened kanina sa pinakaunang map. But here it is. Fire sa side ng SBE, they've been cut off immediately just because of that C-take ng Zeals. And even if maraming, of course, we have Felipe with that breach, kahit na dead na yung Zeals kahit papano, and also the perfect timing coming from Micro, kailangan din talaga ngayon nilang to get it together dahil yung Zeals, once they get that one frag, alam na nila, kuha nila to against SBE side. But as for Fireside, kailangan ng talaga niya mag-step up and Senior Carl, they're not losing it. Tapos si Tuge ngayon, gabing step up. Pero matatimingan ba nila si Papi Cholo? Hindi nag-connect! Ayun, nakagat na pala siya! And Papi Cholo, nakuha din kagad. They try to play it aggressive, but now with that Seekers also, they just really want to confirm this round against SBE.
Perfect timing mula kay
30
Senyor
seconds left.
Carl. Ang tagal niya nagantay doon and just the perfect trailblazer. Ang dami niyang na-timingan sa players ng SBE. Talagang nalasa ni Senyor Carl yung ibang team dito or yung ibang team members ng SBE. Now it's all up to Micro. A 4v1 situation going up. Pinag-aabang na sa kanya. He goes down that easy. SBE wasn't able to take that round. They were completely punished by Zeal Esports.
Grabe ka naman punished ng Zeals.
Nalason eh!
Oo eh. Diba? Pag ikaw ba naman na ganun, blagadum. Wala na talagang mangyayari. But here it is. Ang dami talagang opportunities yung ginagawa itong Zeals. And kanina, we all thought that it's just going to be a streak from SB's side. Pero sa Zeals, knowing that this is their map pick, syempre ang their attacking talaga, it's really special na kailangan na lang i-deny ang SB all throughout. Maybe make this into a 6-all against them. Pero as it is, he pulls out that operator already. Sino kaya ang una niyang mabibiktima habang nagwe-wait siya dito sa may garage? But as for Fireside, just pretty confident with it and he will be staying consistent. Then he'll be able to get enough entries para sa Zeals. Pero careful lang na takes sa side ng Zeals dahil kapag nagmadali na naman sila, SBE will just get the upper hand out of their strategies. And kita mo naman kagad, Aziz sees out Fireside, ang pinakauna niya na biktima. And he's just gonna be waiting here in Seaside.
Aziz, naghahanap lang ng victim number 2 pero walang gustong lumabas sa Zeal Esports. Looking at the mini-map right now, wala silang balak pa. But it seems like unti-unting ginagapang yung A main, no? So with this, they're going seawards, sa sewer, and trying to pinpoint kung meron silang makikita, mapipick off ba sila. Napakatahimik on all other sides. Alam ni na Aziz yan, but this is a 2-1-2 split para sa SBE. Knowing na wala na rin si Fireside, they have to rely on their other pseudo duelist, which is Senyor Carl para makapag-entry, but this is the ultimate and Hunter's Fury from Pro. Kahit lumabas ka, kahit i-push nyo yan, merong kasalo para sa inyo. This is not a retake mula sa SBE. Ito yung inaantay natin na dapat ginawa nila kanina, but ZLS, Zeal Esports, they don't want this to end as this takes the kill with the short pare. Wow, what a round from SBE. Such a good retake, Ray. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina na dapat ginawa din nila na during the time na nilabanan ng dalawang player ng SBE, yung Zeals, nung pumasok sila, instead of getting a full retake and waiting, it's possible. Look at its score, 7-4. Not too bad.
Magiging, me and Zeals Esports.
Kakambak na yan. Kakambak na yan. Game number 3. Game number 3. Ayan. Napakagaling mo talaga, Ray. Ray Curse.
Get out of my way!
Kidding aside, seryoso talaga.
Mabilis to, Ray.
Sabi ni Farside Team, may trade lang, pero nga lang. He's just going to get 3v3 altogether. Aziz is just gonna hold. He gets it. Nag-grease pala siya. Pero sabi ni Creepy, I don't wanna close your eyes. I don't wanna miss a thing. And 8-4. Good half sa side ng Zeals, even if na-de-deny sila ng SB all throughout.
Nakakuha sila ng 4 na rounds against SBE, and that's already like, minimum. Diba? Pag sinasabi nga natin, pagdating sa halftime, minimum sana is 4 kung gusto mo pang makahabol talaga or kung gusto mo madaling makahabol. Now, everything will change pag nagsimula na tong second half natin. Once Zeals, if ma-secure nila tong pistol round na to, mabilis talaga nilang makahabol ang SBE. Maybe in 8-6 agad-agad. But if SBE just continues, of course, gaya na sinasabi natin, like Season 1, Ray, it is a double-digit score. Medyo mahirap na magkamali para sa Zeal Esports. But they have a buffer. Nanalo sila sa game number 1.
And then, here it is. Ito na
Mas
nga ba?
importante
Tama.
to sa SBE.
Kung hindi, puro 2-0s. Yung mga series natin so far at AOR. Pero ito na nga nagsabing iba, unleash the Ray-Rakers. Depende pa yan dahil si Zeals, knowing them, they have a lot of flashes and they can just counter itong SBE, knowing that they also have that double initiator lineup, tas isa Sova sa kanila, they can get it to their advantage. Sobrang connecting the shots naman ng Zeals, not impossible for them para makahabol. But the side syempre ng SBE, they just need to be careful all throughout. Dahil sa attacking kanina sa pinakaunang mapa, nahihirapan sila. But Aziz gets a tap against Farside. Sign na ba to para sa kanila na mag-seaside? And knowing that they're stacking together, ito na nga ata ang oras dahil si Tugi nga lang on the other side, nagsiset up na rin ang mga big para lang makakuha ng isa. And speaking of, PPGL is gonna go down. But there's Aziz with a refrag, but still, that's a great sign. The Zeals can still get it. Oh, diba? The night of flash, sinaulanan, abot langit. And Zeals, dalawang kalipat kailan, parang 4 na flash. Babay ka talaga.
Dito talaga sila mahihirapan on the defense, no? Knowing Zeal Esports has the breach, pwede siyang mabulag dito. Aside from that, nandiyan din si Senior Carl na meron ding flashes. So, ang daming pwedeng paglaruan ng Zeal Esports. But we all know, SBE, itong team na to, they are more on a systematic order. They've went so far and they've built this stronger connections to themselves. And like, I still stand by it pagdating sa panel, no? SBE is still a team to beat. And hindi natin mabubura sa history na before going here sa VCT 2022, they've won most of the community tournaments that we have here as well. So, ito talaga yung mga teams na like Zeal Esports is the invited team. Obviously, they wouldn't be invited if they didn't have enough points, diba? Ito yung dating 60-45 Pirates and now they're coming back here to show who they really are. SBE as well, from their run before sa VCT nung 2021, nahirapan sila na talagang, nung kakapasok lang nila eh. So medyo nahirapan sila. But this time around, after a while, nakuha na nila yung momentum ng team. And this, looking at this match, Ray, I think they're getting the momentum as well. But ZLS, di pa tapos ang laban. That's why I keep saying 50-50 to para sa akin. Dahil you could never know kung Zeal Esports yung magpa-pop off, especially with the Tuge, Senior Call, Farside, mainit sila ngayon. SBE on the other hand, mainit din si Aziz. Nakukuha niya agad si Farside. 50-50, Ray.
Medyo talagang tikit lang to. Possibly more or most likely it's going to be an 8-6. Wait, may technical pause lang tayo. And ito pala, Theory, medyo nakita na rin natin sa comments kanina. Si Micro, na naglalaro ngayon, si Ja yan actually. So may konting nangyari on the technical issue side. Pero yan, si Ja yan. Pero si Micro na lang, para hindi kami malito. Basta yun,
Okay,
akin naman
mag-alala.
sila sa SB. Okay lang yan.
Mag-alala. Okay lang yan. 8-5, we are now down to a few more rounds left bago magkaalaman kung magkakaroon tayo ng game number 3. Pero mukhang maganda ang future ng ZLS dahil nakuha nila yung pistol round na yan. But assist, mainit na mainit. Sinabayan yung aftershock and just the perfect timing. Getting that headshot on another. Trying to pinpoint another enemy pero Tuge pins him down. Senior Carl with the ghost gets a kill. Pero itong mga Spectre natin, once you go in and burst down some enemies, kahit run and gun pa yan, GG ka talaga. 2v4 situation, nulabas na ang Trailblazer but with that smoke, sasabihan lang din to Game Monster with a triple kill already, going for the fourth and securing the round. 8-6 is the score.
Talagang kakaiba ang pinapakita ng Zeals and di imposible yung maging 8-8 to maybe? Or ito na nga, kanina si Terry na mention siya kanina na may gusto siyang makakita ng nice score. Ito na ata yung oras para sa SBE. And kita mo naman, Tuge is really popping off together with ASUS. Even if si ASUS kanina didn't start off well sa pinakaunang map. But as for Papi Chulo naman, we know that he's gonna be anchoring a site already. Even if mababawasan siya, but at least when you need him the most, nakakapag-trade naman siya kahit papano. But here is the next thing. How will SBE formulate ang kanilang attacking side? Dahil ang mga teams yun, parang first season meta ba ata itong ginagawa natin na defending yung mas workable, na nagbago nga ulit sa attacking naman ng improve. Pero marami kasing flash. Pero nakuha mo niya si Senior Carl, yung ibon tumunog. And pagkatunog, nakuha si Senior Carl.
Sinabayan yung pag-pop ng flash kaso may wide swing. And yun nga lang, hindi niya ina-expect na ang daming nag-aabang at gusto nilang pumunta ng A-site. But now that they have that information, alam natin makakakita tayo ng rotation. And certain rotations like this, na wala ng tao sa C-site, alam nila na kailangan nilang pumwesto either mid or A. At this can be capitalized actually by SBE. Kung wala ng tao sa C, they can do a rotation quickly. Kaso nga lang, hindi ata mangyayari yun. Mag-hold lang talaga sila. And this would force out players of ZLS to actually spread out. Ito ba ay magandang pangitain para sa SBE? Pwede, pero at the same time, once na merong makaspot, mabilisang rotation ang pwedeng gawin dito ng Zeal Esports. With one down, one player down, one flash down, hindi na kailangan isipin ng SBE na merong lalabas na Trailblazer bigla o merong mag-ult bigla na Sky. So this is now a 5v4. Make that a 3v4 situation. Woo! Init na sis, man! Gusto niya yung Jordans!
Like ko, iba talaga din pag bebe buff. Nakikita mo naman, super supportive. Pero ito naman si Pro, naghihintay lang naman din. One actual take-off. And speaking of Pro together with Micro, they're able to get that. Wah! 9-6.
Ekin! Sabi kasi dito, di ba, pag sa SBE, si Aziz magkakaroon ng Jordans kapag nanalo siya, di ba? Eh may nag-comment, kapag natalo daw yung SBE, bibigyan niya daw ng Jordans lahat ng Zeals. Labanan ng Jordans pala para manalo sa VCT, no?
Ako,
medyo lugi. Kung sino man yung
dapat
nag-comment kanina, Ray, kung sino yung nag-comment kanina sa SBE na si Aziz lang yung may Jordans, kailangan niyang bawiin. Kailangan lahat na rin.
Kailangan talaga. Ay, yung score natin nagiging nice. And knowing this, kailangan pang hawakan to ng SB Fish. Just really want to make this into a third map against Zeal. Here it's still everybody's game. Sa Haven, maraming comeback stories din dito, especially sa PH scene. Pero sa tulad ng SB, they just need to be really careful dahil pag every time that they do entries, dalawang initiator kagad ang makikita mo at makikita mo din ang langit. And here it is. Sige, nasa platform, naghihintay, leverage kahit paano, but still, he will be denying as this time around. But all of those spaces left for this to make it, hindi naging posible. Isa-isa lang napikot kagad ang mga player ng SBE.
Zeal Esports, Farsigen goes down 4v2. Papi Chulo at saka si Micro ang natitira dito. But the spike has been dropped onto Silong. Ang dami nang nag-aabang na players. Actually, nag-stuck na dito yung tatlong
30
players
seconds
ng
left.
Zeal Esports just to defend this spike. And this is a very tight spot para sa SBE right now. If they make this happen, that's gonna be unbelievable. But looking at it with 20 seconds remaining, this seems impossible to do. Beats was able to take one kill. Papi Chulo on the other hand, very low on HP. 1v2 situation. 10 HP and a dream. Naghahanap siya ng pwede ditong mapatay. He has the spike? No, he doesn't. Wala nang oras para maplantang spike. Wala na ring oras para hanapin ng kalaban. With 10 HP, he has to save this gun or maybe get a pick off. 9-7 is the score. Zeal Esports, ang ganda ng hold. Once na na-stuck yung spike doon sa Silong, they didn't move. They just waited. Patience is key.
Pag marunong ka talaga maghintay at katulad mo si Tuge, very patient. Actually, ginawa niya, was able to pin down na 2 members kagad ng SB in just blink of an eye. And then yung sinasabi ko, kapag ang SB hindi nila naiwasan yung anchors ng Zeals, especially with how Tuge pops off, kailangan nila maging careful talaga with all of those timings pagdating sa kanyang mga stars. Pero Aziz, kailangan pa rin ilaban! Nandun sa corner ang isang miyembro na wala sa isang iklap. Pero sino pag-audition nila? Hindi na nag-work ang mga risky plays to get this time around. Nasanay na din ang SB about it. After a few tries, they're still able to get this here in a seaside. And knowing na tatlo pa ang miyembro ng Zeals, will they actually get this? Wala rin ultimate na available. So what can SB do? Post-plant, patience is key. They're going, may gamit up, mag-slice up. Hindi tumama, pero flea piece right there. Pero pa, kukuha pa kaya. Will they just allow Zeals to get this retake? Or talagang post-plant ang meron sila with how they set up dun sa mga stars plus the nanos?
Malalaman natin because the spike is ticking, the clock is ticking para sa side ng Zeal Esports to actually do a retake. 3v2 situation. Micro was able on Farsigen na lang at kailangan niya nang mag-save dito and he decides to do just that. 7 going 10-7. Another round para sa side ng SBE. Now, nakukuha nila, napapunish nila yung ibang players with all these plays coming in from SBE. And yung score natin, papalapit lang ng papalapit eh. Looking at economy side din, Ray, it's gonna be quite difficult for Zeal Esports because Farsigen, mayroon siyang vandal dito na pwedeng gamitin. So kahit papano, yung ibang members ng Zeal Esports, masabayan nila yung vandal na yan and make an advantage out of it kasi isang vandal din yan. So it can do a lot as well once the headshots come in. Versus 5 vandals, it's quite difficult, but possible. You never know.
Waiting. Mga taga-SB. Oh no! Farsigen took the risk. Sabi niya, I think I need to be really aggressive this time. And alam mo, ito na naman tayo sa thrifty round. Na suddenly, magiging momentum shift sa Zeal side. And SB, they really need to take care of this. Dahil pag nakakuha na naman ang advantage tong Zeal. Katulad sa mga top si Senior Carl. Medyo mahihirapan na naman sila ngayon.
Player standing. Spike down A.
Just because of that tap, just because of how Farsigen pushed himself to buy Vandal, SBE biglang nahulog sa bangin. And Zeus can maybe get this to a shift against them.
Thrifty.
You think about it, Farsigen sinave na vandal na yun kanina for previous round, no?
I should probably place some stars in the astral plane.
So talagang dito makikita mo sa Aziz together with Tuge. Also si Farsigen, hindi siya super nakita natin compared as what we've seen sa previous map. Pero mayroon siyang ibang members. We still have Beats, we have KGs, and we also have Senior Carl that really with those taps nakakatakot panoorin ang Zeals. But as for SBE, we need to really collect this one dahil kapag the next round nakapag-eco na naman, ay mag-i-eco na naman sila, it's just going to be a 10-10 scoreline after all. And Zeals really proving their seat on why they are the invited team. Ngayon din, sa mismong VCT Stage 1 2022. waiting for those setups coming through, clearing up everything si ASUS. Kailangan niya talaga ng confidence na to. And finally, makakita siya ng isa, makes a good ouch lang naman to getting all those information. Mukhang magiging imposible na para sa kanila pumunta ng C. A is quite open. B is kinda okay for them to push themselves in. But they really need to make it work sa side ng SBE. ASUS waiting talaga. Alarm bot has been kicked off. Sinabayan din ng Mano Swarm. But all those heavy setups, Zeal is actually doing it there. But here it is.
Looking at it as well. True. Ito. Ray with the aftershock. Marami ring na-spotan at marami ring nakikita.
One enemy remaining.
Player vloggers ng SB. Medyo magulo.
Talagang itong engagement na to para sa side ng Zeal. They're just getting it. And this is maybe the step up we're waiting for. I've been waiting for this kanina pa. Yung attacking side, kinda didn't work sa kanilang double initiator with that Sky and Bridge. Medyo skeptical ako about it. Pero dito, sa mismong defending side, yan ata yung kailangan hintayin ng SB against Zeal. Even if you have that aggression coming from ASUS, ataasim talaga niya. But as for with that Sova, with that Breach, pwede mo lang naman silang i-deny with that, those flashes, napakadami, napakalaking information, stun side by side, with that Sky, with that Breach. But as for this one, we're gonna be having the tactical pause. So big shoutouts nga pala sa mga nanonood ngayon. 2K, napakaganda. At mga nandito din pala si shoutout nga pala sa kay Tony. Yan. Ang Tony F ng Pinas. Tony. Yan, mga Tony. Okay. So, Maring Tony, kumusta? Ganda ng kanta mo ah. Kakantahin ko yan minsan. Ayan. Si Maring Tony yan. Pero, sisimulan na nga natin ulit to. Iko yan tong SB tier. So, medyo baka maging 10-10 to talaga. And we're just waiting onto the side of Zeals, but they know na sobrang laki ng advantage na with Fireside holding off that operator. Unless pick up to ni Aziza, buti na lang nakapag-bailout siya. Pero Flippy is right there. Even Senior Carl, nabawi ni Flippy ngayon na Terror. And just waiting for it talaga para sa side ng Zeus. Waiting talaga sila. But Fireside makes an opener. Sinabayan muna ng lockdown ng SB. They need to confirm this thrifty ground talaga against the hands of Zeals. Pero all those setups, all those stars is coming right through para sa side ng Zeals. But Fireside that time! Yan talaga ang breach. Pero nga lang, Tuge, hindi niya binibitawan. At yan ang napaka-importante. Hindi mo bibitawan ang tawal mo. Dahil nakuha pa nga yun ng Zeals kahit winnable na sa side ng SPE. And yun na kayong sayang talaga. A lot of opportunities. Pero nga lang, what happened there? We have that cosmic divide. They actually provided a lot of space, even if the peak of si Fireside Jin. But even if they were wiped out, a win is a win. A round win is very important. And finally, 10-10 tayo in favor of both of the teams. Pero this is more important. Dahil
nakahabol pa sila, Ray.
Nakahabol pa.
I mean, with the pistol round, you can basic trust Zeal Esports sometimes. No? Pagdating sa mga ganon, dahil nilang mag-pop ng shots. Ito yung paulit-ulit ko sinasabi din kanina. It's okay. Sorry for the quick technical difficulty, but going back to it, like I said, this was can pop off. Kaya nilang shots. Kahit input na.
Talagang mahirapan talaga ngayon ang SBE if they just really won't be able to survive. How aggressive ang Zeals! And nakuha rin kagad ng perfect timing to sa kay Farsight just to get it out. And right now, Zeals playing it safe, playing it smart. But as for SBE, konting push lang. And they'll be able to win this. Pero makang talaga on the momentum side itself on how smart is Zeal talaga has it, and nalusaw lang si Pro because of Kraigis plus that deny from both Astra. Pero to, nagpayanik na ngayon. Ito na bang oras? Pero hindi pa
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Nandito pa rin ang double.
30 seconds
Team center, card connection. And still, Papachulo. He tries to get this. Will this be an ace? Marami pang bala ang kanyang Vandal.
Coming back.
But as with the guys of Zeals, wants to contain him. Will he be able to make it work? Meron pang Cosmic Divide, kaso nga lang, mas yusup-supan na siya ngayon. And I think that's just something you don't expect out of KGS. And Zeal still wins this. Comeback is real.
Medyo magulo, actually, yung nangyari doon, no? It wasn't supposed to happen na mapapatay pa si Farsight at saka si Senior Carl dahil ang ganda na nung hold nila pagdating doon. Uminit
going to the Astrofall?
Yung they were able to pop off on that round and kailangan talaga sila. They really did step up. And this would force things out para sa SBE. Kailangan nilang mag-eco round. Kailangan nilang isipin mabuti kung saan nila gagamitin yung utilities nila, kung bibilin sila at kung ano yung mga kailangan nilang gawin at kailangan nilang igawing setup. But looking at it as the Astra sets up the stars, we are watching the replay. Look at how hot Farsight was with the shorty. Also, maraming factors na pumapasok pagdating sa matches.
Talagang medyo questionable na how will SBE get this. It's either just to make this into an overtime or say bye-bye muna sa Zeals. Dahil ngayon talaga, napakalaking advantage when it comes to the firepower. May mga naka-phantoms itong mga taga-Zeals. SBE, they need to rely on those mechanical skills wise. Nakita naman natin kung gano'n sila kagaling sa kabilang bang-bang, and they're really one of the biggest teams here in PH. But as for Zeals, sobrang nakaka-surprise yung pinapakita ng mga batang to, and nakakatuwa na ganito yung gusto na lang sabihin that they really deserve it kahit pa paano. But as for SBE, kailangan talaga na lang mag-step up. Sabi ko sa'yo, just 150 round ng Zeals against them. It's gonna be different talaga, Taylor.
A total different story. Completely. Literal na binaliktad nila yung storya dito pagdating sa SBE. Sila na ngayon ang napipilitan mag-eco round. Remember, dominating ang SBE a while ago on the scoreline. But looking at it, Zeal Esports, slowly but surely, ginagapang nila yung scoreline na yan, making it difficult sa SBE. Mas mahirap, Ray, actually, yung masira yung ekonomiya mo right on this round, on the double-digit round, as ZLS gets the kills one by one. Very confident kills in this round for Zeal Esports. Look at that confidence to just go in, use the shorty, just use the shotgun and just kill everyone off.
I'm really happy to see Zeals fight like this, but as for SBE, why? Bakit ganito yung nangyayari? Pero tignan natin, mahalin mo ito yung magiging step up nila, pero walang ultimates available just for Aziz, isa lang. Pero dito din sa Zeals, buti na lang wala din. But if KGS will be able to get at least one frag that's already assigned for that counter lockdown against SBE. Kanina, they were trying to see it kind of work. Puro sila C-side sa A talaga yung di nag-manifest. But that tricky round itself talaga yung naging malaking problema nila. And that defusal also na hindi binitawan na ni Tuge. Sobrang nakakatakot talaga yung potential ni Tuge. And yun nga, sa mga moments na kailangan may mag-clutch, Tuge has it. And he is really a monster clutcher. And
baka
very
ROG
particular
clutch yan.
Oh,
baka ROG ROG clutch yan. Anyway, the setup from the stars mula sa both Astra players na meron tayo from SB and Zeal Esports. Unti-unting gumagapang on A main habang nag-aantay naman si Farside Jin with his operator. This can go wrong para sa side ng SBE once they just continue. Parang bulag kaya naman ma-force out bumalik dito si Aziz or si Farside Jin. On the other hand, Senior Core was able to punish 2 players. Paulit-ulit na lang para tayong nanonood ng replay na si Senior Carl ang tunay na lumalason sa players ng SBE. But Papi Chulo as himself gets a triple kill on this round already. 2v2 making it even para sa parehas na
30 seconds left.
Tayo.
One enemy remains.
Pwedeng then, but no more or not needed anymore as Mike secures the kill. Farside Jin na lang ang natitira. They have the spike. This was shorty, pare. May ultimate pang kasama. Papi Chulo on the other hand, nowhere to be found mga kaibigan because he is on A main. Ito nga yung spike natin now with Farside Jin. He closes things off. 13-10 is the score. Zeal Esports takes this game with that ROG clutch. What a game. What a game, Ray Ray.
Oh, so much potential. Pero first game, clean 2-0. Second game, clean 2-0. And alam mo kung anong pre-move ng Zeals dito? That they deserve that invitation going in right now. We all thought that's going to be 2-0 in favor of SBE. Ano daw ngayon sa panel ang sagot ng Zeals? Kami ang makakuha ng 2-0. And then yung mga oras na unexpected, Terror, talagang ginagawa ng Zeals. This exactly happened last time and they were part of the 60-45 Pirates. Akala natin lahat, we all said that it's gonna be a favorable sa other team. Pero nangyari na naman is nakuha na 60-45 Pirates and they still brought that story here against SB. The maybe top 1 or top 2 here in PH. Zeals still got that seal the deal and made this into a 2-0.
I mean, 2-0. Who would have expected? Gaya na sabi mo, hindi rin in-expecto ng panel, no? As we see, and look at the results right now para sa ating stats. Stats don't lie, mga kaibigan. Senior Carl, definitely ang pinakalason na team member ng Zeal Esports against SBE. I think he made a lot of plays possible considering nandyan din si Tuge Monster na kayang mag-set up immediately. And also, Farside Jin na napakainit on those shorties, very comfortable on just doing an updraft and getting a dash in at saka papatayin with the shorty, pare. So it's just really the confidence of Zeal Esports taking this round is shining through the roof. Going into highlights, makikita rin natin na both Jet players actually, Ray, nag-pop off dito. Aziz was going crazy as well and going ham on those kills, getting triple each and every time. But as well, looking at Zeal Esports, mas marami talagang players na nag-pop off on their side.
Sobrang dami. Ang natagal na nahimik ng mga to. We all thought it was really winter para sa Zeals. Pero ngayon, they're back on track. Mas mainit pa sa hot ang ginagawa ng Zeals. And with that Sky X-Breach comp, they're telling us na when it comes to the defending side, alam nila paano i-deny si Aziz, which is gonna be your biggest problem dito sa Haven. And they finally got that key. And even Farside Jin, he started really slow. Pero on the plaza itself, that 1v1 again sa Papi Chulo Terror, alam mo bigla na nagulat tayo lahat that he was able to get that. Pero talagang GG's pa rin sa Zeals. You guys deserve this. But as for SB, kaya pa namang pumawin on the upcoming matches pa na makikita natin.
They really just showed off that they were invited for a specific reason at yun nga ay magpakitang gilas dito sa VCT PH 2022. That was a very clean 2-0 mula sa Zeal Esports against SBE or Southbuilt Esports. This time around, meron pa tayong isang match na susunod, no? It's gonna be Action PH versus Bren Esports. So marami pang bakbakan ang mangyayari. But right now, to close things off, such a good game from both sides of the teams. It was 50-50 for me para sa prediction ko, but it seems like Zeal Esports, no one predicted this actually pagdating sa panel a while ago. And even in our end, how about you, Ray Ray?
I'm so shocked talaga. Wala akong masabi. Sabi ko, di ako fan ng Sky X Breach. Pero may kuro ngayon, sinasabi natin ng Zeals that first, they have that reason bakit Haven and bakit Sky and Breach. Pero meron pa tayong last match na makikita natin, and maybe will this be a clean 2-0 once again, or hindi na papayag syempre ang mga teams na maglalaban-laban. Once again, this has been a VCT Stage 1, and we have been your shoutcasters. Ako si Nate, syempre kasama ko si Tira, guys, and see you after the break.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The stars at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for
Well, they have Zealed the deal. 2-0 for Zeal's Esports. After, I would say that is an upset. South Built Esports, they put up a good fight, but it just wasn't enough. A 2-0 from Zeal's really is going to give them the momentum that they badly need moving forward in this tournament. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Asarai and Raf, and we're gonna go down into the post-series breakdown here. And honestly, that took our expectations out the window, Asarai.
Oh yeah, I did. I'm already feeling the call-outs from the chat about our predictions, gentlemen. But again, it is just predictions, and we were all set about how South Built should have won this, but we honestly should talk about as well how Zeal just stepped up to the plate. We were mentioning again how on that first game it looked really rough around the edges. I'd say they kind of went for a very risky composition with Beats playing on that chamber, but it works so fantastically well, especially to how he played that specific agent.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to have a look at the series highlights there to just show how well Zeal was able to just overcome the adversity that is South Built Esports. Raf, you were talking about South Built Esports, you were talking about Zeal's Esports on the side while we were watching the games. Why don't you share your thoughts here on the matchup?
I definitely will. And again, it was super obvious that I was pointing out a lot of the growing pains that Zeal had to go through moving into our VCT. But now we're here, and it looks like they're a lot more disciplined. There's still some things that they have to refine, but other than that, their recovery was beautiful. There were times where they were kind of, guys, we gotta relax. Maybe we're overextending a little. Maybe we're not playing our cards right. Whoever made those calls, they made the proper ones, obviously, but one thing that I had to really point out here was that Zeal's timings have gone so much better. But like I said, there were times where maybe not completely agreeing on, or at least they weren't on the same page, but when it mattered, they were there.
Yeah. I just gonna add as well, man. It felt like in these two maps, there was two different stories kind of evolving, right? It's for the split one, for Zeal's, it's been how well can we adapt on the fly. You saw how well their pace was on that first half. On the second half, they were slowing down a little bit, so they had to change up the tempo. It worked out well. Again, we saw how good Beats was, and then coming into the Haven map, another story was unfolding. How well can they utilize, how do I say this, Fire Saiyajin and Senior Carl, because Beats wasn't on a carrying role anymore. He doesn't have his chamber. He's actually playing on that breach to allow his other teammates to help out, and it's working so well. Their ability to anchor the sights and Fire Saiyajin, this performance from him, I haven't seen this in a long time, or maybe it's because I just haven't seen any of their streams for a while, but this is the Fire Saiyajin that I remembered before. Wily, just dashing in exactly like this, with the shorty, no fear in hand, and all confidence throughout.
Well, that is Fire Saiyajin, but we gotta acknowledge the overall MVP of the entirety of the series, brought to you by Republic of Gamers. Of course, it is going to be Senior Carl with 269 ACS, average kills of 20.5. Yes, very nice. 18 average deaths, 169 damage per round, 0.9 kills per round, but it's still a positive KDA for him with a 1.4 KDA. Is this really this is really what we're going to be expecting from Zeals moving forward, specifically for Senior Carl? Let's start with you, Asarai.
Yeah, again, Senior Carl, he I think is the cornerstone for the Zeal's team. I mean, aside from Tuge, who we mentioned was a fantastic anchor. I think Singer Carl is their flex player. He started not playing as a duelist, then started going to duelist, and just kept going back and forth. And that kind of flexibility has allowed Zeals to stay afloat. And at this particular stage, at this series, has gone above and beyond. Do you see how he positions, especially on Haven? He was just checking out these tiny little nooks and crannies that SBE wasn't able to clear out, and he gets like 2, maybe even 3 kills every single time, and it works so well that it has disrupted that tempo from SBE, and because of it, it works so well. And of course, can't forget, he was the one that whipped out the judge on Split, a madman, but you know, it worked out, so he's a workable madman.
Workable madman indeed. I mean, at the start of Haven, he didn't have the most that's something. Workable madman. But yeah, at the start of Haven, he didn't have the most volume of frags, but when it came in the crunch time, he made the proper adjustments. And aside from that, I just want to point out the obvious that, like I mentioned, that 3-headed Hydra that Zeal has, they just activated. They just went bam, something snapped, and they're like, guys, you know what? Let's throw down, let's fight, let's win it. And I love the simplicity of it all, but how effective it has been, definitely undeniable.
Yeah, and we're gonna be seeing a little bit more from Zeals as we continue on with the tournament. And as far as we're concerned, South Belt Esports is still pretty much in the fight. They can bounce back from this in their future matchups. Now, with all that being said, we're gonna have a word with one of the heads in that 3-headed dragon. With Donut, we're gonna be having a word with Fireside Jin.
Well, you don't want to play fire with Fire Saiyajin, and we have him here.
Hi. What's up?
To hear about more the victory that they have had against SBE. Firstly, congratulations. And I wanted to ask you guys, how's the energy after that win?
The team atmosphere is really nice. We feel like it's been a hard journey to get this win, because the last time we faced SB, they destroyed us, so it feels good to finally take a win against them in convincing fashion.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned about SBE beating you in the past. So, and your platform now is the VCT Stage. Apart from really being ecstatic and very happy about beating them, what else have you guys prepared for, at least in the coming matches that you will be having here in VCT?
We've been preparing a lot. We've been changing up our playstyle, just because our old playstyle in the team, it didn't work, and there's too many mistakes and loopholes. So now we've switched up our playstyle, we've switched up our comps, and we've been practicing more and reviewing more of the enemies strats and stuff, and creating our own strats to counter their shots. And we're just overall more prepared this time around.
Well, that's good to hear. You even took SBE's map pick of Split, and you did so in such a good way, because you started so strong in defending. You were able to finish with a 9-3, but during the offense, you lost a streak of rounds. So I was wondering what happened, and what were the mistakes that you made, and how were you able to fix those to get the momentum back?
We sort of lost momentum. We did solo plays, which got us picked off one by one, and then we fell into their game plan, where we would feed them frags and then get them hyped up to frag us more, and then we just had a lot of miscommunication, I guess, in pushing this, pushing that, and strategies overall.
I can see that, yes, everybody else is happy and saying hi to the camera. Well, actually, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. You had a couple of changes to your roster, so can you tell more about Beat's impact to the server?
So yeah, we added Beats into the roster. He brings a huge impact to the team. Team atmosphere is very nice, very positive, and he can play a lot of agents. He's very flex, and he's just an overall good player. I've known him from the start. It's really good. So it was a really good addition to the team.
Okay, thank you for that. And last question, a very spicy one. You're one of the seeded teams together with Team Secret.
Yeah.
Do you feel the pressure because all eyes are on you to deliver, at least throughout the whole of the tournament?
I mean, yeah, there's pressure just because we've sort of downhilled ever since from us being the top 2 each team. I hear people saying we're tier 2, we're like tier 2 Valorant team now, but I don't know. I don't think we're tier 2 though. We just go with SV.
Well, it doesn't seem so because you got the win, a 2-0 against SBE. Thank you so much, Fireside, for joining me in this interview. But before we get back to the action, I'll bring you back to the panel for their final thoughts. Nomad, Asurai, and Raf, back to you.
Wonderful interview there, Donna. Thank you for that. And apparently growth is in the works here for Zeal's Esports. I'm definitely looking forward to how better that they can go as the days progress here in Valorant Challengers Philippines.
It seems like, again, all of our predictions for this particular series were down the toilet, and it's totally fine. Zeal's definitely deserved that victory. It really showed how strong they were as a team, and again, there's a lot more to look forward for this one, and I do see a lot of the glimpses from the old team that I really was very enamored with back again when they were the 6045 Pirates.
Absolutely. Again, like I said, the structure that they are getting, and I'm so happy to hear from that interview that they're trying out new things, they're switching up the comps, because obviously whatever they were running a while back, they were like, you know what, maybe this isn't really producing the results we want. Maybe it's time for a drastic change. And for that to come into fruition on VCT on the very first day, the timing couldn't have been better.
Well, the timing couldn't have definitely be better for Zeal's Esports. They won at the 2-0 against South Built Esports, but that doesn't wrap up our day just yet because we still have one last series for the day. It's Action PH versus Bren Esports for the final best of 3 for the day. We'll be back for more action here at the Valorant Challengers Philippines.
Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Welcome back to the desk. I'm Nomad, and we have a different person to join us on the panel. Here we got Ilustrado, fresh from the cast, as well as Raf. How are you doing, Ilu?
I'm doing pretty good, man. A little bit surprised about how that previous game went, but and I think the one before that as well. So it seems like today has just been throwing us curveball after curveball. I'm ready for this next one to be another as well.
Oh man, I miss sharing the desk with you, Ilu. It's been so long. Did you know Ilustrado invented the wheel? What an amazing gentleman. And I'm pretty sure he's excited as I am for the next matchup. Why are you guys laughing? Those are facts, by the way.
No, we're
Actually,
not laughing. We're not actually laughing because the next match is very serious. But before that, of course, we got to thank our official sponsors. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the newest upcoming Tough-F15, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With high performance for its thin and light form factor and military-grade durability, the Tough-F15 stands out as the best bang for your buck gaming laptop ready for your esports needs. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more information. Now, we got to get a little bit more information out of the way here because they might get lost in translation. For the Filipino viewers out there, you can check out the Filipino stream, the official Filipino stream over at the PPGL Facebook page because we are simulcasting it. It's at facebook.com/ppglgg. You're watching this right now on twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH, or you may be watching it on youtube.com/c/ppglgg. So if you're looking for the Filipino broadcast, head on over to the links on the side. But now you're here on the panel. You'll hear us regardless. But yeah, let's get the a little bit of information out of the way here. Let's just touch up on the main matchup that we have for the day. The last matchup that we have for the day is Action PH versus Bren Esports. Ilu, I kind of want to know your thoughts just as we get into further talking about the details of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to touch on Action PH, right? Because these guys are basically Action PH, they're basically sort of a reformed roster. You have Emma and Georgie, who have been together for ever. They're inseparable. And they moved teams a little bit. Didn't work out when they moved teams. Now they're back to playing together on a different team. And they're sort of bringing back that old play style that we know and love from them back in the Dreamfire era when they were known as Dreamfire. And having said that, they do look a little bit more comfortable. They have had recent success. Their games have been good. They took a win against Enigma Galaxy. They went against a Metaverse Esports and 717 Monster Esports. And they all took those pretty much cleanly. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do now that we have Georgie and Emma sort of back to, having a little bit more freedom than they previously did in their last team.
Well, speaking of Action PH, that is a team that we're going to be introducing first here in this matchup. Let's have a look at who their players are going to be. Well, you did mention Georgie and Emin, Ilu, but we have to talk about the other members that are going to be playing on the field right now. We got RU, we got Emin and Georgie, we got Modski, and Zero Deathyo. They're going to be the ones that are going to be playing on the field. And how is this entire roster looking for you, Raf?
I mean, oh man, we already know what these guys are very, very capable of. As Illustrado mentioned, the breakneck speed that these players love to engage in could be somewhat of a double-edged sword, because it really comes down to the shock and awe factor of it, right? But what if you hit a sudden stop? Because like we said, it's not the speed that kills, it's the sudden stop. If they can somewhat balance out all that fiery potential they have all throughout the series, then we could have a serious problem here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just looking forward to seeing what they can bring, because, this group of teams here, this team itself has been sort of recently formed. And, I mentioned earlier the freedom that was not available to Georgie and Emma. Now they're letting it loose, going back to that gung-ho play style. And I think a lot of people are going to get caught off guard by that. But the one problem that they've had historically was that they always end up burning out. Going fast, burn out quick. I'm hoping that doesn't happen here today.
Yeah, they are a team that really likes to go off the bat as soon as the game starts, but also a team that is kind of following the footsteps of their former roster, is showing up a little bit more here. Let's introduce their opponents, Bren Esports. This Bren Esports roster is looking pretty deadly. I mean, with the recent acquisition of Hot Sauce, it's definitely going to be adding out to the table of what this entire team can have to offer. Together with Hot Sauce, we got Brain Freeze, EJ, Josh S, and Savvy 8K. Elu, what are your thoughts on this team?
Yeah, yo man, you talk about Hot Sauce, but then at the same time, you get the professional superstar EJ at some point. You know, I was thinking he was probably the best player in the Philippines. And then you also have the best, like, collegiate player in the form of Savvy 8K. So you got two really big superstars now being joined in by Hot Sauce. This lineup is fireworks, but can they do it against, you know, Action PH, who's a rising superstar? And this match is going to be super tight.
Fireworks. I love the way you put that, because either it could be a fiery disaster or a beautiful showing of lights, because that's something I want to highlight. This could possibly be the clash of philosophies. As we mentioned, there are some veterans on this roster, and we have some very young, or at least relatively young rising stars. So the approach towards the game and how they see things may not always match, but the crazy thing is that they've developed beautifully into a well-balanced team that's been handling most of the situations to the best of their ability. But the problem is, unlike Action PH, who've been fantastic in their last 10 games or so, Bren has had a little bit of a mixed bag. But maybe, again, it is VCT. This could be a new leaf.
Maybe a new leaf, but before we go into the map vetoes real quick, we gotta highlight something here. It's for the most part, it's going to be Georgie and Emin, the dynamic duo that Action PH has to offer, versus Savvy and EJ. Quick thoughts on that before we go into the veto.
Yeah, this is going to be insane. Basically four superstars going head to head. Firepower is going to be out of this world. I expect a lot of fast-paced action, a lot of aggression coming in from both sides, because these players are known to just hit the ground running. Ever since the beginning of each and every single match, they know how to build up that steam, and I think when you have that much steam in one place, it is going to pop.
I'm excited to see how they're going to handle each other mentally, because we know if they're not equal on firepower, or rather they are equal on fire, I'm getting my words jumbled, it's how they psych each other out, because they know, hey, maybe he's having a good day or whatnot. How am I supposed to play off his timing? You know, maybe have a little bit of an unconventional strat here and there. But man, again, it's really just a big contrast, because Bren as a team overall, they're, I would say, just a little bit slower than Action PH. As well, we've said it time and time again, Action PH just loves to go.
Well, we'll have to go and find out where the action is going to take us here, because we're going to find out what the vetoes are, who banned who banned which, what did the teams pick. And we're seeing Icebox and Haven off the bat. I'm curious to see how the banning process is. So Breeze, Fracture, Split, and Bind have been banned out. Ascent is our default map. We're hopping into Haven first, picked by Action PH. And Elu, what are we going to be expecting going into this three-headed
Look, man,
map, I guess?
We're getting these big maps to start things off. Haven and Icebox. This is the playground of two of these teams. The Action PH and Bren, they'll be happy to play on Haven. They'll be happy to play on Icebox. I wouldn't really say that these map picks heavily favor one team over the other for now, because I think this just lends itself to the play style from what we've seen, the very little we've seen of Bren Esports and Action PH. It's just going to be, I think, a match made in heaven to see these three maps.
That's just so much space that all these duelists can just utilize. But on the side of Bren for Haven, we've seen Hot Sauce actually pop off on this map. Maybe he could be the X factor for their opener, and maybe that could seal the deal for the whole way. I'm interested to know why Bren didn't go Ascent as their pick, because I think, or at least from what I've read and from what I've researched, they have been pretty decent on Ascent. Their Icebox, however, has had those mixed results as I talked about. But once again, this is something that we'll have to see.
Well, we'll definitely have to see. But I have a question. Is Ascent going to be a map that we'll see? Is this going to be the first series of the day that we'll have a 3-game series?
I think so, man, because like we look at the map picks here, Haven is a really strong map for Action PH. They have an 83% win rate on it. They've only lost twice on this map pick. It's very good, very convincing for them. Having said that, Icebox is 50-50. There's a good chance we go and see Ascent.
Okay. Now,
I'm sorry, I kind of spaced out there. I'm thinking about the predictions here already because, like you said, there isn't really that much of a how would I put this, extra weight on any of these sides of these teams. We've seen all of them really perform on this map, but oh man, Bren having Icebox is to me the most suspicious pick. I've been proven once. I've been proven wrong once today. Maybe they could do it again.
Well, we'll figure that out because I'm gonna have to ask you guys for your predictions here before we head into the matchup. For me, I'm gonna have to go for Bren 2-1. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you, Bren 2-1 here. I think Bren are going to take a loss on Haven, but they're gonna take everything else after that.
I can't really go against the grain here because that's what I had in my head even before we discussed this. It's Bren 2-1. Action PH still has a fantastic chance of taking a map, but like we mentioned, it's only if they can spread out that fiery potential that they've been so renowned for.
Well, with the potential of Action PH, bring the action here, or will Bren Esports be swinging off the bat with their young bloods and veterans alike? That's something we're gonna have to figure out. We're gonna be throwing it on over to the game itself. It's Bren Esports versus Action PH.
And it's time! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here in the Valorant Challengers Philippines. And sobrang excited na ako because this is the last game of the day. At gusto kong sabihin sa partner ko na miss kita. Mga kaibigan, we are cast for the day. My name is Zeal. Alongside me is Taylor.
At kami nga pala ang The Mods. Muling nagbabalik ang The Mods. Isa lang yung kailangan kong sabihin at nasabi ko na siya finally. This time around, best. Ang tagal natin di nagcast. Kailan yung huli?
Masters ata, men. Tagal.
Berlin, no?
Masters. Berlin, nung lumipad kami sa Berlin. Yun yung pinakahuling... Ay, hindi pala kami nakalipad. Sorry. Hindi pala kami nakalipad.
Mind step.
Sorry. I mean, sobrang daming tao ang nag-antay na kailan ba magkakas ulit si Bill and Taylor. Huwag kayong mag-alala kasi ito na yun. Ngayon na yun, di ba? At men, sobrang solid ng set natin ngayon. Kanina, nung caster screen, talagang tinabi pa ako sa basura. Pero hindi ikaw hindi ako. Hindi. Best, wag ka maganda hindi ikaw. Kasi sa tabi ko kasi may basura, di ba? Pero bahala na kung left or right na joke lang.
It's the eye. Ano yun? In the eye of the beholder. Kung ano yung judgment nila, kumbaga. Diba?
So, meron akong katabing basura.
Sa basura.
Ito pala, ito. Meron ako katabi basura, mga kaibigan. Ewan ko ba, di ko alam dito kay Derek kung ba't dito pa talaga ako tinabi. Pero ito men, pinaka-solid na drafting pace. Pace up, mga kaibigan. Sa BGC Tondo.
Sa BGC Tondo? Ano?
Bago na yun Bago na yun sa BGC na yun. Pero ito lang
BGC
Bren Esports. Bren Esports versus Action PH.
When you look at it, actually, Vil, no? Kung sisilipin na natin yung agent selection ng dalawang teams na to, men, yung panel! Sabi nung panel, Bren daw. Ano masasabi mo?
Bren daw. Bren daw sa kalam. Pero, ito if ever gonna look at it, mga kaibigan, itong dalawang teams na to, Bren tsaka Action PH, ito yung parang culminating of all teams dito sa Pilipinas. Na nagsama-sama sila lahat at bumuo sila ng isang super team.
Team.
Oo. Sisimulan natin Xavi from Bren. Saan siya galing? Sunsparks. Si Brain Freeze, saan siya galing? Action PH, pwede rin OHS Gaming. Si Hot Sauce, SB Empire. Si AJ, SC Atlas. Si Natutulog ba ang Josh? Sunsparks, ano ba? Talagang super team. Pati sa Action PH. Pati sa action PH yun, ganun men. Action lang talaga ang mangyayari dito. Game number 1. Partner, it's time.
It's finally time. Georgie was it to secure that first kill. Naghahanap na naman agad ng merong gusto patayin. Actually, ang bilis. Gusto na agad nilang mag-plant ng spike dito. Action PH looking for that action. Shock dart connecting pero hindi enough para makapatay. And the defuse or rather the plant of the spike na pagpatuloy pa din. 5v1 situation. Si Brain Freeze na lang natitira. Nakakuha siya ng isang... It is a win para sa Action PH. Easy 1-0. Malinis na malinis at ang bilis pa.
Mas malinis pa sa clean mga kaibigan. Ano ba sa dito? Zero death yo.
Zero death yo. Sige. Zero death yo.
Tawagan kitang zero death yo. Tawagin
Zero
kitang
death yo.
Zero na lang si Zero.
Eh zero pa, wala pa eh. Hindi pa namamatay.
Oo, di ba? 4-0, di ba? Malinis. Pero itong Haven na to, I mean, ito na ang bagong mapa ng Pinoy eh. Hindi na-ascend eh. Ito na talagang Haven eh. Pero kung napapansin mo talagang action.
Oo, Haven is na ngayon. Lalo na nung walang makata. Here, alo sa dating Bren Haven, no? Para lang mapush talaga. But there is EJ.
EJ!
Turn down!
EJ mga kaibigan, sheriff sa face. Pero mga nakautos at what's gonna happen here. Pero kasi Georgie with a 1-1. Without a bulldog, they have the advantage, they have the firepower. So if ever talaga manala sila, they need to do it right now. But let's see, 1 minute left and the clock. Mukhang talaga pinapahirapan pa talaga ng Bren Esports of Action PH right now. Hindi makakasal because of the defending na ginagawa ng Bren Esports. But Georgie with a 3 KOs already.
One enemy remaining.
If you will get that ace, but Zero Death with a denial to the ace. Dito na pwedeng gawin ni Georgie mga kaibigan. EJ 1v4 situation. Let's see if ever kang kaya ba nang gawin yung ginagawa ng Kino 1 up to 9. Pero yung nasabi na Zero Death, yo! Hindi na lang siguro. 2-0 na Action PH. Mala action talaga ang dating na to mga kaibigan. 2-0 partner. Zero Death, yo!
Wala pa din.
Death
Living up to its name, Zero Death yo, di ba? Nakikita natin yung gaya ng sabi mo kanina, Vil, no? Itong mga team members actually ng Action PH, ang daming pinanggalingan. Parang super power team ang Action PH, no? So don't sleep kasi ito yung bagong luma na tinatawag natin. Don't sleep on Action PH.
Tama.
Bren Esports on the other hand, like the panel said, they might pop up in some games but along the way, kapag patagal ng patagal, medyo nahihirapan silang kumapit sa patalim, no? So this is the fast-paced game na nilalaro on both sides of the teams. Nakikita natin parehas aggressive compared sa match or rather these two. Kanina, ang tagal. Mabagal yung SBE. Mabagal silang lahat. So this one, very fast-paced.
Yeah, that's true. And let's see. Kasi alam naman natin, ang laruan ng mga Pinoy, mga kaibigan, action talaga yan. Diba? Itong sobrang fast-paced talaga, pinapakita din talaga ng mga players natin na hindi sila magpapatinag sa lahat na pwede nilang makalaban dito sa VCT. Pero sa
pinapakita yung espada.
Nakausap ko si Modski back then nung open qualifiers pa lang. Sabi niya, bro, I have a crack team right now. Feeling ko mapasok kami sa group stage eh. And yun nga nangyari nga, partner. And for Bren Esports right now, to be honest, ito na talaga yung pwede talaga sabihin na besides sa secret, ito yung isang secret team kasi pinaghalo-halo nga eh. Pero ito na, nakikipag-one-on-one natin yung mga players sa third. Pero that is Modski going at the hands of Savvy right now. 2 kills to Savvy. Two kills already. Someone kill this guy!
Someone kill this guy. Indeed. Siya na lang ang natira. Ito na ang kanyang first death of the match. Zero death yo, medyo isang death na para sa kanya. 2-1 score, Action PH. Nakuha ng Bren Esports, but a lot of casualties actually.
Yeah.
Medyo masakit sa bulsa pagdating sa Bren Esports, Vil.
Mainit, sobrang init ng mga pinapakita ng mga teams talaga natin dito. And isipin mo naman, 'di ba? Umpisa pa lang. Grabe yung Valorant, umpisa pa lang barila na talaga.
Magulat ka pag hindi, men. Umalis lang ako saglit, pagbalik ko hindi na bumuputok yung mga baril sa Valorant.
Sumpukan.
Mahirap yun. Speaking of, eto nga, someone popped the smoke and Nemon was able to secure the kill on EJ with a headshot. Headshot, and here we go. Ito na ang lumilipad na drone, but no one to be found actually. Napatay or na-shot down bago man meron ma-spot. Motzki on the other hand, napatay niya na dito si Hot Sauce. Looking for another kill is Josh S, but a reposition dahil kailangan niya mag-set up ng kanyang mga stars. No one on C, so this is a big rotation mula sa Action PH build. They're gonna take Garage and go C long.
Pero hindi natin if ever talagang gagawin yan. Probably not gonna be sa garage kasi they're gonna go straight here in C na lang din talaga. Are you? Oh, na-chup-chup, makitang-kita. Oh my God! Na-chup-chup na, nahilo na! Napakadami nangyari dito kay Aryu, mga kaibigan. Pero Savvy with the kill. 3v3 kalampag ng papag-order from Savvy 8K. Niyanik ang banig. Savvy with a 3. Josh with a 1. And it's all up to Eman. Savvy, mga kaibigan. Finishing this round with 4 heads. Mainit ang Bren Esports. Sinasabi kahit, ganito lang yun kahit hindi na same yung players, basta Bren Esports, bahay pa rin namin to. Kumbaga,
ito pa din, natitulahan na kahit pag iba-iba yung may-ari, Bren Esports may-ari nito.
Oo, men. May titulo sila dito sa Haven, mga kaibigan. Pero, andito ngayon ang Action PH to get that titulo.
Get out of my way!
Kanila.
That's so konyo, bro.
Sorry, pare.
Guys, it's okay. EJ, nag-aabang lang kung pero mas patan sa long C. Pero wala, umatras lang din agad-agad si Motzki dito. Looking for pickups is Action PH. With the ultimate from Georgie, maaaring meron silang makita, maaari ding wala. They are just looking to get some kill or maybe kahit man lang mabawasan kahit piso, partner.
Oo. Pero ito na, a minute left in the clock right now. Paano makakapasok dito ang Action PH dito sa A probably B? Or nakadepende naman talaga sila sa kanila kung saan ba talaga sila entry. Pero yun nga lang, if ever pasok sila, kailangan sabay-sabay agad talaga sila makapasok dito para nakadli sobrang kompleto and sobrang flawless na pag-end nila. Georgie, mga kaibigan, went that a blade storm. Tingnan natin kung makatama mo si Josh S. Pero yun nga, it's just that
may lumipad na aftershock Kaya medyo napaiwas doon si Georgie, pero nandito pa rin yung kanyang ultimate. Up and online with the pop of the smoke mula sa napasok nila yung B-side, but the kill from RU. He got one. Motzki to shut him down. Hot Sauce on the other hand, wala na rin dito for the side of Bren Esports. 4v3 retake situation para sa Bren. Sila pa rin ba ang retake kings? Yan ang masasagot para sa match na ito. Nowhere to run ang sabi ni Zova. Josh S and Savvy 8K finishing things off for Bren Esports and defusing the spike. Pass lang, partner. Pass lang.
Oh, pass lang.
Mamadali, may lakad to, men.
Oh, men, alam mo naman si Josh maraming date yan
May nanood tapos si Josh yung laging kadate. Patay ka talaga.
Sorry.
Nadamay pa, wala namang ginagawa. Ay, nako. Huwag kayo magpaniwala sa fake news. Minsan si Vil, alam nyo naman. Nawala lang ako saglit kung ano-ano nang pinapakalat mo.
Oo, medyo matagal tayong hindi nagsama, partner. Kailangan nating ibalik
yung
ang lahat ng nawala.
Okay. EJ wasn't able to punish that player, pero may Trailblazer na naghahanap along garage, no? Sinisilip na kung meron bang player na iba pa mula naman para sa Brennies.
Georgie, mutin siya matamaan medyo natamaan nga siya nung gravity belt na rin nga lang. Just Savvy 8 with all these podshots na ginagawa na dito. Take down Motzki right now. Motzki, ito to be honest, si Motzki napakadami niyang
madaming
roles na ginampanan. Una, syempre, siya yung Reyna back then, Archangel. After that, naging controller naman siya ng Sunsparks. Pero ngayon, dito sa Action PH, he's gonna be
Senti.
The Sentinel.
Senti si Motzki ngayon. Pero ano?
Iba talaga pag iba talaga pag sobrang balance mo
I've
sa
got your
balance mo. I
trail.
mean, you can do a lot of things talaga, if ever. Pero going back into this game right now,
I need
are you kind of
concealment.
spike already? Paano ang gagawin ng Bren Esports ngayon? Kung
Blocking
paano
vision.
nila i-retake itong A, and in order for them to do that, kailangan nilang pumasok sabay-sabay dito sa A.
Kailangan pisahan with the retake, of course. At antayin nilang mag-pop off or rather mawala tong smoke na to from the Astra or maybe even check it out. But there goes the recon. Na-detect yung ibang players. Alam nilang mag-push na for retake ang Bren Esports, but they were able to punish the players of Action PH 1-5-1. They take scope down in the hands of Sabi yet again. Still, init si Sabi. Para siyang duelist, man.
Yeah. I mean, ganun naman yun eh. Hindi naman porket duelist ka, eh ikaw nasa top front. Ikaw na yung pinakamataas. Parang, basta makapatay ka, gusto yun.
The goal naman kasi dito ng mga ano bang goal ng duelist?
Siyempre, makapag-entry. Give your other teammates space for them to go inside the site. English yun, baka hindi pa rin.
Placing swarm grenade.
Talaga. Mahirap eh. Hindi ko na naintindihan eh. Pero going back to the game, 4-2 ang score natin. Eco round to para sa Action PH. Josh S. Naka-punish na nga siya ng isang player, which is Mozi. Agad-agad. So yung flank, anti-flank dito ng Action PH, definitely wala na. So they have to be really careful. Kailangan nilang ingatan dito yung kanilang likuran. And of course, with all the utilities na binabato sa kanila ng Bren Esports and Savvy, is just on it to those shots.
Aftershock though will be activated depending on what's natamaan dito. And FBS will be falling to the hands of Josh S. At kitang-kita naman natin mga kaibigan, gising na ang Josh. 5-2 already dito sa tahanan ng Bren.
Sunday namin
Ginising
eh.
nyo ang Josh. Ano ba ngayon? Thursday, di ba? Gising na ang Josh. Dito sa mga players natin for Action PH, yes, they got the first two. I mean, they got the first two rounds, pero hindi na sila makabawi. It's just for Bren Esports, they have the momentum already. What's gonna be the momentum shift? When ang pwedeng mangyari yun? That's gonna be the biggest question if ever. Siguro
Yun
ngayon,
nga.
kasi they have the money. Pwede. Yeah, they can
Ito na yung
really do it
chance
right
eh, actually. Kasi once na makabalik ka na from that eco round, makabili ka ng barrel, napaka-importante na makuha ng APH itong round na to because they're just gonna go in a slump pagdating sa economy when they don't pick it up and they have to pick up the pace. Yung team nang nakapag-ipon rather ang Bren Esports dito. So medyo problema para sa APH, but right now with the spike being planted and cancelled out dahil sa Sova ult na yan na meron pang nasalo, which is si Georgie. Brain Freeze was able to take one player. This is now the lockdown mula kay Killjoy, and Brain Freeze using that drone from his Sova. Naghahanap parang pwedeng mapatay. Alam niya na baka nasa A short lang pero wala niya siyang connect na iba pa. EJ on the other hand with that operator was able to get a kill. Pero ma-force out lumabas si Emma dito on the corner and Sally just getting the kill. Bren Esports, it seems like they're still the retake kings.
Flawless.
6-2 already. 6 rounds in a row. Ang ginawa ng the Bren Esports dito for Action PH. Yes, they have enough money, and if ever naman matalo naman sila dito, next round is gonna be a bigger problem for them for sure. I mean, they have the chance na talagang makapag time out. Yan, yeah, they're gonna do it right now. They need to rethink. They need to think of something new, like a new strategy if ever. Kasi solid na yung first 2 rounds niya. But after that first gun round, bes, ano na? Like what I've said a while ago, ang Bren Esports mga kaibigan, parang gumawa talaga sila ng super team. And this is it.
Alam mo, Vil, huli cam lagi actually yung players dito ng Action PH. Lalo na kay Savvy. If napapansin mo paulit-ulit each and every time, yung mga aftershocks ni Savvy, parating nagko-connect. Laging na-force out of position yung players ng AP. Malaking problema to for APH because that positioning is very essential para maprotektahan yung spike every time na nakakapag-plant sila. But Bren Esports, yung utility usage na meron sila once na kailangan nilang mag-retake, talagang perfect execution. When it comes to yung aftershocks, na-force out yung positioning, meron tayong Sova drone, meron tayong Recon na nagko-connect lahat. Bren Esports is really looking good at this game and it seems like they're gonna take it but it's not yet over till it's over, sabi nga natin.
Yeah. As long as hindi pa 13 ang Bren or Action PH, kayang-kaya pa talaga ng mga players. Alam, simula pa lang naman tayo, partner. Di ba? Simula pa lang naman, so wala pa talaga tayo makikitang anything dito. O yun nga, nilabas na ni Emma ng kanyang Para-Para-G.
Para-Para-G?
Para-Para-G na ang tawag natin dyan.
Hindi kasi Angry Birds eh, Para-Para-G.
Nagkasilipan na nga dito sa may window, but the hot sauce with that trade. Alam mo ang tawag doon, chicken bake. Chicken and bacon.
Chicken and bacon. Parang NBA lang pala, partner.
There they are.
Oo, isipin mo. Iba yung may sumili pero iba yung tututok. Ganun yun, men. That is the exact thing na ginawa ng Bren Esports ngayon.
Men, si Arnes, naman niya lahat. Natsukok na siya, nabatukan, na-stun na, lahat-lahat na, men. This is now the recon being detected. Itong dalawang players ng APA. Meron tayong Paro-Paro-G na pwede pang makakuha ng information. Pwede pang makapick yung ibang players. Kaso nga lang, ubos na yan. May heal pa ang Sky dito. Meron pang drone na pwedeng gamitin. They can still entry. Mahihirapan nga lang talaga ang APH. Lalo na si Sabi ang nag-aabang sa kanila. Alam natin kung gano'n ka on point ang aim ni Sabi dito. But Emon is able to take on that kill and finish every player that you have on Bren Esports. Nagsama-sama pa kayo sa hukay.
Nag-line up, men. Binarbecue yun man. Ginawang shawarma.
Natubos?
Hindi ko pa sinasabi yung shawarma.
Player
ba? Oo. Ito, tinan mo. Gusto ko nag-line up.
Sakto lang lahat ng bullets no?
Kaya nga. Alam mo ang tawag doon?
Ano?
Calculated.
Calculated.
Sakto
Ganun
lang.
talaga pag magaling ka sa math.
Walang sobra, walang kulang, ladies and gentlemen.
Waiting game para sa APH. Pero makukuha nila, or rather sa Bren Esports, makukuha nila yung orb. Napaka-importante niyan. Walang challenge pagdating sa orb for Bren Esports and they can use yung mga ultimate na meron sila. And ready na nga dito is actually Josh S. Meron na siyang ult na pwedeng gamitin. So, pati na rin si Savi. So, malala ang magiging susunod na retake natin na makikita dito, Vil, kung gagamitin nila lahat yung utility na meron sila.
Pero yung nga, outdoor doon pa rin ako nandito sa mga players ng Action PH. Pero paano ba sila makakapasok? Ito, ako napapansin mo kasi, yung mga players, yung mga agents ng Bren at Action PH, ano na tayo, parang mga usual picks na to di ba? Wala namang any unorthodox picks or whatsoever.
I've got your trail.
Pwede natin sabihin na they actually really know on how to retake this map.
Nakita mo ba yun? Sabay-sabay lahat, men. Sabay-sabay. Yung Repolyo, yung Recon, yung Ibon, lahat. Pati yung Smoke, sabay-sabay lahat. That is an entry given to you by APH and a very clean one indeed. Natamaan ng shock dart si Georgie ng saglit pero he was able to plant the spike and now, eto na, yung retake na ina-attend. Mainit ito kung gagamitin ng Bren Esports lahat dahil niyanik na ang banig and this is now time to go for an entry. Medyo bulag si Kuya mo Ide kaya hindi naman siya agad nakakuha ng kill but he gets one and that's Molsky. Napaka-importante ng kill na yan pero itong wall na to tinutulungan yung players ng APH para magtakas pa with the 2v1 situation right now. Make that a 1v1.
Are you denying the possible defuse, mga kaibigan? And that is brought to you by ASUS RNG and that is the RNG Clutch. That's it, Baldi.
I got enough time to go.
Sabi ko naman sa'yo.
Pupusuan na sana pero hindi ka pwede magpakambapin ng bas hindi bawal yung tipong akala mo mag-fake, akala mo pipigilan niya, hindi. Kasi if
So
ever
close.
pag huminto pa siya doon, if ever huminto pa siya, pag pinip niya yun, wala siyang oras.
Tama ka dyan. It's just matter of time bago makuha talaga, no? So wala na siyang choice kundi stick actually. With the nowhere to run or rather the Hunter's Fury ni Zero Death Yo, wala siyang nakuha dito pero he was able to punish a bit of HP mula kay Josh S. So kalahati na lang dito, wala na ring armor si Josh. And at the same time, meron din silang operator on hand, lalo na sa kamay ni EJ. Malaking factor to, especially sa map ng Haven na long range. Usually yung battle, once na may lumabas dito, especially si Georgie na makita yung ulo, gonna be a problem for Brain Freeze right now. He knows, alam niya, may impormasyon na siya na nandito yung ibang players ng APH with the Sova drone. Matutulungan siya nito na makikita niya na nandito nga lahat. So that is a very good nation para sa team ng Bren Esports. Madedelay dito ng kaunti ang APH pero unti-unti gumagapang pa rin. A-site pa rin talaga gusto, Vil.
A-site it is. Well, hirapan sa lead. Probably 30 talaga nila na pumagod sa lead. Pero Moski mga kaibigan, spraying on to Brain Freeze right now. Pero tamang talaga nangyari. But VAK just stopping the players na makapasok dito sa A. Zero Death Yo together with Oreo inside the side already, but AJ with a quick refrag. 2v1 situation. RU, the only man remaining again and again. Andito lang sa may monster. Pero RU waiting for that swing. And RU nalulunok. Unti-unti but hot sauce knows it.
Ang ganda ng paggamit ng utilities, Vil. Sobrang si Josh S kanina. Nakita mo, tatlo actually yung nasama sa gravity well niya. So doon pa lang, ang laking delay na yung nabigay ni Josh S. And isang gravity well lang yun. Paano pa yung ibang utilities ng Bren Esports and yung monster na yan, they play it safe. Hindi tayo magpipeak, man. Meron voice bas is exactly what happened. Bren Esports na ang APH when it comes to strategies into using yung utilization ng kanilang mga skills.
Yeah.
Get out of my
And for
way!
the side of APH right now, George is gonna use his Blade Storm na rin na lang. Wala, I mean, all out na to eh. This is the last round already. So if ever kung ano meron kayo, kung anong pera meron kayo, you need to make the most out of it. Alden will be spotting out George right now. And actually, sobrang gandang decision na ginawa ni Brain Freeze doon na hindi na siya magsiswing. Before siya magswing, gamitin mo na yung mga utilities niya para lang at least sa spot if ever meron bang tao din sa may Gedli and tama lang talaga na gagawin kasi what if they're gonna catch you off guard but yung nga lang Georgie whipping
Enemy remaining.
but Moski all the way dito sa may outside garage mga kaibigan will finish it off 7-5. Ito na ba ang pagbangon ng Action PH? Medyo nakapag-comeback ang Action PH ngayon. They have the momentum nung una, first 2 rounds, yes. Pero yun nga lang, pagdating ng third, dire-diretso na yun all towards Bren Esports mga kaibigan. Pero hopefully, makabawi sila ngayon.
Gaya nga ng sabi mo, no, it's not too bad. 7-5 yung score, Vil. Action PH, hindi nalalayo yung score nila dito. Literal, pag nakuha nila yung pistol, maaaring maging 7-7 agad-agad. Ganun lang, in just a snap. So that's not too far off. Madaling makakahabol ang APH kung gusto man nila. But the thing is, Bren Esports, dalawa silang klase eh. Bren Esports, prepared sila doon sa mabilisan ng mga push ng APH. Bren Esports naman, they have this aggressive, passive-aggressive playstyle. Once they know that they should retake, yun yung gagawin nila. And they have a plan to do so. Kompleto yung plano nila. Malinis yung plano nila. But APH is a very... Kung sabi ko, action-packed team itong APH. No? So, yung bigla pagpasok, nababasa minsan ng Bren Esports. Madali nilang napapa. Hindi enough. Minsan may explosive gameplays talaga ang APH. Pero dito may iba. They're really taking kabaliktaran kung ano sila sa defense.
Pero dito ngayon sa gagawin ng Action PH, Can they stop the possible push of the Bren Esports right now? Georgie with a swing, but Hotels with a kill. Really great start for the side of Bren Esports right now. But Zero Death, takes out EJ right now, but Josh has been a quick refrag. That's not Bren not gonna go to these players though. Pero Josh is na nag-isa. 1v2 situation, 18 seconds left in the clock right now. San ka magpa-plant, pero Josh stopping the plant. Sees one, 10 seconds. 10 seconds remaining, but are you? Pinush na talaga to. Kasi wala naman choice siya.
Wala na siyang no choice, man.
Wala na siyang no choice.
Wala na siyang time.
Hindi mag-plant or patayin na lang. Ang gagawin ng Action PH is capitalize that advantage na pumasok ng sabay.
7-6 yung scoreline natin, agad-agad in just a snap. Like that. Kabiling APH. So, Georgie is actually gonna go for the Bulldog. Naka-specter na rin yung iba. Pero yung Sova nila dito, which is si Zero Death, walang binili. So, naka-ghost lang siya. And he's just gonna stick it in. And EJ is just gonna plant the spike. Spike down. Na nga. May kasama pang shock start. He goes down in the hands of the players of APH. Now, walang entry dahil si Eman, nandyan din yung kanya trailblazer. He was able to spot one. Kaso nasaan niya. Zero Death was able to take on the kill. And Georgie, very aggressive play mula sa APH on defense, knowing na may capability sila, may advantage sila dahil may Spectre sila.
Ito naman, Joss S. Mag-isa. Makikipag one-on-one sila ba ngayon si Josh S, mga kaibigan. Pero ang problema is classic lang ang hawak niya.
Classic.
1v5 with a classic. Pero okay lang yan, meron naman siya Celestial Fan.
Papakita niya na lang. Kahit pa paano. Kahit pa paano may Celestial Fan, men. Maganda skin ko.
Magpaypay ka na lang. Oo, paganda na lang skin. Meron ako spec. Pero yun nga lang. Zero Death, yo! Take her head. 3K. And now, the game is now tied up 7.
Tignan mo.
Kanina 2-6.
Ben, tignan mo yung
7-7.
Tignan mo yung scoreline ni individual score. Pag tinignan mo, sinili po si Savvy. Score niya, 20 kills, 8 deaths. Obviously, nakikita, it's very obvious that Savvy is getting a lot of kills. Talagang napupunta sa kanya yung frags. So, malaking factor for Bren Esports, for Action PH to punish Savvy immediately. No? Isa siya sa mga enemy frags. Of course, with meron pa siya, yung yung mga flash niya na pwede niyang gamitin. Dapat ma-punish talaga nila agad to.
Yeah, that's true. And if ever you're gonna check out yung KDA ni Zero Death, best 19-9. Isa lang yung lamang. So, if ever you're gonna punish someone, mamili na lang kayo. Kung si Savvy ba or si Zero Death, Pero syempre, hindi naman to one-man show. Lahat sila is talaga nagko-contribute. Savvy with the kill out to Georgie right now, na kahit hindi siya duelist, kayang-kaya talaga na makipagsabayan dito. Georgie, mga kaibigan, is gonna use all his stars para at least makapasok sila dito sa A. And Zero Death tries to anchor this side together with all the players of Bren Esports right now. Oh. Pero ito, Zero Death magsisimula siya sa kanan, pero ang problema is meron tao dyan sa may likod! With a big trade, huge trade down to EJ. Paano sila makakapasok ngayon? Eman, just right here onto that corner, will be taken down to the hands of Savvy. Drotsky. Mag-is na lang siya dito, mga kaibigan. Paano niya gagawin to? Is this gonna be a save or not? Walang bawas yung armor niya?
Save.
Pwede siya mag-save.
Save to. Meron siyang cam. Re-recognize niya kung meron man ang gustong tumawid papuntang mid or going B. Pero I think right now the best decision para sa side ng APH is to actually save this gun. Magantay siya, maybe some exit frags and just destroy a little bit of the economy system that Bren Esports has. But look at this. Motzki was able to take on Savvy. Kahit may flash, wala man lang, wala agad na follow up. No? So he was able to go out but he didn't get the kill. Bren Esports flawlessly, or rather not flawlessly kahit dahil may namatay na isa, but a good round, a very good round for Bren Esports. 8-7 is the score.
Yeah, 87 na rin. And may shoutout nga pala sa mga lumipat sa YouTube. Hello guys.
Man, marami tayong tropa sa YouTube din eh.
Oh man, mag-hi ako. Hi YouTube. Ayan. Pero ito if ever na gusto nila lumipat sa Facebook, okay lang. Kasi may panibagong live. So if
Ni-re-up.
Lipin na lang. Ni-re-up ni manager.
Ni-re-up ni manager. 5v4 brain freeze is out of the equation. May heal na kasama si Kuya Moskay. Now movement from both sides of the teams. Rotations coming in. Mukhang gusto nilang i-take yung mid. Maraming nakasetup dito. May Cypher Trap. Meron ding may Trip War. Meron ding Saki-Saki. Kompletos Ricardos. Pag pumasok ka, talagang GG. No? So kailangan either i-trigger muna nila lahat ng traps na nandyan na nag-aabang sa B, or pasukin talaga nila ng biglaan, or iba. Tatlo yung options nila dito. Ibang site yung kunin nila. And it seems like they wanna go, gagapangin na lang natin to, men. Kailangan natin maka-entry.
Anong entry ang gagawin? Yun nga lang. Magaling si EJ, pero it's gonna use that Rolling Thunder para lang at least maalis yung mga tao dito sa may A. And retake ngayon ang gagawin ng Action PH. Ito partner, pwede silang mag-save. Wala silang bawas sa armor. Pero nakadepende sila if anong gagawin nila dito. Pero mukhang pupush na lang nila. Masyado nung malalim si Mochi dito para mag-out. 1v3, ito 1v2, but Navi AK again and again performing really good. Sobrang nag-perform si Save dito with 25-9 and the 5 assists KDA.
Hindi ako mabibigla kung siya yung magiging match MVP, no? Aside from that, Vil, kanina may maliit na nangyari from Bren Esports. Si EJ actually pumush agad siya. So, nag-ingay siya, no? Kaya naabangan siya ng isang member ng APH bago ilapag yung Rolling Thunder ng Breach. So, nakakuha ng pick-off sana yung APH agad-agad doon. Kaso nga lang, yung ibang members malayo pa yung magiging rotation nila. Moving forward, this is a brand new round for the team. Bren Esports, they're going in fast, quick, and planting.
Grabe, partner.
EJ goes down yet again. And
Take flight.
Need that back.
Yeah, that's true. Pero
sorry. Nadala lang. Nadala lang.
Okay lang. Pero ito na. Ang retake na gagawin ngayon ng Action PH, mga kaibigan nila basta na. Pero Xavier will get denied that Hunter's Fury. MNFPS will be down as well. 10-7. Ito best. Ganito lang yun. Sobrang action-pack. Siyempre, ang gagawin natin is, kung ano yung energy na pinapakita nila, kung gaano sila kabilis maglaro, siyempre tatapatan natin yun, man.
Ganun din tayo kabilis magsalita.
Oo, nakakapagod yung ginagawa nila, bes. Nakakapagod yung ginagawa nila.
Ang bilis lahat ng movement eh. Isipin mo, yung APH kanina nasa attackers. Ang bilis nilang gumalaw. Yung Bren Esports, kahit mabagal ng kaunti, ang bilis din. Once na nagbigay na sila ng utilities, lahat ng parehas na team, Bren tsaka APH, nagbabase sila dun sa utility usage nila, no? Once na nilapag nila lahat, parang talagang, wala na men, nilapag ko na lahat, rack na ito.
Rack na ito?
Rack na ito?
Tagal ko hindi narinig yun.
2012 pa yun.
Enemy remaining.
Oo, 2012 pa yun. Pero ito. APH timeout, yes. Kailangan talaga nila mag-timeout dito. I mean, momentum side, knowing na wala silang pera ngayon, they need to win this round. What's gonna be the next step for Action PH if ever talaga na they really want to probably get this round, or medyo ipalapit lang nila yung score, or i-push nila ang Bren Esports na makapag-eco din. Ang gagawin nila ng Bren Esports right now is you're gonna push. Sino lang din talaga, at kung napapansin mo, sabay-sabay talaga sila pumapasok dito, mga kaibigan. Gonna use all the utilities na meron sila sa V8K, tamang free fire lang. There's someone behind that wall. Is that gonna be a fake? or not. So most likely they're gonna push this time. See long it is.
Medyo unique sa nangyayari dito. EJ was able to punish too. He was able to get the triple kill in a flawless round indeed, and you didn't know what even happened.
Yeah, I mean, that is...
Ito, nakita ko yung nabas. The thing is, yung APH...
Oh, you came... You are from YouTube.
Yung APH... Napansin na nila eh. Sabi ko kanina, kapag yung Bren, naglapag na sila ng utilities, asahan mo, napapasukin nila yung site. And yun yung exactly na ginawa ng Bren Esports. One of the players, RU, was waiting on C. Nag-antay siya doon, men. Tapos sinabayan niya yung pag-push. Kaso mag-isa lang siya. So malaking problema yun, na-punish siya. But going to this match, ito na yung pinaka-importanting factor. Makakuha ng pick-offs man lang ng APH dito. They are on yung eco round. Mahirap para sa kanila. Georgie is already out of the equation. Wala na silang duelist dito na pwedeng gamitin para makapag-entry. Namatay ng aftershock ata. Si Sabi nakakuha siya ng kill with a triple kill. He's just going for it. He's crazy.
Are you mag-isla lang siya dito? 1v5! Ang sabi ng Bren Esports dito, bawas naman daw kahit armor lang. Armor lang mga kaibigan. Hindi nabawasan ng Bren Esports dun sa round na yun. Men, sobrang...
I should probably place some stars in the astral plane.
Sobrang yaman ng Bren na yun. In terms of money, kaso toong buhay.
Halo. Ngayon, no. 32 kills? Get that 30, bro. Sabi, 8K.
Nakuha na niya. Get that 40, bro.
Get that 40, bro. This is a fast-paced, action-packed game from Bren Esports, and they wanna explode onto this game number 1 against APH. Alam nilang may advantage sila when it comes to the round. Alam nila na kaya nilang sindakin yung players ng APH, at yun exactly yung gagawin nila. But Josh S, hindi sila makakapag-set up ng smoke dito, partner, dahil nawala na si Savi 80 at saka si Josh S. Mahirap na set up ang gagawin dito ng Bren Esports. May chance of APH, but EJ was able to punish one player, and that is Georgie.
That is Georgie indeed. A minute left in the clock right now. Bren is gonna plant this spike with Bren. Hindi na may makamaan yung gravity ball. Pero yung napakadami nangyayari dito mga kaibigan. Use by EJ. Own HP. The swing is just right there. With that dash though. Kasama na para. Dinabas na nga ang paro-paro, G. Tamang classic lang. Tamang reload lang din. Can you do this clutch? Mananalo na ba ang Bren Esports dito? Or Eman will get us... We're gonna win this. And APH mga kaibigan, sino ang makakuha nitong round na ito? Pinitik na nga. Alam nila kung nasan dito si EJ.
Psycho!
Nagkakasigurot! Paikot-ikot lang sa dito! Just taking the time! Gonna use that time for their favor!
No!
No way!
Hackers win!
Get that game!
What?
That is wild! That is wild! Really wild game!
Man! Bill! Isipin mo! Isang bala lang yung kailangan nila. 2 lang o 3. Pero nag-reload sa harapan. Wala silang choice.
Silang dalawa.
Kung hindi habulin actually yung Jet, no, that's the problem. Talagang nilaro lang sa ng Bren Esports pagdating dun sa final round. But the thing is, both teams, ang bilis ng laro.
Actually, ganito partner, sobrang nadaan na talaga sa oras dito. I mean, the clock is ticking already. Pumipitik na yung spike eh. And ang gagawin lang talaga ni EJ doon, talagang nag-iikot-ikot na lang siya. Alam niya na siya yung may lamang doon, at kahit anong mangyari, ang gagawin lang niya doon is psychohin lang talaga. Tamang psycho lang kay Eman.
3.7 KDA.
Combat score 441. Men, so far, ang pinakamataas so far dito sa day 1 natin.
I mean, obvious no, APH, they get more headshot percentage. Pero nga, dahil sa usage ng utility, skill na meron. Nagto ng sobrang ganda against AP. Just work flawlessly for ng kill dito sa on PH, no, from RU and also for member PL.
Pero dito ngayon sa side ng Bren Esports is at least nakuha tayo nilang Haven dito, and there's actually a really great start for the side of this team, and looking towards game number 2, mga kaibigan. All they're gonna do is just try na dalhin yung momentum nila dun sa second map natin, partner.
Momentum ang labanan. Para sa meron tayo highlights gaano kabilis itong mga players natin. Is the moment kung saan with 6 HP remaining for EJ, punish na-psycho niya pa yung ibang members ng APH. That was the crazy game for size of the teams. Pare dala ng aksyon onto this game number 1, but sabi nga natin, game number 1 pa lang yan. Yeah. Best of 3 series to, Vil.
Yeah, marami pa pwede mangyari dito. And dito naman ngayon sa Action PH, mga kaibigan, it's really up to them kung kaya ba talaga nila i-push sa game number 3. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are cast for the day. My name is Zeal. Alongside with me is Taylor. And after the break, game number 2 ng Bren Esports versus Action PH. And you are watching Valorant Challengers Philippines. See you later.
belts, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, flipping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on, flexing on, yeah. 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 I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. from me. All the energy extra. You don't want it.
At kami nagbabalik dito sa Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 1, Week 1, Day number 1, and we are cast for the day. My name is Vil. Kasama ko naman ang aking partner na si Miss Eliza Taylor. Partner, I mean, sobrang solid nung match na yun. Sa totoo lang, napagod ako doon. Alam ko napagod ka rin. Kasi it's just pinatikim nila, pinatikim nila sa atin kung paano ba maglaro ang Pinoy. Kung gaano kabilis ang daliri ng Pinoy.
Literally, no, nakita natin, aksyon ang dinala nila papunta dito sa match natin. Sa team number 1 pa lang number 1 ang nangyayari. Si Savvy actually, no?
Yeah.
Si Savvy ang pinaka dapat panoorin natin dito at tignan natin dito. And looking at all the players and all the teams, looking good. I think Bren Esports is in the best shape possible.
Yeah, I mean, tulad ka na sabi ko kanina, ang talagang kailangan talaga nilang gawin is just try to transfer the momentum na ginawa nila sa game number 1 dito sa game number 2 because crucial to eh. I mean, for Action PH, wala na sila dapat hindi sila dapat magpaka-easy lang talaga dito eh. If ever nang talaga na kaya nila magpaka-all out, pwede talaga nilang gawin yan. Pero mga kaibigan, ganito lang din yan eh. If ever na nabasa na ng kalaban nyo, yung strategy na talagang ginagawa nyo is, pwede natin sabihin na you're done already. So kailangan talaga na napakadami yung strat sa utak nyo. Hindi gagana yung tipong mga simple strats lang. Minsan pwedeng gumagana yon. Pero kailangan talaga sobrang next level nung mga calls, next level ng mga plays para syempre tuloy-tuloy yung pagkapanalo natin. And if ever lang talaga naramdaman nyo yung kalaban nyo na talagang darating nila sa point na hindi sila nag-uusap, alam mo, parang ramdam mo yung tension eh. Pag wala ng calls na sinasabi, doon na nagsisimula na bumaba yung team eh. Kabahan ka na. Kunyari coach ako, tapos yung mga players ko hindi na nag-uusap, alam mo yun, parang ramdam mo yung tension. Nakakakaba yun eh. So, ang kailangan nilang gawin is if ever na din talaga na nakapatay or kunyari natalo kayo sa round, it's fine. No worries about that. Okay lang yan. Bawi na lang tayo sa susunod. Tsaka ano yan, bes eh. Ano, parang ang tawag doon, yung mental fortitude. It's all up to the mental fortitude ng mga players na to. Train tong mga to eh. Na kahit sobrang pressured sila, is naghahanap sila ng way para makabawi, para makapag-reset partner. Nice, Ben.
No, reset yung alam mo, konting cut ako. Actually, from
sorry,
the,
nagiging optimum pride ka eh.
Okay lang yan. Now we're just gonna fix that of technical difficulty, but it's gonna be fixed hopefully for today. But anyway, moving forward, we were talking about nga kanina na iba yung dala, iba yung baon kailangan na gawin mo for the second match dahil obviously parehas may aggressive playstyle itong dalawang teams, no? Aggressively, Bren Esports can take defensive and attackers. Parehas kaya nilang gumawa ng matitinding play and utilization ng skills nila. Once na na-set up nila yung site, they really focus on getting that site and getting that W on that round. So malaking bagay to for APH when they realize that, binubuhos na nila yung skills nila dito. I think we should go for a fast rotation and I think that we should go for a good retake.
Yeah. And if ever din talaga na retake, tulad nga sinasabi ko, paulit-ulit. And lalo na pwede nung i-apply itong sasabihin ko sa mga rank games nyo or unrated or kahit saan na talagang kailangan talaga natin. If ever mag-retake tayo, wag tayong isa-isa papasok. Hindi naman to Valorant talent, mga kaibigan. Kailangan nating pumasok sabay-sabay. Alam mo yun? This is the thing na ginagawa nila. Na retake man yan or magpupush kayo ng site, dapat sabay-sabay. Kasi if ever sabay-sabay, yung kalaban nyo, promise hindi nila alam kung saan sila titingin. At wala yung choice kundi lumaban or mag-out na lang. And if ever mag-retake kayo, dapat din sabay-sabay. 5-man retake. antayin nyo yung iba bago kayo pumasok. Pati po maganon. Actually, really basic stuff na pwede nung i-apply na habang naglalaro kayo, pwede nung sabihin sa mga team nyo. Pero ladies and gentlemen, we're just gonna have a very, very short break ulit. And after the break, promise, sure na to, it's gonna be the game number 2 of Action PH versus Bren Esports live here in the PPGL page. And again, you're watching the Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 1. See you later.
You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes are stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your head.
Welcome back sa VCTPH. Muli tayo nagbabalik, no? Gaya ng sabi namin sa inyo kanina at pinangako namin, malapit na magsimula yung game number 2 natin, Vil.
Yeah, at feeling ko, ito na. Game na tayo for the game number 2 of the Action PH. Of the Action PH. Of Action PH.
Tsaka Bren. Tsaka Bren.
Ang Bren, mga kaibigan. Ang tanong, is this gonna be an action-packed game ulit like what you've seen a while ago? Or medyo kalma muna yung mga players natin dito? Alam naman natin na talaga inaantay na ng mga viewers natin ngayon. Big shout out again to all the people who's watching live here in our Facebook page, PPGL, and syempre sa YouTube. Oh, yun na yun. YouTube natin. So, ayun. So, a big shout out sa inyo and sana talagang napapaya namin kayo kahit papano. Kahit kung ano-ano mga pinagkasabi namin. Pero but still, sobrang tagal na hindi namin nagsama ni Taylor. Sobrang daming nag-antay na mabuo and magsama ulit itong tambalan na to. Pero si Taylor, hindi ko alam na naging Optimum Pride na pala.
Optimum Pride ako minsan eh. Alam nyo, minsan may pa Optimum Pride. Pero huwag kayong magalala. Ayusin natin yan. Ayusin naman natin yan. But, anyway, gaya na sinabi mo kanina, Vil, no? When looking at the two teams,
yes,
nagdala nga sila ng sa lamesa sa mga viewers na nanonood para sa araw na ito. Tapos ang lahat. Sa tingin mo 2-0 to o magtatimpa? Kasi wala si Ray eh.
Like what I've said kanina, this is the stage. Ito yung match-up na mahirap talagang sabihin kung sino ang pwedeng manalo dito, partner. Because number one, mga bagong luma tong mga to eh. Bagong luma, bagong team, pero lumang players. Lumang players, ibig sabihin is matagal na naglalaro. So, it's gonna be hard for us to determine kung sino ba talaga ang mas angat, sino ang mas sikat. Dito sila mag-face off ngayon. Bren Esports versus Action PH. Game number 2 dito sa next map natin, which is Icebox.
Icebox. Kanina banned to eh. So, sa second series natin. So, and a while ago, but this time, mawi-witness, mapapanood na natin ulit ang Icebox. At balita ko, Phil, balak siuhin tong Icebox.
Okay. Actually, yeah, just tulad nga sinabi ni Taylor, kung hindi na naintindihan yun, mga kaibigan, may balak daw nilang baguhin. Palitan. Yung mga ibang spots ng Icebox, which is number 1 yung yellow, at saka number 2 yung mismong A site. Babaguhin nila yun.
Yung dating kalahati ng katawan mo yung kita. Ngayon, ano na, no? Buo na yung magiging box.
Buo ng katawan. Yeah, that's true. So, if ever nagagawin nila yun, sobrang game changer yun, partner. Kasi number 1, kinalakihan na natin na pagpasok natin sa B, ano na yun, i-wall mo, tapos magpa-plant ka lang sa gilid, di ba? Pero ngayon, pwede mo nang mag-iiba na yun for sure because of the changes na pwede nilang gawin dito nga sa B side. To be honest, major change to sa B side ng Icebox. If ever na pumasok na yung
bago
patch na
gusto
yun.
nilang
Oo,
gawin.
tama.
Totoo. Gaya
Yeah.
ng sabi mo, Vil, major change. Kung natatandaan nyo, pinalitan na rin yung icebox dati, no? May mga binago na rin sila. But this time around, ito talaga yung literal na major change. Alam ko, nung nakita ko yung leak, may mga doors na sinarado. Pero meron ding mga boxes na binuo. So talaga madaming magbabago for the side or for the map like icebox. But this time around, we're still using the typical icebox na nakasanayan nating lahat. Kaya huwag kayong mag-alala, walang bago dito ngayon. Ang bago na meron ay Action PH. Bagong luma ang meron para sa kanila.
Sino mo partner, no? Sipin mo, nakatayo lang sila sa gilid nila.
BGC Tondo.
BGC Tondo mga kaibigan, at ngayon at least alam na rin natin kung paano ang
Maging
feeling
bagahe.
na maging bagahe. Game already for the game number 2 here in Icebox mga kaibigan. Bren Esports leading with 1. Pero pa matatama ang double shock dart dito mga kaibigan, mukhang wala ata. Georgie starting it off with a kill on to that Reyna, which is si Xavi 8K. Pero kung natin ngayon, if ever makakamawi, wala ang Bren Esports dito mga kaibigan.
Last enemy remaining. Spike down, B.
2K. Josh S, the only man remaining besides Bren Esports. Let's see if papatulugin ba nila ang Josh.
Mukhang mahirap ata yung positioning ni Josh S dito, no? Because he only has a classic. 3v1 situation, maririkon ka pa. Force out talaga ang mangyayari para kay Josh S. He drops the spike and he also drops dead. 1-0 APH. Magandang pangitain para sa team na to. They need to get immediately the advantage na kaya nilang kuhanin as much as they can because we know how explosive Bren is. Marami na rin tayo nakitang games, Vil, na icebox kahit 11-0 na yung score mo, 12-0, nababawi pa din, ha?
Yeah, that's true. And ito ilang beses natin napanood ang former Bren dito sa Icebox. At kung napapansin mo yung mga agents na gamit nila, parang ito lang din yung Tanggalin mo yung Jet, gawin mo yung Joy. Diba?
Yun na yun. Parang
yun na
dating
yun.
Bren lang din.
Yun na yun.
Pero this is the new gun. The new gun. But also the other map game lang P Bren Esports, they wanna go in. Georgie was able to take the kill. Eman with a double. Also dahil sustain siya dito, walang may alam with the wall of the Viper. Hirap na hirap makakita ang players ng Bren Esports. APH was able to secure that round flawlessly, partner, dahil lang si Georgie mabilisan dun sa Marshall niya. At the same time, nakaabang na rin yung ibang players ng APH. They were prepared for this. Eman with a 2K immediately shuts down the entry completely sa side ng Bren Esports.
Yes, that's true. And ito partner, 2-0 lamang APH. This is the exact thing na nangyayari kanina. Dito sa third round natin, malalaman if ever nauulitin ba ng Bren Esports. Ginawa nila kanina sa Haven na sila mananalo o sunod-sunod, pero hindi natin yan, remember. Pero in terms of firepower, Bren Esports has it. They have all the firepower, they have all the utilities, they need to win this round. But EJ mga kaibigan, sorry they lost. We're not gonna try again if we gotta talk to my alley, but EJ trying to catch someone off guard lang sa may minute mga kaibigan. Pero that is the outcome though. Meron siya natag na isa, pero paano pa ang gagawin ng APH dito para at least ma-retake itong A-site. Ang hold on, it's not gonna be enough. At least meron mga Vandals si si Viper. Dito po siya ito. 1v2 situation right now. That Reyna is dead alone, pero double peak by RU and MNFBS.
Vil, tinatrabaho ni Eman yung Bren Esports actually all the way from the previous round even. Siya yung nakakakuha o nakakapunish ng players ng Bren Esports at ganun ulit yung ginawa ni Eman dito sa round 3 na meron tayo, no? He was just able to shut down anyone from Bren Esports na talagang mag-cross doon sa kanyang crosshair. The thing is, he was using only a Bulldog. Imagine, he was against the Vandals that Bren Esports had. The Bulldog is still a very powerful tool. Aside from that, si Georgie, pinilit niyang silipin with our players sa pipes just to get that headshot in. And APH, they're trying to come back in this game number 2. They want to get that game number 3. Pushing towards B main right now is actually Bren Esports. Nakuha nila yung orb. PJ has the ultimate at nilapag niya na, or rather, nilabas na ni EJ yung ultimate niya. So matinding setup ang kailangan gawin dito ng Bren Esports para makapasok sila ng maganda. At alam natin, pag nag-setup ang Bren, they can do it.
Just try to take down that Viper, which is pinaka-importante talaga. Patayin nila yung controller, patayin nila nag-smoke para
planted.
But
Swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Post-plant mga kaibigan, they down 2 already. Third death kill na halos pa nga. Sabi 8 games, the only man remaining again and again. It's just hindi makita ng Bren Esports yung sagot. Kung paano ba sila makakapag post-plant dito. Isang magandang post-plant lang. Nangyari na yan ngayon, nangyari na yan kanina. It's just the same thing all over again.
I think, partner, honestly, kung titignan natin, sinabi na natin kanina, pag naglapag yung Bren Esports ng utilities, papasok sila. Ang problema, may Viper sila dito na naglalapag nung walls actually, no? So maybe, they can actually use this in an advantage na parang i-expect ng APH na may fake tayo sa A site na wall and they will it's how Bren does it. Usually, kung saan sila naglalapag ng skills, utilities, doon sila pumapasok. But the thing is, with the Viper wall being set up immediately when the round starts, alam nila agad, meron silang maliit na hint kung saan pupunta yung players ng Bren Esports. Malaking problema to for them, but actually, they can turn this around. They can make it an advantage instead.
Outdoor sparring out of one of these hot sauce and match na yun. Pag meron nakitang isa, tamang Hunter's Fury lang, pero wala kahit na Joseph!
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Ginagawa dito ng APH. Talagang inuna lang talaga yung Hunter's Fury para may makapag-enter na isa. And yes, hindi man siya nakapatay with that Hunter's Fury, but at least nakabawi for dito mga kaibigan. 3 versus 2 situation right now, and finally, pwede na siguro makabawi ang Bren Esports. They have the advantage in terms of headcount, pero kaya ba nilang i-post-plant ito, which is dun sila nahihirapan. Sobrang ganda ng ginagawa ng PH dito. EJ denying that Viper. Most 30 seconds remaining. Here's now also yung nga lang sabi has the perfect angle, perfect view of your head. Sinupuan pa.
Practice lang.
Nagpapatigas ng tuhod mga kaibigan. Oo, kasi magbalot ka na lang.
Exercise yan, men. Tamang balot? Mapalang ba tuhod ng balot?
Papatigas ng tuhod ng balot.
Talaga?
Oo, nagpabalot ako lagi.
Napakahina ng tuhod ko. Di ako mahilig sa balot eh.
Yun talaga, kailangan mong mag-balot party. Pero yun nga, ating shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Gabriel Timothy Ordinario ulit.
Full name?
Oo, ng Manak Swings daw. Ayun, hello sa'yo, kapatid. Pero, eto na. 4-1 ulit, and the APH mga kaibigan, kailangan nilang makabawi dito. This might be the possible momentum na inaantay ng Bren Esports.
Alam mo, Vil, sinabayan eh. Actually, nakuha ng Bren Esports kung paano maglaro ang APH. No? They played out yung pagiging confident ng APH saka yung pagiging aggressive nila. Nakita mo, nagkaroon ng patayan, nagkaroon ng engagement sa base ng Bren Esports. That's how aggressive APH is now off. EJ was able to take a 1 kill away already. APH down with 1 member. 5v4 situation. Dahan-dahan may konting rotation mula sa players ng Bren Esports. It seems like they want to take mid and go on A site. Sabi, naiwan siya dito, nakapitas pa siya ng isa at napaka-importante niyan because it was Georgie, their duelist, now with 3-man remaining para sa side ng APH.
5v3. Pero sabi ni Eman, anong 5v3?
Binuhay ang patay.
Binuhay ang patay from the dead. You will rise again.
30 seconds
and
left.
APH, it's time for them to retake A. hot sauce. Paano describe mo already? Paano gagawin ng retake?
Spike planted.
Tamang lockdown lang just to brush away the players of Bren Esports dito sa mga kaibigan. And kasabay nung tamang round 2 lang din para siyempre malaman information mode we will kill on to sa V8K pero wala silang idea!
Dalawa yung natiting! Dalawa yung natiting!
Player standing.
Yes, dalawa yung pero yun nga lang, sobrang ganda ng ISOL ni
Eman. Dito, totoo.
Kasi mahaba.
Buti sinave niya yung wall niya, no? This is the thing with Sages pagdating sa icebox, especially on the defense side. Typically, sinisave mo yung wall na yan specifically para sa sa retakes na kagaya nung nangyari kanina. And it was just perfect dahil may lockdown yung Killjoy. Tapos walan mo lang, na-detain yung dalawa, instant defuse ka lang kasi ginamit na rin ni Brain Freeze yung niya, yung dalawa niyang shock dart kanina.
Pero later pag-usapan natin yung point niya. Pero yung next round yun, EJ. Trying to go critical ulti mode here right now. One sentinel down into the hands of Bren Esports. Viper trying to anchor B. Pero kaya ubus sa mga players na yun nga lang. Nice off angle na ginawa ni Oreo dito. Hindi ina-expect ni Sabi na mayroong tapos sa taas. Pero yun nga lang alam nila kung saan revive ni Sage. Si Sabi ngayon tamang wall lang din. And now hot
Spike planted.
Again. They do. The retake here, but that is a huge kill. Also Oreo.
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
The action PH right now, are you? With that Viper spin on his hand, pero yun nga lang, it's just a brain denying the possible clutch ng pwedeng gawin dito ni RU. Basta ito tamang spray and pray lang, and my God, si Josh pa talaga! Sinuwerte si Josh na uluhan si Josh. Pinatulog ang Josh.
Nadampot nasaktuhan Wala nang no choice kumbaga pagdating sa puntong ganon. Nangyari din twice actually on that round, no? Aside doon sa kay Josh S kanina is once na pinop na yung Viper smoke or Viper ult pagdating sa AP8, meron pang nahuli na isa. Game sense lang talaga ang katapat ng mga players minsan na pagdating sa pro play. But looking at our professional players right now playing for VCT, isang outdraw lang na malupit. EJ was able to secure the kill. Tapos mo pa ang kill ni Josh S at ni Hot Sauce. Dalawa na lang ang natitira with an eco round on the hands of APH. Medyo mahirap to para sa nila. Tomorrow na lang ang natitira all the way from B side. And of course, flawless round para sa Esports. A very flawless round for them.
Flawless round indeed. And 5-3. Ito na ang pagbangon ng abis ng Bren Esports, mga kaibigan. Kung napapansin mo, at least dalawang na win per round itong mga players ng Bren. Pero ano ang comeback na pwedeng gawin ng APH dito, which is Action PH? If ever natalo sila dito,
Scanning ahead.
5-5 token. Walang pera APH next round if ever na matalo sila. Ang kailangan nilang gawin dito. Wait lang.
Spike down B.
No pilot! Georgie!
Last player standing.
Mag-isa! MNFPS, take you down. 6-3. Ito na yung partner. At least nakabawi sila.
Man, the moment na tanggalin mo yung mata sa game, ang dami biglang nangyayari, no? May gusto tayo pag-usapan when it comes to analysis sa rounds na nakikita natin. But it's just action. Talagang once the round nilang pumasok, ang bilis lang kumuha ng mga site. This fast game, paced game na dalawang pinapakita natin na meron tayo. Gaya ng sabi mo, Vil, is when terms of APH, kapag yung pera, unti na nga wala, pabawas ng pabawas. But the thing is, mas mahirap kung mangyari to kapag double digit na yung score. Actually, kapag naging 10 yung score or 10-8, 10-9, yun yung magiging problema pagdating sa economy. But right now, I think this is easily bounceable pagdating sa both teams na meron tayo. Savvy was able to punish one player already for B4 na yung sitwasyon para sa APH and Bren. The ultimate pop mula kay Savvy pero wala siyang nakuhang kill kahit isa. Georgie on the other hand was able to take on that. Hustles na detect ng kaunti. There is the orb they can take as well. Georgie with the help of the smoke. He gets the 2K but not the triple. Pero triple pa rin para sa round na ito. Hustles on the other hand may kasama pang revive. Binuhay ang patay. But Polski is just waiting on the corner with a triple kill himself. Bren Esports goes down. APH takes this round.
And game number 3 is way on the side of Action PH. I mean, yes, natalo kami sa game number 1. Pero kahit natalo, it's not the end for us.
Stand down.
Hindi pa 2.1 enemy remaining. Kayang-kaya. Modski, napakagandang swing ng ginawa dito. The timing is just perfect. Mga kaibigan, solid, really solid round. Kapagod ito mga players na to. alam mo party sa to lang, itong mga time out, this is the time na talaga na pwede tayo magpahingi. Ito yung breather natin, partner. Yes.
I think natatawag natin, no? Bren time out. Literal, yung casters dapat time out eh. Saglit lang. Ang bilis ng mga pangyayari. Ang bilis ng mga ganap.
Oo.
Diyos ko Lord. Bren Esports, with the timeout, definitely would help them out. Kaso, ang tanong dito, Vil, mahirap na eh. Gaya ng sabi mo, ekonomiya pinag-uusapan natin dito. Si EJ, may ultimate siya. Kaya niyang mag-ult, pero si Brain Freeze, wala. Sheriff lang ang kaya niyang mabili dito. For-force nila to. Get out of my way!
For the side of EJ naman, it's fine. Pero naman yung start. So, okay lang din naman bawi doon. Kasi ganito yung party. If ever yung isang player, kunyari, dito sa team ng Bren. Kunyari si Josh S walang pera. Tapos si EJ meron. Bibilan ni EJ si Josh S ng Vandal. Tapos si EJ, it's fine. Meron kang Blade Storm, man. Okay lang na hindi ka bumili. So if ever, malaki ka na. Malaki ka na. Pero dito ngayon sa Optimum Pride talaga yung kasama ko eh. Nararamdaman ko guys eh. Pero dito ngayon sa mga players natin, I mean, medyo bago. Kasi slow yung galaw nila. Iibahin nila yung pace ngayon. They're not gonna be that aggressive just like what they did a while ago. Pero Brain Freeze pushing in already, and narinig ito ng APH for sure. They have an idea kung saan ba sila pupunta. And for APH, the question is,
30 seconds
are they
left.
gonna wrap around the players of Bren right now or not? Probably hindi. Kasi wrap around talaga harap-harapan yung gagawin ito mga kaibigan. Lockdown coming in to the players of Bren. I mean, from APH mga kaibigan, tapang mo lang already. Go to the main target right there on you.
10 seconds left.
Take it down 3, 2v2. And yes, they got a
Last player standing. Red planet.
Para lang at least magamit niya for utility. Sabi 8 nag-iis sa dito. Pero siyang power. But Eman FPS, gonna end this. Kitang-kita naman natin. Modski, nakaturbo ang crouch ng kuya mo. Ang bilis pumindot ng crouch.
Ganun talaga pag Pinoy. Mabilis talaga yung daliri ng mga Pinoy pagdating sa esports eh. Pero looking at it, when it comes to economy advantage, obviously, kung sisilipin natin, right now, parehas by round. Brain Freeze, hirap pa rin siya dito. Nakabili sila from the previous, pero nahihirapan pa rin siya dito for the last and final round because he's just gonna get the Bulldog. And also, at the same time, full naman yung kanyang armor. This is a very crucial round for Bren as they want to take the 8-4 scoreline. Are you, sinet up niya na agad yung Viper spit niya. Si EJ nakapitas na rin ng isa. Maybe this is a confidence boost para sa side ng Bren Esports para pumus lang A-side. Actually, the updraft is there. At nilapag na rin yung kanilang Viper spit. Naghahanap pa ng pwedeng mapatay. The wall comes in. The outro even, but no one to be found. Hostile is standing the spike now. May ult pang kasama from Georgie with a kill on EJ. May heal na rin. And this is now a 4v2 situation, Bill.
Last enemy remaining. Switching sides.
Operator. First half is crazy, man. Action-packed. Men, nakakapagod pala i-cast ang Bren tsaka Action PH. Pangalan pa lang, action. At syempre, bago sila umaksyon, iprotektado ng mga to.
Tama, vaccinated kasi sila.
Oo, diba? Syempre, bago sila umaksyon dito sa Valorant, mga kaibigan, kailangan muna nilang proteksyonan yung mga sarili nila. At kailangan nilang magpa-vaccine.
Totoo. Kailangan laging dala ang vaccine card para may pruweba na protektado po ang lahat ng players natin. Pero anyway, 8-4 ang ating score. This is only halfway done. Kumbaga, ito na yung half natin. Halftime para sa players natin. Mabilis ang reset on both sides of the team from APH to Bren Esports. Sila naman ang dito. Sila naman ang depensa. Paano nila gagawin to? APH natin, as we state on the name, Action PH, full of action. Action-packed talaga tong team na to. And once they go into, they go in hard. But may nag-aabang dyan, which is yung Reyna. He gets the kill, but Dismiss comes in as well. Tamang mamba out lang. This pistol round is very crucial for both sides of the team. Si Zavi, very low on HP, pero may kasamang heal from Hot Sauce. Ito na yung plant ng spike, and siniset up na ng APH with Georgie just flying around the area as well. Savvy was able to punish one player, that is Georgie out, but he goes down as well. 3v3 situation, Bill. Eco round, or rather first pistol round natin to for the second half.
Super advanced sa wall para syempre talagang hindi mo sila makapasok.
One enemy remaining.
May nakakaskat ng yelo. And Los S use that spike. Kasi yung wall na ginawa nila sobrang advanced para talaga hindi na sila makapasok dito. Kasi if ever malapit pa dun sa may spike, medyo delikado pa eh. I-advance na lang nila para syempre meron silang space to move. Kasi if sobrang lapit sa kanilang wall, mga kaibigan, kaya silang i-wrap around eh. At walang tatakbuhan yung mga players dito ng Bren. That is a really great wall.
Definitely is. Ito. Replay. Quick replay lang dun sa round, no? Daming smoke from the Viper. Itong dalawang wall na to from the stage. Kumbaga sila yung gumagawa ng mga plays kung saan ba dadaan. Kasi once you settled on the wall, binibigyan mo na ng access point kung saan dadaan yung ibang players din nang magre-retake ng Bren Esports. And exactly like that, napaprioritize mo or reality-wise, mapipredict mo kung saan dadaan yung mga kalaban at maabangan sila. But this is a kill all the way with a 2K mula sa Bren Esports. Now with a 3v3. Now, Brain Freeze. Nag-aabang lang din kung may aakyat. Meron siyang nakita sa second floor, pero hayaan niya lang muna with the Spectre on his hand. Waiting game it is for Bren Esports. Alam nilang pwede silang mag-retake with a 3v3 situation, kaya hindi na nila itutuloy-tuloy ito. Hindi sila magiging masyadong over-reaching when it comes to the players or when it comes to attacking the players. Now, Georgie, meron siyang bulldog na hawak habang yung ibang players ng APH naka-pistol, naka-classic lang sila dito. Classic mode lang muna para sa kanila. Looking for a player to kill. 42 seconds remaining on the clock, Vil.
35 seconds right now, and it's just kailangan tayo nila makakuha dito ng magandang posisyon, mga kaibigan. Are you
30 seconds left.
Players though, pero Stage, no kill for you apparently. Georgie finding all the easy kills talaga na ito niya, all towards this map. Clock sige side of APH. Can they do that retake? Alam nila kung nasan dito si Georgie, mga kaibigan. So many APH,
One player
low on
standing.
HP. Kaya nilang i-retake to, pero ang problema, pushing into a 2v1 situation right now.
One enemy remaining.
Ulo with that spray, pero ang problema, nasaan si Sova?
Nasaan si Sova?
He's low.
Very low in HP. Gaya ng sabi mo, man. Zero Detyo goes down. Bren Esports was able to retake it. At ang ganda nung finisher. That is the ROG clutch. Para sa
Miss.
guys.
Oh, mga kauri mo, men.
Mga ka-optimum pride ko yan.
Mga ka-optimum pride, men.
I want to thank you.
Wala palang gumamit ng paru-paro G ngayon eh. Si Sky.
Wala eh. Hindi sila pumik ng Sky ngayon. Well, itong mga ka-optimum pride ko, darating din yung araw. Matatapos tong match na to. 8-6 yung score.
But going back here in this game right now, medyo
Healing.
medyo napuputol-putol natin si Taylor, so ayun na natin ng konti. Pero yung nakikita natin dito mga kaibigan, it's just the players of APA trying to go inside B already, but apparently Savvy 8K siya ang unang nawala dito sa kamay ng APH. But meron naman sila mga barrel dito, so kaya nila makapasok, pero paano nila
Down A. One player standing.
dito ni George S. mga kaibigan, not allowing the players of APH to go inside A. Pray and pray with that way. At ito na nga, tama nga.
Pagbang ng api, man.
Na nga ang Diyos.
Nagising na ang Josh. Nagising na ang Josh, mga kaibigan. Bren Esports, Josh S. Napaka-importante ng Viper pick, Viper selection pagdating sa Icebox partner. Lalo na nung time, especially pagdating sa mga wall. Gaya na sabi ko kanina, once na naglapag ka ng wall, kailangan mo talaga ng perfect timing. Speaking of perfect timing, and this is the perfect time para sa APH na kumuha ng 2 kills on the side of Bren Esports. 2 na agad ang na-punish nila dito. Si EJ at si Sabi. 2 on Bren is out now. Nakakuha pa ng KLP yet again. Two situation lang. Remember, this is an eco round actually.
Yeah, eco round to. So talagang kailangan nila makabawi dito para lang at least. Or makabawi or siguro bawasan nila yung economy dito ng Bren Esports. At kung napapansin nyo, halos wala pang bawas dito ang side ng APH partner. Really clean round, pero yun nga lang, sabi ni Hot Sauce, nope. Isasama kita sa hukay. 2v4, can they still do this? Paano i-retake ng 2 ang 4? If ever nagagawin nila yun, kailangan mong labanan ng malayuan. Pero ang problema si Georgie at si RU is meron silang Vandal dito. So pwede silang lumaban ng malayuan, bes. Si RU, if ever nakapatay ng 2, magkakaroon siya ng Viper pit next round. Si Modski, turret is now placed. So if ever na talaga makita nitong turret na yun kung nasan ba si Hot Sauce, it's gonna be a dead man for sure. Stopping that turret na rin. I'm trying to destroy that turret na rin para syempre makakuha pa sa inlock dito. Pero yun nga lang.
Wow.
God, Modski taking him down with one tap to the head with that Marshall. 9-7. APH. Great crafty round, mga kaibigan. Just trying to mess up the economy of Bren Esports. Walang pera si Sabi.
Mahirap to, man. Pero kaya naman eh. Kung iisipin lang natin, with the amount of or capability ng 2 duelist na to, si Savi at saka si EJ, lalo na Reyna yung dala niya, no? So kaya-kaya niya mag-dismiss at mag-overheal. He just have to basically be on point pagdating sa mga shots niya, which is basically what you need to do kapag Reyna talaga ang pinik mo. Kailangan on point ka. And Savi a while ago, on game number 1, nakita natin kung gaano ka on point ang tao na to. But going back to the game, the 9-7 scoreline, dikit na dikit, unti-unti papalapit at tayo na papalapit. Match. Now the wall.
Ito na. Retake it is. That is something na gagawin dito ng Bren Esports, mga kaibigan. This is hot sauce. Taking one down already. Pero yung nala, hindi pa makakuha mo dito si Death Yo. But it's just Jolt is trying to stop the possible push of PPH na rin. Meron tao dito sa dyan, mga kaibigan. From off, he went down. From downtown, Zero Death Yo with Hunter's Fury. Just completed that retake. Not completed the retake, but apparently just completed that post plant though. Sorry. But dito ngayon sa next round, walang pera ang Bren Esports. APH, they got that double digits already. They have 10 points. And it's gonna be so hard for Bren Esports na mahabol lang din to knowing na wala silang pera ngayon. How will you stop the possible win of APH? And all they're gonna do is just continue everything. For the side of APH, all they're gonna do is just continue everything na nasa
You should run.
If ever that they're winning, ipagpapatuloy lang nila to. But the big problem is Molski. We're gonna set that lockdown para syempre masecure pa tong mga kills na to, masecure pa tong round na to talaga. But yun nga lang, it's just Zero Death Yo with a 3K. 97, 2v4. They don't have enough money. They just got their sheriffs and then Sheriff versus 3 Vandals and a Phantom. Mahirap.
One enemy remaining.
Pero up top, second floor. Georgie. 2K.
Well, 11-7 yung scoreline ng Bill. Oy, Boracay Jet ba ito?
Oo. Boracay Jet, bes.
Malayo yan, parang ako lang. Anyway, 11-7 yung scoreline natin. Pag sinilip natin ng maigi, actually, on how the teams play out, basically, kung sisilipin natin, APH, they have the money. Ang dami nilang pera dito. So even if they lose this round, they have the capability to do so. Bren Esports, on the other hand naman, with 7 rounds on their pocket, kailangan nila to dahil bagsak ang ekonomiya once again, a big chance for APH. Now, all players of Bren Esports are going in and trying to save this site aside from the Viper na nag-aantay pa rin sa mid kung meron man magro-rotate. 3v2 situation. Pinaabangan lang ng ibang players ng APH din dito kung meron bang papasok. But they have to do the post plan right now.
Player remaining.
Esports, pero problem is mag-isa lang si Josh as dito. 1v3 situation right now. And ang pwede lang gawin dito Josh dito is just try to save that gun. That is like the best thing to do. Pero if ever talaga ipupush na to, speak up to him.
One enemy remaining.
One against 2. Eman with a trade. 7.
Match
APH,
point.
mga kaibigan. Last, is this gonna be the last round sa side ng APH or makakita pa tayo ng next round dito? Ilang games na yung napanood natin na nakakapag-comeback pa rin.
You will not
kahit sobrang laki na ng lamang ng match point.
Daming beses, Bill.
Right now.
12-0 nga nangyari. Paano pa kaya ito? Get out of my way!
13-0 nga nangyari sa Pilipinas eh. Pero nangyari na ang dapat nangyari, bes.
Wala. Pass. Sabi nga nila, ang nangyari, na-pass si Savvy 8K, nabura sa pa agad-agad ni Esports. This is gonna be difficult for them knowing na may one-man disadvantage na sila. Pero okay lang yan. May ult naman daw si Kuya mo Hot Sauce.
Pero ito, masyadong malapit yung mga players dito ng APH. Oh no! We'll take down Hot Sauce right now. 5v4, no LP. Pero yun nga lang, sabi, men, ito mga players ng APH, we have no idea kung saan pa sila pupunta. They're like literally everywhere. They have the momentum. And ngayon, Georgie, man, the bracket. Anong lockdown?
Welcome to my world.
Pero, problema dito, the Green Freeze really low on HP with 5 HP left remaining. 1v3 is over.
Attackers win.
37. Going to game number 3.
Man. Bumawi sila this time around. Hindi sila kayag na bigla silang mapap lang na Bren Esports kanina during game 1. They know na alam nila explosive din maglaro ang Bren Esports minsan. Explosive din sila maglaro and it definitely works out for them, especially dito sa Icebox. No? Ine-expect natin na baka ma-comeback, baka mangyari to, baka mangyari yan. Pero APH, it seems like mas sila, mas komportable sila, especially sa mapa na to, Vil.
Yeah, sobrang confident sila dito and yeah, if ever talaga nananalo kayo every round, talagang you really deserve it. Because itong mga plays na ginawa nyo, ilang araw nyo pinaghirapan to, ilang araw nyo pinag-isipan to para lang mabuo itong mga plays na ginagawa nyo. And if ever na talaga nag-work yung mga strats na finormulate nyo, sobrang worth it na talaga. What more if nanalo kayo sa best of 3 series na ginawa nyo? But meanwhile, mga kaibigan, Georgie, the MVP of the game with 400 plus KDA.
1.3 KDA. Alam ko, 1.3 KDA.
Din sa breach kanina. Solid pa rin talaga yung KDA na ginawa ni Sam. Still, it's not about the KDA. It's not about the average combat score. It's about who's gonna win that map.
Remaining.
Well, obviously looking at it no, so 1-1 is the score line. Pagdating sa best of 3s na to, there's gonna be another game for both these teams. Ito na yung situation.
Yeah, make or break situation it is, and I mean, for sure, this is gonna be a really action-packed game again. Hirap
eh. Mahirap na hirapan actually. Vil, kung sisilipin mo, itong highlights tinitignan natin. With all the smokes from the Viper, doon naglalaro. Pati doon sa wall, actually nung Sage, doon naglalaro yung playstyle ng both teams. No? Saan ba tayo pupunta? Predictions kung saan tayo dadaan, saan dadaan yung kalaban, is all because of the walls as well. And with the smokes popping off, nagsispray and pray lang sila and minsan nakukuha pa rin nila. That's the game sense popping off for both sides of the team. This time around, talagang mas malakas lang ang APH for game number 2. But there is gonna be game number 3. Hindi pa tapos ang lahat dahil may susunod pang match dito. Action PH pa rin versus Bren Esports Vil. Tama?
Yeah, and yeah, game number 3 mga kaibigan, really can't wait on what's gonna happen here. Kung sino ba talaga ang uuwing nakangiti, sino ang syempre makakakuha ng points dito sa group stage. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you are watching the Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 1, Week 1, and we are your casters. Once again, my name is Phil. Alongside me is Taylor. After the break, game number 3. See ya.
Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed. I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly. Trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly. Trust and believe me. Say it to myself.
inyong lahat. Nagbabalik pa rin kayo dito sa VCT Stage 1 Day 1. Kami ang inyong shoutcasters oxidated. Syempre, kasama ko si Vil. Pangiti-ngiti lang yan. Pero ngayon, mas nakakangiti ang mga fans, of course, ng APH dahil magkakaroon na naman tayo ng first ever game 3 out of all the series. Kala natin, Vil, na magkakaroon ng clean 2-0 para sa lahat ng matchups ngayon. Pero when it comes to Bren versus APH, talaga on par sila with the skill set na meron ng bawat team.
Tulad nga na pag-usapan natin, every time na nandito sa Ray mga kaibigan, laging may game 3. Diba? Hindi na bago yun. Ang tawag doon Ray Rakers, ladies and gentlemen. Kitang-kita si Ray. Sobrang fresh. Di mo ina-expect yun
Oo, hindi ko ina-expect yun. Ang daming bagay na hindi ko ina-expect. Lalong-lalo na ngayon. Kita nyo ngayon, di ba? So, sobrang intense ng laban na pa-eyeglasses na lang talaga ako. Ganon ka-powerful ang APH saka ang Bren Esports. Pero kapag inabangan nga natin ang set of games na meron ang dalawang teams ito, sino nga ba talaga ang mas makakalamang as we're gonna be heading on the third map. And ang dami ko thoughts about this. Kanina, dominative talaga si Javi when it comes to his breach. Pero dito sa Icebox, mukhang yung value ng teamwork na meron yung APH, how they really grew upon lahat ng mga mistakes nila before. Ngayon, sobrang nag-improve na sila. Pinalitan na nila nilang mga pagkakamali. Sobrang naging perfect yung take nila sa Icebox. And ikaw, Vil, anong thoughts mo kaya?
Dami.
Mo, ano pa rin to?
Dami.
Tingin mo,
Nung
pantay pa rin
kakainin ko
sila
mamaya.
Balita, masarap yung kinain mo kanina.
Oo, kumain ako ng buchi. Shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Regner. Ayan. Binigyan niya ako kahapon ng isang daming buchi. Mga 100 pieces yun. Di ko alam kung paano uubusin yun, men. Pero bahala na. Pero ayun nga, I mean, itong mga teams natin ngayon, tulad nga na napag-usapan din natin kanina, tsaka ng mga panels, it's gonna be so hard for us to determine who's gonna win each series. It's really hard to predict. Sobrang hirap. Parang kanina, SBE versus Zeal, di ba? We really thought that SBE would get that. But Zeal, with a big win, 2-0 rin talaga. Dito naman sa side ng Action PH versus Bren, pwede natin sabihin na itong mga players dito, mga kaibigan, mga dating magkakasama na tong mga to eh. 'Di ba? Magkakasama na sila dati pa. Magkaka-teammates sila. So, alam nila yung mga plays in terms of individual plays. Pwede nating sabihin na they have an idea kung paano ba maglaro yung isang player. Kasi nga, naging kakampi naman nila dati. So, they have an idea kung paano nila gagawin, kung paano sila mag-react. Pero as a team, that is a completely different thing na rin talaga. Kasi for sure, na meron silang mga plays, cheeky plays or whatsoever, para lang syempre for them to win that map. Pero dito ngayon sa huling map natin mga kaibigan, dito na magkakaalaman the first ever Game 3 dito sa VCT. To be honest, sobrang na-miss ko sabihin ng VCT. Wala lang, I mean, feeling ko idagdag ko rin sa pangalan ko eh. Pero
Vil Champions 2.
Vil Champion 2. Yun nga eh. Sa totoo lang, ikaw Ray, if ever you're gonna ask you, hindi mo alam kung sino man nanalo dito sa last game, no? APH versus Bren. They have their own momentums. And in terms of momentum breaker, mahirap. It's gonna be so hard for them to shake the momentum of each other, knowing na 1-1 itong dalawang teams natin ngayon. Pareho sila may mga huge plays, pero they have their own mistakes as well. And pagdating sa Game 3, all they're gonna do is just fix that mistakes and never do that again.
Hirap talaga, no? Based sa mga games kanina na observe natin, coming in from the very first one, and right now, parating thrifty round yung nagiging turn ng mga tables para sa mga teams kanina. We all thought it's going to be an equal na para sa parehas na Bren together with APH. Pero as we move along already, we're gonna be seeing Ascent. Ito ang first ever Ascent natin for the very first day. But as the agent selection goes, meron tayong kakaunting differences. Sa side ng APH, they're gonna be settling with Emma as the Sage, Modski with that Killjoy. But on the side of Bren naman, magkakaroon na naman sila ng double initiator. And remember, Javi with that breach, nakakatakot talaga, Vil.
Yeah, I mean, nakakatakot talaga. Ano yung tsura ng takot, Ray?
Ha?
Ano?
Ha?
Para Parang pinending lang sa akin, hindi nga mabes.
sorry. Kakatouchbrush ko lang, wag ka mag-alala.
Sige. Sakto lang. Buti lang. Pero ito na. Pagkatapos sa si Ray, may game lang doon. Pero ito na.
Bakit ako?
Sige.
Bakit ako? Kayo yung terror na ako na, di ba? Bakit pag ako? Hindi, nag-comment kasi ako eh. Kaya,
nag-comment ka kasi, di ba?
Comment kasi ako eh.
Ang mapa, ang former mapa ng Pinoy Ascent. Kasi ngayon, hindi na Ascent, Haven na.
Talagang itong Ascent. Ito pa rin ba ang mapa ng APH? It's what we've usually seen coming in from their tournaments. Or still, iba pa rin yung magic na papakita sa atin ng Bren. And hopefully, this is going to be a good matchup. Imagine that double Sentinel. I'm so excited to see, but at the same time, scared ako para sa side ng APH. Kung kukuha pa rin ba nila how Bren plays with that double initiator, especially here. Ang daming pwede cut corners ni Javi. You can just deny those two Sentinels. But on the side of APH, napakaganda ng defense na ipapakita nila. Pero ngayon, they're gonna be starting on the opposite sides. Bren is gonna be starting sa defending, while ang side ng APH is gonna be starting sa attack. Sino kaya mauuna kagad? Or sino ang mas mahuhuli? Dahil APH kagad magpapa-aggressive and Georgie's gonna go down kagad.
This is gonna be a really fast round for these players. Si Zero Death, mga kaibigan. That is the answer na pwede nang gawin dito. And mulak-take na siyang matamaan ng 3 putok ng aftershock. And buti lang nakaalis siya doon. 3v3, EJ is now low. And ang problema lang dito sa players ng Bren Esports is wala silang sustain na meron ng APH. They have the heal and they have that rest as well. So, itong sustain na meron ng APH is talagang huge factor na rin to. And for sure, that Sage is gonna be the big game changer lang din talaga dito sa side ng APH for sure. RU is inside the side already and just waiting patiently kung saan talaga pupunta or saan ba manggagaling yung player dito ng Bren Esports, and that is the first kill. Nagagawin sila that Theo will take down is that kill joy mga kaibigan, pero si Josh is just waiting patiently inside that smoke and just gonna use all the pot shots na nasa isip niya kung talagang gagawin dito para lang at least mapatay yung mga yung dalawang players remaining dito sa APH. Ang problema lang din for Bren Esports is si Joseph EJ is low in HP. Ang gagawin ng APH dito is just try to hide and just gonna get these kills. Parang syempre for them to secure that win. 1-0 already for the side of APH. For Bren Esports right now, tulad ka na sinabi natin, sustain ang wala sa kanila.
Dapat talaga hindi sila magpapa-remove ng momentum. Di dapat nila ahayaan na tong APH magkakaroon ng napakalaking advantage against them. But ito talaga ang APH, they're really remarkable with this roster as of now. I'm so happy na lahat sila nag-step up. And maybe this is something that the people need to take care of. But as for RU, he finishes off like that. One of the controllers talaga na may kita mo passive-aggressive maglaro. And he gets those perfect shots. But as for Bren, let's see how is it gonna work. Marami silang paiba-iba. Some of them are really flexible about it. Kanina, successful si EJ. Unfortunately, di parating mag-work yun sa side ng APH. Abang-abang lang for Bren. And maybe, matrifty na lang APH if they just get 2 to 3 frags at least.
FPS and Modski taking down players of Bren right now. But Hot Sauce, that is a best answer dito sa Bren Esports is talagang isa-isahin na talaga yung mga players dito ng APH. But RU, as the information spray and pray towards your face. Brain freeze, no one HP. Meron pa siya recon bug dito, pero yun nga lang, martial din talaga ang gamit niya. Pero winnable pa rin naman yan kahit papano, pero yun nga lang, problema is just FPS, tamang wallbang lang. All the way from below. Hot Sauce 1v4. Isa-save ba na yan? Or magko-commit siya pero meron tao dun sa may kanan mo and Hot Sauce. Take down Modski, but still death, yo! You're gonna get your head too. 2-0. At kung napapansin mo, Ray, Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, it's just Action PH. Sila ang nananalo sa first 2 rounds of the game.
BYB fam, going to
really
Astral to do
impressed
them.
how APH do their work with this one. But as for Bren, maybe to ito na yung oras kung kailangan talaga na lang make this in a 2-1. Pero kanina, sobrang layo talaga ng ginawa ng APH against them. Although, they tried talaga na makahabol, pero Bren talaga, trinay ng Bren makahabol, but APH is really dominating. But as this goes, tuloy-tuloy ba ang pagiging aggressive lang naman ng APH kahit double sentinel sila or mahawakan pa rin ni Josh S. Naku po, nakuha pa rin siya ni Georgie. Wala ba at ang makakapigil ngayon kay Georgie with the jet? But buti na lang may answer kagad si Javi together with EJ.
Spike planted.
2-0 still. And dalawang players ngayon si APH ang wala. I mean, sa totoo lang, mahirap pa sa side ng APH kasi for Bren, they have the utilities, they have the firepower.
Enemy
They need to utilize every single thing na meron sila. Modsky, mag-isa na nandito, hot sauce. Ending the misery of Modsky right now. 2K. And yeah, finally. Meron na score dito ang Bren Esports. Tamang recon bot lang. Para sure na sure. Anong connect eh? Anong connect? Wala namang connect eh. Kung yung mga nagtatanong kung nasan daw si Taylor, ayun. Namahinga muna saglit kasi wala eh. Lumalabas yung anyong robot niya eh. Kaya kailangan muna niya magpa-change oil saglit.
Ayan guys, kita nyo na ba? Nagulat kayo? Ako pala yung sa third game. Surprise! Pero babalik din yan si Taylor sa tamang panahon.
Pag nakapag-change all na siya.
Guys, kaya hintay. Kalma lang kayo. Kami lang to. Pero, ito na ba ang oras pa rin para sa APH to stand out? Kanina, nakakuha nga sila kagad burst through sa mga sides. Nothing for them to worry about. But they just need to be careful at the same time. But as for Bren, kailangan talaga nila not to repeat the same mistakes once again. And kita mo naman kagad, mabilis ang take sa Bren. Kumuha ng information. Alam nga nila that there's just going to be someone sa mid. Pero if Georgie or together with Eman, mapipick off nila to si Javi. And that's just it. Timing, it's perfect. Umuga-uga lang naman ng konti ang mga taga-APH. And magsiset up na nga kagad sila. Pero kung dalawang lockdown by lockdown, sino kaya ang mas magiging posible dito? Magbaback off lang naman ang Bren. They don't have anything to worry about. But as for APH, talaga si Georgie, marunong maghintay.
Charges.
30 seconds in para sila makakapasok dito sa mga kaibigan. Maganda ang ginawa ni Orion Philadelphia para lang at least makapasok pa talaga ang mga players dito sa APH, dito sa A, Xavi AK all the way from behind. It's not gonna be an explosive breach. Tulad na nakita natin sa game number 1, Brain Freeze all the way from Rafters. Catches one, but will be taken down by MNFPS. Dito lang sa may baba, Xavi blinding these players, but Modsky with a kill! 1v1, Killjoy versus Killjoy. Who's gonna be the Killjoy diff? Hot Sauce, hindi na binababa yung turret niya kasi baka matimingan siya. Modsky with a swing, but Hot Sauce with a kill! 2-2. Close fight.
Careful na ang Bren ngayon, Bill. And kanina, dapat ka talaga hindi mo hahayaan mag-momentum na NPH. Uy! Buti naman si schoolmate na si Hot Sauce with that Killjoy. Finally, getting that 1v1. But as you can see, lang naman, marami pang pwedeng mangyari and biglang maging monster na naman ba ang APH as what they did earlier? Or Bren talaga still very firm with how they want to play it out sa defensive side. And ngayon, konting bias lang sa APH. Puro Sheriff, pero crispy pa rin yan tumutok yung mga taga-APH.
For sure. You thought the crispiness ng aim talaga nila dito. And syempre, they won't be here if hindi naman talaga sobrang solid yung aim ng mga players natin for sure. Georgie, mga kaibigan, is gonna get and secure that Blade Storm na pwede pa niyang gamitin ngayon. Actually, mamaya if ever nakapatay pa siya ng isa, or probably gonna save that Blade Storm sa susunod na round if ever magka-save sila. Pero yun nga lang, napakadaming barrel, I mean napakadaming bala na tumama dito kay Brain Freeze, mga kaibigan, pushing it to a super low HP together with EJ as well. What's gonna happen in the next few seconds, mga kaibigan? And just waiting for that entry na pwedeng gawin dito ng Action PH. But just as seeing Georgie sa gitna mismo ng gravity well na ginawa ni Josh.
Spike's here.
Spike's here. Para sa APH, very low na ang dalawang membro nila. Masakit medyo yun. Pero meron pa namang healing galing. One tap ni Hot Sauce. Oh! What? He still gets EJ. Pero Javi, sabi niya kailangan ng tapusin ang kailangan tapusin ng Bren. Finally, gets at least this round against APH, leading by 1. But knowing these two teams, Phil, alam mo naman na magiging pantay lang to all over again. But this time around, Bren just need to secure a lot of rounds on their defending. But as for APH, sobrang interesting na even if dalawa ang kanilang Sentinel, they're actually doing it perfectly also sa kanilang attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, if they're really that confident na for them to retake, for them to do an entry, I mean, suntok sa buwan din yun eh. Mahirap din. If ever kaya mo, EJ will take down the sustain of Action PH right now. Shorty not gonna get on to one. On to the second one. Wala, hindi tumatama dito. Sasaksakin na lang niya, pero nasa ba yung kalaban niya? Hindi na nakita ko nasa dito. Sobrang gulit gumalaw ng Action PH right now. But yun nga lang, Hot Sauce together with Xavi and the others, at si EJ, completing the kills, completing the round. 4-2. Tulad nga sinabi namin sa inyo, ito ang mapa ng Pinoy. At syempre, kung ako tatanungin niyo, favorite ko rin to.
Dito mo sila tinuturuan, di ba? Yung mga duels, katulad ni Georgie tsaka ni EJ.
Sila Georgie, sila Xavi, kung nagduduelis siya. Lahat ng duelist men, dumaan sa akin.
Dumaan sa akin. Totoo naman.
Nakatingin yan ng Blade Storm ko, men.
Marikina Jet yan, guys. Kaya mga di familiar. Manood kayo syempre kapag lalaro si Zeal.
Mga bago pa lang, guys. Sabi ko kasi inyo, Regent ako. Ako yung 6-man ng Team Secret sa Spike Rush. Pinapasok lang ako pinapasok nila ako, uy, Vil, Spike Rush ikaw na. O sige. Ba yan? Bibigat nyo kasi. Okay.
Maliit na bagay lang. Walang problema. Pero mas malaking problema pag lalaman talaga ng Bren Esports ang APH. Dahil magsisave na naman ang APH ngayon at tignan mo si EJ, may hawak na kagad na operator. Tahimik ang mundo. Tahimik sa asset eh.
Walang, hindi gumalaw yun, hindi gumalaw yung aking feed. Pero, fault lines all the way from lobby. Meron ba natamaan? Hindi natin if ever wala. Meron ba? Hindi ko alam kung meron tamaan dun. So, if ever meron, so at least hindi pala lobby yun, joke. Ay, lobby ba?
Ato?
Hindi, yung fault lines. Pero nga, huwag natin pag-usapan yung mga kaibigan. Ito na. Go na to. Ito yung inaantay ni Georgie kanina pa. Itong Blade Storm na to. Sinave niya para dito sa moment na to. EJ. And for the side of APH, they need to get the operator of EJ. Kailangan nila ng operator para mas makakuha sa magandang entry. That first shot, not gonna connect onto these players. Second fault line will be set. Not gonna connect onto APH again and again. Pero yun nga lang, muntik nang makuha si Georgie because of that owl drone. Once again, Valorant is an information game and the communication game as well. You need to communicate to your team. You need to communicate with your teammates. Para lang syempre, alam nyo kung saan ba kayo papasok, innovate out inside or whatsoever. Pero yun nga lang, Georgie is inside a side already. And that turret will confirm it. Together with Georges from up top, Sear Death, with a kill again. Georgie with that Blazer needs to make the most out of that Blazer para syempre, sobrang sulit ng ulti niya. Xavi with a kill, Moldsky with a kill again. Pero yun nga lang, it's all up to Moldsky mga kaibigan. But EJ says no. 5-2, still in favor of our friends from NERB or Bren.
May bago ka. Sorry, natawa lang ako. Pero to wala, nakakatawa kasi, Bill. Nakakatuwa at nakakatawa. So, dalawa yun. Pero, mas nakakatawa.
Sarap mo yung friend eh.
Bakit?
Pero kayong ganyan. Malakas uminom yan si Ray.
Uminom ng tubig.
Oo.
Oo. Drink your water. Yan. Sa mga di uminom ng tubig, sana uminom na kayo ng tubig. Pero, friend, dominating na nga sila by 3 rounds against APH. While on the APH side naman, paano kaya nila to matuntungan dahil so far, they're just being cut off. Yes, makakapunta sila sa isang side, but that double initiator is kind of a big problem sa kanila, especially on the retake. Oh, Josh still took that risk! Siya pa ang nakahuna, but buti na lang si Eman. Nandun lang naman behind Georgie. Sabi niya, got you fam. 4v4 is up ahead and kick in. But sayang sana yung potential entry nila papuntang mid. Going to B side.
Dito ngayon sa side ng APH yung napakadelikado nangyayari dito kasi muntik na. Kala ko mamatay pa si ano dito. Si Zero Deathio. Pero for EJ, give up na niya ang operator. Gonna use that vandal na lang din talaga. At kung napapansin nyo, hindi na pinupuntahan ni EJ yung operator para syempre hindi ito makuha ng APH for sure. Hanapin ng APH na sino operator. Yun lang yun. But here in A, mga kaibigan, Brain Feast and EJ na lang natitira. 2v4. Si EJ pwede ba kunin operator? Pwede pa lang kunin yun if ever na hindi siya ganun kalalim. Pero for EJ, ang tanong, is he gonna commit or not? He's actually from sewers. We're gonna be tagged out by that Recon Bolt though, but are you gonna finish the game? And hindi nakuha kung nasan yung operator. Sobrang talinong move na ginawa ni EJ dito.
Careful.
Tinago niya yung operator para hindi makuha ng APH. Tignan mo, anong ginawa ng APH man? Hinanap nila, asan yung op? Ba't ganun? Ba't naka-vandal na siya? Which is, alam ng Bren yan, if ever naka-op ang APH, mahihirapan din sila. So, just remove the main thing na pwedeng magpahirap sa inyo, which is ang operation.
But as for this, EJ still winnable naman para sa side ng Bren. They still bought a lot sa kanilang side and meron na ding Odi na nalabas si Brain Freeze as of now. Meron siyang mga wallbang right now. Pero as for APH, they're very careful. Pero mabilis din sila mag-rotate if they have the advantage. And are you still taking a lot of risk just to be able to help his teammates into clearing out every corner against Bren? But on the other side, getting information muna saan tayo pwedeng lumipat, mga friendship balls. And dito, nakakita na nga sila kagad good information na di sila pupunta ng short. But instead, at P sila, but they just need to take care of hot sauce, then magiging tapos ang problema ng APH.
Smoke dito sa B main. And that Sage is gonna boost him up. Boost himself para syempre makakuha siya ng enough information dito mga kaimay. Pero eto na, nilabas na ni Brain Freeze yung Odin niya. Pero meron pa masasampal yan mga kaibigan. Are you? On the spike already, 30 seconds remaining. Pero yung na battling the spike. And dito Brain Freeze na spray and trade lang with that Odin. Not gonna tag anymore, damage anyone lang din. Savvy, low on HP, are you? Nagkahatian na nga ng mundo dito mga kaibigan. EJ will gonna get the head of Eman 4v2.
One enemy remaining. Got him. Enemy remaining.
Blaze door, but Georgie from behind! Muntik na!
Uy! Nakakagulat si Georgie. Hindi nila chinek kagad. Nag-through the smoke lahat. Pinasukan ni Georgie. Nagpakadaga. Buti na lang dito mama yung sa side nung kayo Georgie else clutch na naman yon at may maraming potential para mag-tie pa ang score. Pero as of now, Bren leading by 3. Malaking factor pa rin ito para sa kanila just to keep up with their momentum. Pero ito'y nakakatakot. Jet versus Jet. Georgie naghihintay lang kasama ang kanyang phantom at buti na lang si Georges humiwalay sa kanyang teammates or else tapos tayo. Para sa side ng Bren, APH, kita mo, maganda naman yung ginagawa nila. Sadyang nade-deny lang sila every time that retake works for Bren Esports.
Oo nga. Ito na. Big shoutout nga pala kay Tony na na bumisita kanina. Legit, nakasabay ko siya sa aeroplano. Kasi nag-host kasi ako nun sa Davao. Tapos yun, pagtingin ko sa kaliwa, uy, kilala ko to ah. Si Tony. Tony. Yes, daddy.
May bago nga silang kanta na LSS na ako eh. Hindi ko na sinasabi dito. Baka ano eh.
Baka magalit sa si Sabi.
Sana masaya na lang yung mga nanonood. Dahil kami, masaya naman kami. Ikaw ba, masaya kami?
Sucks lang.
Sucks lang. Pero,
tignan natin dito ang breach ni Savi na madaming kills. Hunter's Spear onto the side of Green Freeze right now. Let's see if kaya ba nilang ma-retake itong A, mga kaibigan. Are you playing this spike again and again? Georgie waiting there in hell. Pwede siyang makakuha ng enough things dito if ever hindi pa siya makakakuha ng mga patay. Pero that aftershock will deal a lot of information if ever meron na patayon o hindi. EJ, mga kaibigan, all the way from up top, nakakuha ng isa dito. Pero yun nga, that Aljon or that recon bolt though, tagging the players of APH right now. 3 versus 2 remaining onto the players of APH and Granny's Party. Zero death deal winning along to 1. And tinatag na to. May nilapas ni Bren kasi Odin niya, mga kaibigan. Pero sabi ni Eman, hindi! With a 4K, 6-4. At hindi magpapalayo ang APH ng lamang. Tulang 2.
grabe talaga tong APH. Every time it doesn't work, they come up with something. Just a little bit of difference lang. And finally, paiba-iba sila lang gusto nilang puntahan. Checking out A, not working. Balik tayo ng B. B not working, balik tayo ng A. Pero nga alam mo yung mga changes na ginagawa sila. They're able to get at least the hands of Bren. And especially on the post positions. Kaya tong Bren, as much as possible, dapat hindi makakapag-post plant tong APH or else it's going to be something na kailangan katakutan ng Bren. Pero as for APH, talaga slowly lang naman na sure tayo sa mga shots natin, sure tayo sa parating malalaking angles that we need to check. And kita-kita mo naman how flawless they are. Both of these teams, sobrang impressed ako how smart they are when it comes to how they play. Plus the setups talaga is really giving them a lot of advantage. Sobrang ibang-iba tong mga to compared sa nakita natin last year sa kanila.
Yes, for sure. And syempre, I mean, yung 2021, tapos na yun eh. Iwan na natin yung mga stats natin doon. Gawa tayo bago. Parang yung Rakers, sana iniwan na nga sa 2021. Yun yung mga bagay na iniiwan sa 2021, man. Wag mo nang dalhin yan dito sa year na to. Utang na loob, Ray.
Sorry na nga eh. Wala nga ako kanina eh. Wala ako kanina, nagulat ako. Ala ko tapos na. Pero bilog ang mundo. At mas bilog ang technical post ngayon, di ba? Last game na.
Kailan pa naging bilog ang technical post, mga kaibigan? Miski ako hindi ko alam kung paano ko i-connect yun. Pero syempre, sa pizza, ano? Takpan nyo, baka mahamugan.
Hindi ba ano na yan? Parang may amag na?
Ewan ko. Hindi naman ako. Sige, check ko. Try ko dumaan ng ascent mamaya. Tapos check ko if may amag na bes. Sorry. Hindi ko pa kasi na-try maging agent eh. Sorry. Meron ka nagsabi, tatay daw ako ni Neon. Oo na lang ako eh. Oo pre. #serious answer.
Yung mga nagtatanong sa comment section minsan, hindi ko din mag-gets eh, no?
Ray, magandang pangitain to, di ba? Game 3, technical pause, it's time.
Tinatawa na lang natin lahat.
Oo.
Di ko alam kung malas ako talaga o ano eh.
Oo.
Salamat.
Oo. Huwag ka na magtanong kung malas ka ba. Oo na natin, di ba? Pero ito pwede makaka-comeback ang APH dito, bes, kasi marami silang pera. Ito na. Tingnan natin kung ano ba ang binebenta dito sa palengke ng Ascent, mga kaibigan. Kita natin, nagbebenta sila ng cheese, nagbebenta sila ng mga laman-laman. Mga pork ata to eh. Or
Pork
beef.
ba yan?
Oo, yan ito.
Kala ko garlic. Ito.
Magiging ganito ako pag hindi ako tumigil sa kakakain, mga kaibigan. Oo. Si Taylor malapit nang maging ganito. Ayan, si Taylor konti na lang. Promise. Diyos ko. Busog-lusog every day. Ito ang wine. Kami nalasing dito.
May nalalasing ba sa kanyan?
Ha? Oh, kung sobrang baba ng tolerance mo, meron. Try mo tumungga siguro ng isang case ng ganyan. Tignan ko lang pag di ka malasing. Oo.
Sorry akin.
Oo, ito na. Alam mo kung tawag dito? Ano yan? Pulutan. Oo, itong pulutan mo.
Galunggong.
Inihaw na isda. Sarap.
Inihaw na isda. Malaki-laki yan, ha?
Oo, syempre, ang masarap din ang manak wings, mga kaibigan.
Get out of my way!
Ito na! It's time! 6-4.
Ayun. Grabe naman yun.
Tanggalin natin yung mga linya-linya. Monski! CK! Ang ingay rin naman kasi talaga ng ginagawa dito ni Sagi tsaka ni Hot Sauce. Rinig naman kasi talaga. Kaya wala silang magagawa.
Give me those. Enemy remaining.
Grabe naman kasi.
Ang bigat niyan nung paa ni Breach eh. Talagang rinig talaga yan, men. Ano pa kaya kay Brimstone, di ba? Parang parang buhat-buhat yung buong mundo.
Mano si...
Oh, puro yung kay Breach, puro barrier yung bulsa yan, puro mga parang kadena. Alam mo yun back then nung uso pa yung wallet nyo, yung pantalon, 'di ba? Tas wallet, tas may mahabang kadena, may mahabang chain. Oy, may ganun ako dati. Iniyakan ko pa yata yun. Kasi wala ako nun. Kaklase ko meron, ingkit ako eh.
Maraming ganyan yung
ano yun? Nung bata ako, bali nung 5 years ago yun.
Ay! Nung 12 ka pa. Kasi ngayon 17 ka na eh. Pero ito na nga, 17! Frogs na nga. Sino pa ang pinakamauuna doon? But as for Georgie, nakapasok na kagad siya, clearing out everything. Pero Josh is just playing it. Pero nasaraduan ka agad ang pinto. Kamunti ka na din masuksop. But all disposed plans, malaking problema na naman to sa Bren dahil kailangan na magkaroon ng advantage. Pero in-unleash pa nga din on the other side. Ang APH talaga ang kanilang knockdown. Pero madedestroy lang rin naman yan sa side ng Bren. But as the Hunter's Fury may next naman na malaking problema, time is ticking. And what can APH do? Just delay so much. Pero nandiyan na pala, Autoworks na ang tatlong miyembro ng Bren Esports. As dalawa na lang kagad na natitira. Will still they be able to get this? PJ goes for a fake defuse. Pero makikita ni Brain Freeze. At yun, sinisira kagad ang momentum ng Bren. But Brain Freeze is there and leading na nga by 2 pa rin ang Bren against APH sa pinakaunang half.
Oo. Sobrang sayang kasi alam mo kung bakit, Ray. Tinan mo yung buhay ni Brain Freeze. Isang bala na lang yan.
Switching sides.
Kahit sa kuko tumawa. Typats yan. Hindi. Alam mo kung bakit?
Bakit?
Kasi kakampi niya si Josh. Kakampi niya ang Josh. Malakas ang kapit. Best malakas ang kapit, kakampi niya ang Josh. Ayun o. Sana lang yun. Kahit pitikin mo na lang yung niya. Tagiliran.
Kala ko eh.
Kamaganda lang, akala ko rin.
Natutulog ba ang Josh? At tingin ko ngayon, di na natutulog to si Josh eh.
Oo, medyo tulog pa ata eh, 5'9". Isigin nyo na ang Josh, man.
Medyo kailangan na ng energy. Pero on the second half itself, Bren versus APH pa rin naman. At dalawa, ang leading ng Bren. But as for APH, kapag nanalo sila ng pistol, alam mo, magiging tired yun! Nag-stop ang mundo! At biglang, nangyari na one tap sa muka si Josh.
Right here.
Ang Josh.
Ito na. Ang mga players ng Bren Esports, are they gonna go here on B? Magandang position dito, Sir Detyo, pero kailangan nila ng flash para lang at least diretso yung pasok nila, yung pasok nila. Pero may alarm mo dito sa may Gedli, mga kaibigan, just to confirm that possession. They need to go in. Sir Detyo with a kill on to one. Georgie finding the perfect angle, finding the perfect kill. Recon bolt, sobrang ganda ng recon bolt. Kitang-kita talaga kung nasa yung mga players dito ng Bren Esports, mga kaibigan. Pero just waiting for the swing. Pero probably they're gonna go there in A! Grabe yung rotation na nangyayari, mga kaibigan. From B to CT to A. But M and FB is just right there waiting. Georgie all the way! Doon sa may B, napatay sa player dito. Sa may CT. Are you? 2v5. Joke lang, D5. 2v4, are you? Wala silang idea na meron tao dito sa may hell. Ayun nga, nakita nila tagiliran dito. We'll take down Green Freeze. EJ with a big kill, but are you? Will finish that round. 7-6. Close. Mas mainit pa sa hot.
Sana all close. Pero ito talaga yung close matchup na nakita mong sobrang unpredictable pa. Feel ko sa mga 10-10 pa ito malalaman kung sino talaga yung mas magkakaroon ng wise decision making, sino mas makakaroon ng timing against each other. But this is quite draining, ha? At biruin mo, wala talaga super malaking lead na masabi mo na, okay, I think this is just it for this team. Pero wala pang ganun dahil ang APH, nanalo sila ng pistol. And most likely, this will be a 7-all against Bren Esports.
Sabi ni Ray, biruin mo. Hindi ako nagbibiro eh. Seryoso ako dito.
Sorry, Seven.
Nagbibiroan lang ba tayo dito? Ano ito ginagawa nila?
Nagkakasting tayo.
Tamang wall lang para hindi makapasok yung mga players dito ng Bren Esports sa may A. And wala silang idea na meron nag-wrap around sa kanila, which is si kaibigang Jorge, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na. Georgie, let's see if makakakuha ba siya ng isang kill dito. Well, actually, take one down. Trying to go for the second one, pero missing that shot. Fault by one. Tinagkanak onto these players. Pero yung gala, no scope! Onto Georgie, muntik nang mag-ace! 1v4. EJ not gonna win that engagement because classic lang naman ang gamit niya.
Grabe naman. Georgie, sana all ganito. Magpapaka-aggressive lang. Kahit walang scope.
No scope.
Hinampas.
Took that half a second time to reset and repossession everything para mawala yung recoil. And will complete that kill. 4K. Yan. Lakas. Parang ako lang. Pero
obscuring vision.
Sariling buhat.
Tinuro kay Georgie, guys. Siyempre, hindi naman tatawagin Boracay Jet yan. Sa wala, diba?
Pag hindi mo naturuan.
Alam mo ba? Do you want to know kung ano yung pinaka-hate ko na patch ngayon?
Ano pinaka-hate mo na patch?
Yung ginawa nila sa Breeze. I hate it.
Kawawa naman kasi nasa
I hate it. Oo, diba? Ang hirap, hindi eh. Mas gusto ko mag-defend ang hirap ng attacking sa Breeze.
Sinaraduhan lahat eh.
Oh.
Yung lineup po sa Viper mo, minsan 50-50 eh.
Sa A? Tsaka sa B? Mas gusto ko ba mag-defending? Ang hirap mag-attacking, ang dali mag-defend. Sa Breeze ngayon. Legit.
Dahil lang sa mga 13-0 eh, ng Gambit eh.
Oo. Kaya ano na nila, ginawa nilang pang Pinoy. Hindi na maulit ang mga dapat. Na hindi maulit. Pero ito na, nagtatago na si RD behind that. Behind all these crates, Georgie. 3K, EJ, mga kaibigan, sa patay si Georgie. Pero EJ, tamang wallbang lang. Pero that reset will be successful. Spike has been planted already. Tamang wallbang lang, not gonna connect dito sa may taas. EJ, low on HP. Sova at saka si Modski, they can retake this but they have no idea kung nasan ba. Well, they have probably probably hell, pero sabay nilang dapat sumilip dito, which is gagawin nila ngayon. Modski will actually take down one down, but Zero Deathio, maganda ang trade-off na ginawa na dito on Savvy. 7 to 8, sige, hanap ka na skin, yan, hanap ka ng phantom, yan. Binabaril niya muna kasi sinecheck niya if gumagana. Puputok
okay.
Pwedeng gamitin. Nice one.
Ayos yan. Pero mas maayos ngayon ang ginawa ng APH. Although, ang dami ng potential. Pero pag nasa hill talaga yung dalawa, ng kasama mo, just waiting for that crossfire, tapos low on HP kayo, medyo lugi ka talaga eh. Especially with how APH has that refrag. Sobrang laki ng kanilang refrag potential. But if you could take a look at it, yes, sobrang flexible ng players ng Bren. But as for talagang brain freeze together with Josh's, medyo nahihirapan sila, and let's see if they'll be able to come up with something. Dahil tong APH tuloy-tuloy na to. Nakuha na nga nilang advantage. Baka ito na nga kagad ang isusunod nila dahil yung defense sila super mahirap. But on the attacking talaga itself, they're making sure out of it.
Yeah. 3 versus 4 situation right now. 1 minute left. And medyo uncertain pa tayo kung saan pa talaga magpupush ang Bren Esports again. And maganda ang ginagawa ng EPH kung napapansin mo. They're actually waiting for the recon ball. Ina-anticipate na ng mga players natin na baka mayroon mag-recon ball dun sa may taas. Pero nga nagkakapatay na tayo dito with all these headshots, hot sauce, getting that phantom. Pero they have no idea kung nasa ba si Modski ngayon. Tamang sidestep lang with the counter brain freeze and MNFPS again, finishing that round 7-9 at APH still on the lead.
Grabe, this is very scary sa side ng Bren Esports. If magtutuloy-tuloy lang to sa APH side, we all know sino talaga yung mas makakuha ng momentum against each other. But as for Bren, kailangan na ng little bit of something. Especially kay Josh S, kay Brain Freeze, together with Javi. Kanina ang ganda na start nila sa Haven. It was really something we're expecting out of Bren. Pero biglang nag-icebox dan lamig din. Ngayon sa asset na medyo warm naman kagad. Sana nag-melt away yung mga inconsistencies ng Bren dahil ito na kagad yung oras na kailangan mag-accumulate ng mas maraming points syempre dito sa group stage natin. Simula pa lang to. Yet dapat sa unang araw pa lang are able to gain a lot of momentum, especially with how APH kapag naging successful sila sa set of matches nila every day, alam mo talaga that they're gonna grow into a big Titan team.
Titan? I mean, binuo itong dalawang teams na to talagang sobrang solid. Kasi ang Bren Esports, saan ba nanggaling ang Bren Esports? Sa mga powerhouse team yan. Back then, last year. Saan ba galing ang APH? Galing din sa mga malalakas na teams, di ba? Itong VCT, ito yung culminating activity. Parang sa school eh, no? Culminating activity, ito yung extracurricular activities nila. Na talaga mapakita na sobrang worth it ng mga practice and pag-formulate the stats na ginagawa nila dito. And like what I've said, Bren Esports mga kaibigan, this is like ito ang ginawa nilang super team talaga. Pinagsama-sama nila ang pinaka-solid na player per role. And we're now seeing if talagang nag-work ba, kung mag-work ba talaga yung ginagawa nilang pagbuo ng team dito sa Bren. But APH slowly guarding every entrance na pwede nang pasukan ng Bren Esports ngayon, and just gonna use all the utilities na meron sila para lang syempre just to mess up with the strat na gagawin din ng Bren ngayon mga kaibigan. Georgie, that is a huge opener, taking down the main man na pwede mag-flash sa'yo. Or you, nakaisa pa siya, 1 second, but Joss S, huwag ka deny that concern. Zero death, yo! ROI agad yung
No more Sova.
yung shock dart, hot sauce. 2v1. We really thought that APH would get that, but Hot Sauce getting 2 heads in a row. Modski, jump peek. Wala pa siyang idea, wala pa siyang information as may mga players dito ng Bren. He knows it already, but Hot Sauce with a jiggle, with a kill. 8-9.
Grabe talagang mag-step up to si schoolmate, si Hot Sauce. Biruin mo, he's very consistent. He's the top fragging out of all right now na players na naglalaro ngayon with a total of 21. Usually talaga, we're seeing him that Sova, but also with that Killjoy, he's really something. And based lang sa mga games na sa SV Empire, he's been also stepping up. But right now here in Bren Esports, nakakatuwa na ganito maglaro si Hot Sauce. But kailangan na talaga ng malaking tulong. Siyempre kay Javi, kay Georges together with Brain Freeze. Dahil dikit pa rin, nakahabol 8 times the score. And Georgie, makasabayan lang naman ang paggugulo nila sa mga miyembro ng Bren. And dalawa kagad ang napitas. Time for Bren to move pupuntang B-side. Pero nga lang, magiging posible pa ba to? Dahil mag-rotate lang din, syempre, ang mga miyembro ng APH.
Yeah. Tamang panggulo lang talaga para at least hindi na malaman kung saan talaga sila pupunta dito. Brain Freeze is trying to peek out every corner. But EJ with a huge kill onto George right now. They really want to get this B-side guarded for their hands. Modski, Stinger. Isa lang nakuha dito. 2v2.
Spikes down.
Are you 1 kill for that divide? Eman, 2 kills for that res. Next round na lang gagamitin dito. Tamang jiggle peek lang in Hot Sauce mga kaibigan. Tamang crossfire lang din talaga.
One enemy remaining.
EJ will be down pero wala silang idea kung nasa ba si Hot Sauce. Kailangan nilang maghati. Tamang double peek lang din talaga. But Hot Sauce!
My genius
For the biggest clutch here in this round. And that is the ROG clutch.
Hot
Hindi yata. Pero yun.
Enemy remaining.
That is ROG clutch mga kaibigan. Isipin nyo, di ba? Kunyari, nag-clutch yung kaibigan nyo sa rank. Oh! Nice ROG clutch!
May lagi, wala pa yung boss, iba pa yung bosses Pero ito yung mas malaki yun. Dito guys, 2-round difference kanina against APH, but looks like just because of Hot Sauce finishing off a lot, making a lot of space, siya na minsan yung nagduduelis together with EJ. Mukhang na-destroy nila biglaan ng APH. Madikit nga lang ang laban. Modski ngayon, siya ang pumalit. Kung kanina may Hot Sauce, kanina nga. Ngayon naman, merong katulad. Such as Modski to get that, but it's going to be 2v1. Will Javi be able to make this? Sobrang important tong round na ito. George looking at him. Still APH leading by 1. Napakadikit. Ano to? Rally lang talaga. Kaliwat kanan, points by points.
Kaliwat kanan, ikaw naman, ako naman, ikaw naman, ako naman. Bigayan, parang sa love. Hindi pwede yung ikaw lang lagi, 'di ba? Wag yung give, wag yung give ka ng give. Wag yung take ka ng take. Dapat give and take. Equality. Kumbaga, equal kayo dapat. Kasi ang pagmamahal, two-way yan. Yin yang. Equality. Nagbigay ng life lesson no?
Ikaw ba si Confucius?
It is I. Ito na. Oh! DJ! Tamang dash in lang! Grabe naman, ito yung tropa mo na talagang in-invite mo sa kainan. Pagkatapos kumain, mamba out agad. Diba? Pasok siya, kill, labas, out agad, diba? Tinanong pa yung pangalan ng pinsan mo.
Dumaan lang! At tulad dito ni Georges nakidaan lang. Javi, makakapag-frag. Uy, sumunod si Hot Sauce. Grabe naman, ang tutok. Pag ito na 3-3 ng Bren, naman. Pag na 3-3 ng isang team, alam mo na, sino magkakaroon ng momentum. Pero, see you that yo. Sabi niya, yo, I'll say hi to you. Pero nga lang, umiwas lang siya ngayon. Medyo, sinira lang naman kagad ngayon ng lockdown. Kaso, walang mangyari.
Big shoutout nga. Big shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Alo De Leon. Ayan. Yan. Idol ko yan si Mr. Alo De Leon. Huwag niyo aawain si Alo. Yan. Isa yan sa pinakamabait na kaibigan. At isa yan sa pinakamabait na tao sa buong mundo. Isipin mo. Isusubo na lang niya. Ibibigay pa sa'yo.
30 seconds left.
Ganyan ka bait.
Napakamarangal na tao.
Napakamarangal ni Mr. Alfonso De Leon. Alo for long short.
For long.
9-11! 11 APH. One more point. And they're gonna go to a match point, mga kaibigan. Georgie. Tamang peak lang. Not gonna catch that. Nagkakadashan dito, mga kaibigan. Tamang Naruto lang.
Kailangan to ng Bren. Kailangan nila manalo to or else that's just it. Sa side ng Bren Esports, going up against APH, really a strong team that we have. Also, itong Bren talaga, napakadami nilang international experience. Kita naman natin, every live stream, kasali ang Bren. But on the other side, PPH, how will they really get this? Manifesting na ata sila sa match point. But Bren, they need to make miracles ngayon. Make that into a tie winnable para sa kanila. And napawasan nga lang si Joshes. But at least he'll be able to pull it out. May kasabay pa ngayon. Si Javi with the follow-up. Kaso wala naman sila makiklear dyan. Kailangan naman nila ngayon mag-make ng big decisions. Kaya, nagparinig lang sa A-side. Pero po, nakaka-figure out nila na meron si Georgie.
Ito, papasok sila dito sa B mga kami. Pero nga si M and FPS saka isa pa nga. Pero let's see if ever makakapasok sila dito sa B. Pero it's all up to the two remaining players of APH dito sa B mga kami. Pero let's see, mukhang papasok nga ito si Zero Death. Yo, will actually take down one, but M and FPS will secure B. Nagkagamitan na nga ng ulti. Pero hindi sila nakapasok dito sa B kasi wala rin silang time.
Ay.
Grabe.
Ay.
Diyos ko, sayang kasi wala rin namang let's go si Savi. Gets mo naman yun, diba? Yung let's go.
Wala na let's go.
Walang let's go eh. Tsaka si Hatsos, wala siyang initiated. So, wala rin. Oo. Si Wolf kasi ganun. Pag naglalaro kami ni Wolf ng Valo, ganun siya. Uy, meron ako let's go. Pero ito, alam na meron tayo sa may white. Pero eto na FPS! Alam mo anong tawag doon? That is shaking and baking. Iba sumilip pero iba ang pumutok. Shaking and baking.
Just really something up for grabs there. Just Georgie up top. He gets brain freeze. Alis lang agad, nagpaparinig. But I think knowing that's just hot sauce. Going up against 3. Georgie finishes it up. And after that 1-all, APH finally confirms this as a round. And making this into a 2-1 in favor of the guys from Action PH. Kita nyo naman, napakasaya nilang lahat. And that's a big win. Very inspiring from Action PH with this roster that they have. I think marami talaga silang mapupuntahan.
Yeah, huge win indeed sa ginawa ng mga players natin. Yung iba is actually pinredict nila na baka Bren Esports yung panalo. Pero Action PH proved them wrong, mga kaibigan. And it's just them trying to secure every round. Really great plays, and all they gotta do is just keep it up and i-transfer yung lakas na nilabas nila bukas kung meron silang game. Pero feeling ko wala. Pero tingnan natin if meron silang game tomorrow. Pero yun nga, mga kaibigan, if ever you're gonna ask me, ito na ata ang pinakamainit sa araw na ito.
Init. Sobrang hindi natin alam sino talaga yung magkakaroon ng big chances, but looking at how firm yung moves ng parehas ng APH and Bren, pero nga lang when it comes to just closing it up, APH has it. Medyo nakakapagod ang talaga sa side ng Bren. It's really hard to have that Sova together with that of course, with Javi with that bridge, kind of effective talaga sa Haven, but here in the set, it takes a while. Pero knowing the double sentinel, itong APH, they know talaga na sa first half, hindi talaga super kind of mag-work, pero sa second half, they're quite prepared for it. And that's just how they got it all together right through. Sobrang space yung ginagawa ni Georgie, even if na-refrag lang siya ng Bren. And that's what we need, di ba? Mag-refrag ka lang ng mag-refrag, tapos magagawa ka lang ng sobrang malaking space for your teammates, and they can just keep up with it.
Yeah, I mean, all you need is just keep up. Gano'n naman yun eh. Hanggat hindi pa 13 yung kalaban nyo, kayang-kaya pa yan. Kayang-kaya pa talaga. There's no way na susuko na. And ito yung pinakita ng mga players natin ngayon dito sa APH on the Bren Esports, mga kaibigan. Really great place. And it's just everything that we've seen tonight, it's just beautiful. I love it. And I really miss casting here in VCT. And this is the action that we've all been waiting for. And again, this is just the day one ng year-long na gagawin natin, mga kaibigan. And yeah, this is just the start. And the start is explosive. Really, really explosive. Do you have any last words, Ray?
All I can say is sobrang nakakatuwa talaga tong mga teams ito, and hopefully talaga we'll see more of them tomorrow dahil ngayon Group B, if I'm not mistaken, ang naglaro ngayon, and we're gonna be proceeding. Group A ang naglaro ngayon, then we're gonna be proceeding sa Group B bukas. Marami pang teams ang kailangan makita kung ano man yung papalitan nila ngayon all throughout this year.
Yeah.
But hopefully talaga PH supremacy after Allville.
Yeah, that's true. And ito I mean, just wanna correct that. Yung first game tsaka second game natin, that is Group B. And third game, ito ang Group A. So, for sure, tomorrow, makikita natin ang Group A. And syempre, makikita na yung team namin. Ang Team Secret, mga kaibigan. Once again, on behalf of Eliza Taylor, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching. Pero, we're just gonna have a very, very short break. Once again, you are watching the Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 1, Week 1, Day 1. See you later.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake brown, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind.
Well, we didn't expect it. Well, we did expect it to come down the wire, but we didn't expect Alpha Esports to come out on top of Bren Esports here. Their predictions were wrong, but the performance is still very much right. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me, fresh from the cast, is Ilustrado and Raf. And boys, was that a match?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely not going the way we expected it to go. A lot of surprises here and there. And Bren showing us how good they can be in map number 1 and then severely disappointing in the following 2 and 3. So it was a little bit of a hit and miss for me, but I still see a few bright spots within that last series.
I'd have to agree. I mean, I guess we could say that with all the series that we've seen today. Although, even though some of the teams that we did predict to win, they did lose, I think this was one of the best ways that day one could turn out, because once again, me and Ilustrado talked about this midcast, that all our data from the previous, encounters from the previous season has been somewhat rendered obsolete when all these teams just, rose to the occasion.
Yeah, but credit where credit is due. Both teams actually performed way above our expectations here in this game, and we have to look at the highlights from what happened earlier on to just have a recap on how good the dynamics were for Action PH and as well as Bren Esports. We were hyping up the Sabi and EJ versus Georgie and Eman duo matchup here for both of these teams, but they still, it still delivered. Like, you can still see the dynamic duo here, right, Ulu?
Yeah, 100%. I do think it delivered, because a lot of those clutch situations, a lot of those moments of 1v1 came down to the wire. It was Georgie, Eman, but let's not forget how great Hot Sauce was in that last one as well. So it delivered exactly what we wanted. It just didn't end the way we expected, but it still was a great match through and through.
Oh god, I love that highlight where they just ran out of ammo. It's like, this is a little uncomfortable, guys. Yeah, throughout the game, we've seen heroes to, like Ilustrado mentioned, Hot Sauce, who was absolutely searing and scalding in the previous match. Georgie, who woke up fairly late into the series, didn't really start popping off up until Icebox continued that performance into Ascent here. And, oh man, these teams, they've proven to be a problem. I feel like this year's season is definitely a toss-up.
Definitely, we're going to be expecting a little bit more of this in the next coming days, because at this point, we just can't set our, the stats don't lie, yeah, but the teams have other things in mind. And I specifically, me personally, as a Sage man, we want to point out Emmett here throughout the entirety of this Ascent match, and he still picked up the Sage, and the Sage walls were just beautiful, getting the off angles for the most part. But of course, this entire team is a cog in the entire mechanism that Action PH has. But will we see the same performance from Action PH moving forward, though? That's a question I kind of want to ask here.
Honestly, I don't really see it. The way Action PH played today, it was good, sure. But I really do think it's more of a fault of Bren Esports not playing to their maximum. than anything, really. I expect Action PH can play like this again in the following days. And if they do, and if they actually improve, it's going to be a very, very impressive run for the squad.
Yeah, and this is our MVP brought to you by the ASUS Republic of Gamers. It's Georgie, 284.7 ACS, 19 average kills, a positive KDA of 1.4. And that is a lot of headshots, 25.8%, Raph.
Oh yeah, absolutely. When you're feeling it, you're feeling it. Georgie really showed that once the fire starts, it is incredibly difficult to put out. And that was honestly one of the reasons. And much like what Illustrado said, there were times where Bren really didn't show the same look at the beginning of the series, which is understandable because that level of efficiency was honestly inhuman. It was unreal.
Yeah, you guys were stressing it out throughout the entirety of game number 1, where Bren Esports was just really in sync with each other. Like, they've been playing for the longest time now. Not like Hot Sauce didn't just come in a couple of months ago, and it's just beautiful to see that. Maybe it's because of the new coaching staff. What do you think, Elu?
Yeah, I do think it has to do honestly, I do think it has a lot to do with the individual skill of Hot Sauce, because he has just been crazy ever since we've been watching them. But I do think I want to touch on this a little bit later on. Maybe hearing from the players themselves would be a better idea.
Maybe we could have a view of what Action PH has to offer. We're gonna have a little bit of questioning here and a little bit of interrogation here from Donut, who has RU on the line from Action PH.
Hello, we have Are You here from APH. So I know you get this a lot. How are you? How are you feeling tonight that you got the win against Bren Esports?
We're feeling great right now. Especially our comeback.
Yes, that's actually great. You got a reverse sweep, but unfortunately, both of you stole each other's map picks. And was this something that you guys expected?
We didn't expect to lose our map picks, especially that's the map that we're most prepared with. But unfortunate events happened, and we just came back to the second and third map.
Well, that's good to hear that you were able to get a comeback. But speaking of the map of Haven, I just really wanted to ask, how were you able to recover from the loss of the momentum during the first game?
Usually we lose the first map of the best of 3. It's like, so we know how we need our mental game to be there for the second map, because if we focus ourselves to the recent events, we won't able be to get our own momentum and win us the game.
Well, basically, pushing it to game 3 means that you have a fight in you. I would have a question about your players, specifically Eman and Georgie. They've been known to be the two duelists, always working together, but we noticed that Eman took other roles. So now, I want to ask if there are some challenges that you've encountered along the way.
I don't think we had any challenges along the way, especially when Eman changes his agents. I think his role that he's most comfortable with is flexing, because he's able to use other agents with no problem. And about Georgie, he's comfortable with his own agent, which is Duelist, Jet, Raze, or whatnot. And yeah.
Yeah, we can see that he was match MVP throughout all of the series. So I guess that's already a statement in itself. I do have a question, because you are the IGL of the team. Within the best of 3, you mentioned that you would usually just really hop on the momentum in the second and the third map. So now I have a question about really taking you back to the past. If you have anything to change within that best of 3, or any mistakes that you want to remake, what would that be?
I think the rounds that I want to remake is the first bonus round or the second gun round, because I've noticed that we've won both pistol rounds in Haven, but we collapsed once the gun round started. I think if we better approached on our gun rounds or on the bonus rounds, maybe we could have shifted the momentum towards us and win us the game.
And you also mentioned some inconsistencies from your team. So now, what plans do you have to fix this in time for tomorrow's match against Oasis?
We're gonna be talking about our mistakes later on because what we did is we're just focusing on our game, let our mistakes happen, and we focus on our next goal because if we keep on focusing on our mistakes during the game, we would lose and we won't be able to come back.
Well, good luck for tomorrow's match, and that's something that we would want to see for sure. And about tomorrow's games, Nomad will give us more details on what to expect. Nomad, take it away.
Yeah, we're gonna take it away from you guys. Thank you for the interview, Donut, as well as RU. Now, yeah, tomorrow they're gonna be facing off against Oasis. It's looking good for Action PH at the very least. And you kind of wanted to talk about Bren earlier on, Ilustrado. Before we had to go through the interview. What was that specifically?
Yeah, I was just trying to say, man, Bren Esports, they have just so much within them. We saw glimpses of it today. But I do really think that this team is still within its infancy stage. And whether we can see more and more of that very refined tactical approach like we saw in game number 1, that still remains to be seen. But the more they get tournament exposure here in VCT, the more we'll get to see it.
Yeah, we'll get to see that. Sorry for cutting you off there, Raph, but we'll get to see the tournament bracket, the update on the scoreboards here from the teams here, as there is going to be not much of a big thing here because Team Secret and Oasis Gaming hasn't played yet, but now it's Esports and Zeal currently at the top spot with 2-0. Action PH with a 2-1 earlier on. Bren Esports with a 1-2 scoreline. And looking forward against South Build Esports. They are down at the bottom, but the day is not yet done. But Raph, you were saying earlier on.
I just like to point out, guys, that pardon me. I just like to point out that again, Zeal. For those who are not informed, Cebu recently had a very, very recent and a very dangerous storm. They powered through that. And could you imagine a team that's just recently probably got back to boot camp, still recovering from all the mess that's going on here, and absolutely tearing it up? If that's not a storyline, I don't know what is.
Well, they get to rest tomorrow because they will not have a match tomorrow, but instead we have Team Secret versus Oasis Gaming. We got Looking for Org followed versus South Built Esports, followed lastly by Action PH versus Oasis Gaming, who's going to be pulling a double shift for tomorrow's matches. Any type of any expectations are we looking for here?
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be rough for Oasis. I know what that feels like when you're the first team in and the last team out. It's just killer on your mentality. It's exhausting. So they're a very great team, and I'm looking forward to seeing them play on this VCT stage, but they're gonna have to be so resilient.
And Raph, who are we going to look forward to tomorrow?
I mean, it's really hard to disagree with what Ilustrado said because Oasis in very recent memory has been going to the top. They've been in excellent form, but that is going to be tested through Hellfire tomorrow with a true test of endurance. 2 best of 3s in the same day with a very, very short amounts of rest is going to be killer for them.
All right, well, thank you for the takes for tomorrow's matches. But before we officially end the program, we'd like to thank our official sponsors. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the newest upcoming Tough F15, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With high performance for its thin and light form factor and military-grade durability, the Tough F15 stands out as the best bang for your buck gaming laptop ready for your esports needs. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more info. But with all that being said, on behalf of Black and Blue, Asarai, and Dax, who were here, as well as the Filipino broadcast with Taylor, with Ray, and Vil, as well as to our virtual correspondent Donut. It's me, Nomad, alongside Ilustrado and Raph. We bid you guys a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action here at VCT Challengers PH.
Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind, don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. My mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had had to be the hard. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, touring at every occasion, going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session, cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. These don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gonna